to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
What's up? Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, all of you. Got a new member. Hey, Christy, good morning. Thank you for becoming a member and your support. Let's see, we got Lynn in the house. Hey, Merelda. Good morning, Just Rock. Yes, early on y'all side, right? Ha. Oh, wow. Hey, Christy. Yes, you did tell us he was guilty, and guilty he was. Thank you so much, Just Sham. Yes. Y'all, the first thing we need to talk about is this hot mess of a case. Oh, you must have went back and looked at some of the stuff that you fell asleep on. Morel, did you get through all the defense opening statements? Yeah, I know you probably did this morning. Oh, this case had me last night like, oh, I can't wait to see what we got this morning. Like, what oh my goodness. This has been the first time that I've been excited about a case. I think I can't remember the last time. Whatever. I probably was excited about the all part. I'm probably excited about all the cases. Don't get me to. I better stop lying on here. Anywho, last night I was like thinking to myself, oh, I was like, you could only get this type of action in Georgia, right? And I was like, okay. Now I got all types of problems with. I kind of reconcile a lot of stuff that they are telling us in regards to this case, like the hair in the hands, the DNA, the pubic hair, the pubics. We getting the public hair. I'm gonna call them public hairs. We getting the public hairs in here. Like, I'm like, okay, We got people running away from the scene, people calling in, talking about people are running away from the scene. Nobody saying nothing. Don't nobody say nothing. Don't do nothing. Don't do nothing. Just shut. Don't nobody just what? So they're not even investigating these people, and people called in on these people. Like, this case is so all over the place already. And the bad part is that what I didn't understand about all of this is that the prosecution team did not tell us none of this stuff. We learned all this stuff from the defense. So I'm like, okay, well, what y'all got to hide? Because why didn't y'all just speak on this stuff? Speak y'all speak. Like, y'all bringing this case, then y'all need to speak y'all speak. And all they want to do is say, well, Christopher had an alibi. Well, Christopher was here. But now we finding out maybe some things, and there's some gaps and holes in Christopher's test, his alibi and where he was that day. So yeah, I got a whole problem with this. But we shall see. We got a couple things on our agenda. If y'all would just work with me, we will get through everything. I promise you, I will stay here until the end of time to get through all this stuff with y'all. It's from my understanding, y'all boy Charlie gonna be in court today. God damn, them dang on Adelsons, they just like to stay in the news. If they can't stay in the news with their case, they gotta be in the news with somebody else's case. We just dealt with them in the Utah case. Like, I'm like, now they still in, now he back in court today. So now I gotta figure out, I'm assuming they probably gonna be showing his hearing. I know that people are in love with the Adelsons. I mean, I don't mind. I only like Charlie because he's so arrogant and he took the stand. Nothing more, nothing less. Only because he really thought that he took the stand. If Mama Gotti would have probably took the stand, then I probably might have got there with her. But after everything that happened with Charlie, like, I wasn't feeling her at all because I had heard everything through Charlie. But we'll see. It's supposed to start at 8:00. So we will check that out. Like, I want to see, but I don't want to see. Like, I want to be one of those people that's like peeking in, like, and closing it. Like, so I was gonna set up a full stream for it, but then I was like, I don't know if I really want to be all the way up in the courtroom, but I want to be kind of like nosy. I just want to peek a little bit. That's it. Nothing else. So we will peek over into that. For our Mansion Massacre trial, I will do that later. We'll watch that on, our extra speed. So I'll record that, today's testimony. They don't have court on Thursday in that trial. So that'll probably be another good day for us to catch up on that one. So that's not a problem here. And it seemed like they're going to be in court forever. I don't even know what they expect for that one to end. Like, it's getting absolutely ridiculous. I think we on day number 13 or something. Like, who has that many days in the court? But apparently don't. Okay, so that's our plan. So we might do a little flipping and flopping today. We'll take it as we go. Let me get our courtroom feed up and let's see if they have anything going on. I do need to show us some stuff that I couldn't understand yesterday. To be honest with y'all, I couldn't understand yesterday. I was looking at when I was first notified about this case, there were witnesses on the stand testifying, right? But then it was brought to my attention, hey, the jury's not all there because the jury thought that it was a snow day, so they did not all come in. Okay, so I'm like, well, that must have been part of another trial that they were showing at that point in time. Well, it comes to find out that that it wasn't necessarily another trial that was happening at that time. I think they were doing like a however y'all want to see it. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Where they want to question people outside of the presence of the attorney. So I do think that we do need to, I want to watch that so we can see who was testifying just in case they don't testify in the case because we didn't see that. Let me hit the notification bell for the Charlie thing. In regards to, I know Karen Reed also has a trial. I didn't watch her case. So I just think that it may be a little too engulfed for me. Hey, therapist, good morning. So I personally probably won't I know it's a big hitter with some people. Um, yeah, I didn't really get into the Karen Reed stuff. I mean, I can watch some stuff on it. Um, I would, if they do a civil trial, I would love to see the civil trial in regards to it. But um, I don't know. They just having a hearing, so I don't know if it's a trial. I don't know. I'll peek over there. If it's a trial, then it's something different, and I wouldn't mind covering it. Sometimes it's just nice to cover trials that are civil or financially based because we get to see how that financial piece works in a trial. We don't get to see that coverage too often, versus to always somebody being unalive or redrummed. So, um, so I'll keep my eye on the prize, as they say. Our courtroom fee has not started for today. So I think that what I'll do in the meantime is I'll bring up the testimony that it appears that we did not see yesterday and get that up here. So we can take a look at it. Give me 1 second here. I'll tell you, Fulton County, baby. And the sad part, I mean, well, if y'all didn't know, he is in custody. This guy. Let me get yes. Okay. So I'm assuming, okay, let me start it. I think this is his case. Wait a minute. Let me make sure. I think this is the case. Wait a minute. Let me make sure his attorneys and stuff is in here because it just didn't look right yesterday. I guess it is. Okay. Okay, I guess it is. So we'll get in there. Yeah, I see the seal is up. Thank you, Christine. Yeah, I see it. They just not doing any testimony yet. And we didn't see this testimony from yesterday. So we'll look at that while we wait. Let me get that on the screen. So this right here that I'm about to play is yesterday's testimony from earlier that I did not see. I seen it, but I didn't know because the jury hadn't been, they were not there. So I didn't know what was going on at that point in time. But let's get into it. Let's see what testimony until court starts. And then once court goes live, we'll go back into the court. We'll go live into the court.
Affirm that your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay. And we're going to need you to kind of maybe pull that microphone a little bit closer to you and kind of, you don't have to speak directly into it, but
okay,
enough so that everybody can hear you, okay?
Is that better?
Yes, absolutely. Could you please state your name for the record?
Ashley Hall.
And Ms. Hall, I'm not going to go into it too much in detail now, but how do you know, or how did you know Tara Baker?
We met in college. We were sorority sisters, roommates, and then we both came to Athens and were roommates.
Okay. I want to talk to you about some of the different places that you lived in Athens. Do you recall living in an apartment at Timothy Woods?
I do.
Who did you live with at Timothy Woods?
It was Kyle Collins and Karen Burford.
Okay. And do you know how to spell Karen's name?
I believe it is Karen.
Okay. And I just go ahead and get this out of the way. Is Miss Burford still alive?
No, unfortunately, she had a kayaking accident back in 2022.
So again, at Timothy Woods, it was you, Karen, and Kyle. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And did there come a time when you moved out of Timothy Woods?
Yes, it was, I guess, August 99. I ended up moving. I didn't realize Tara ended up getting her job at the law firm around that time, but I already signed over a lease. So she ended up moving in my spot at Timothy Woods with Kyle and Karen.
And again, that was in August of 99?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you move when you moved out of Timothy Woods?
Polo Club.
And who were your roommates at the Polo Club?
Valerie Lang and 2 girls that she went to high school with.
Going to kind of skip ahead about a year.
Mm-hmm.
In August of 2000, did you move again?
I did.
And where did you move that time?
We moved to Fawn Drive.
When you say we, who moved into
Tara, Valerie Lang, and myself.
Tara, Valerie Lang, and yourself? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall around the time moving into 160 Fawn Drive, anything with Tara as it related to her getting a new phone number?
Yes, Karen was staying at Timothy Woods, and she wanted to keep the current phone number that they had shared because all of her contacts already had it. So when Tara moved, she went ahead and got her own line, which actually was even separate from Valerie and my line, just because with law school, she was on the internet a lot more.
Was that in the days of dial-up internet?
Yes, it definitely was, yes.
Okay. Ms. Hall, do you remember in the days following Miss Baker's death talking to the police?
Many times, yes.
And at one time, do you recall the fact or I guess the existence of Tara's phone number at Fawn Drive coming into question?
Yes, I do.
Now, as you sit here now, 25 years later, are you able to recall off the top of your head exactly what that number
I do not. I cannot.
But at the time, would that have been a number that you would have known?
Yes, because I would have called her at different times to her actual phone number.
Was this in the days prior to cell phones?
Yes, yes. So if I was checking to see if she was at home or updates, I would have called her number. And so I had the number memorized back at that time.
And would you have had any reason to give the police an incorrect number as to what?
Not at all. I would have probably even double checked my memory to make sure.
Yeah, first,
Me.
so I'm going to show you what I've marked as States Exhibit 1. And have you had a chance to look up that prior to testifying?
Yes, you sent me my statement.
And is that does part of States Exhibit 1 summarize the conversation that you had with the police, I believe, on January the 22nd?
Yes.
2001? So
Yes.
would that have been 3 days after Tara's murder?
Yes.
And in that statement, did you provide Tara's landline phone number to the police?
I did.
And what was that number?
Tara's phone number was 706-316-9760.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Ms. Hall, those are actually all the questions I have for you this
Yeah.
morning. Thank you.
Mr. Cruz?
Good morning, Ms. Hall. Thank
Good
you for
morning.
being here. I don't have questions.
All right. You may step down.
Thank
May I call your next witness?
Oh, Jeremy Howell.
The judge and this mic is gonna drive me crazy. Good grief, give my judge a
If you would
mic.
raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm your testimony in the matter pending before the court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Have a seat, sir. Could you state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Jeremy Howell, Jeremy Howell.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed as a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And what is your current role at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I'm currently assigned to the Office of Special Investigations Cold Case Unit.
Agent Howell, in connection to the motion that we are arguing right now, did you have a chance to go back and look through some documents belonging to the deceased Tara Baker related to her residence and phone numbers in and around 1999, 2000, and 2001?
I did.
How did you come to be in possession of those documents?
On Monday, April 29th of 2004, about 9:30 in the morning, I met with Meredith Schroeder here in downtown Athens in order to collect a gray file box from her that contained numerous documents regarding Tara Baker.
I think you said 2004. Do you mean 2024?
I'm sorry, 2024, yes.
And what was your understanding as to where those documents had been located at the time of the crime?
That file box, to my understanding, was located at 160 Fawn Drive at the time of the incident.
So at Tara's house?
Yes.
What was the condition of the box itself?
It is slightly, it's got debris on it that may look like smoke damage and fire damage.
Can I first look?
You may.
First of all, Agent Howell, put everything back in the envelope. All right. Agent Howell, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 2 and 3. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what are they?
It is an open envelope from Bell South, State's Exhibit number 2, and State's Exhibit number 3 is a communication, a letter from Bell South that was within that envelope.
Okay. So just to clarify, State's Exhibit 3 was inside of State's Exhibit 2.
Yes.
Maybe over. So, Agent Howell, were States Exhibits 2 and 3 part of the documentation that you recovered from that soot-covered box from Miss Baker's sister?
Yes, inside that file box were file tabs, and under a file tab that said Bell South is where this letter was located.
I moved to tender States 2 and 3 at this time.
Any objection?
No objections, Your Honor, for the purposes of this hearing, as well as States Exhibit 1 as well.
Thank you. They are admitted, 2 and 3.
I'm not going to focus too much on States 2. That's just the envelope, is that right?
Yes.
States Exhibit 3, again, just to make sure everybody's clear, what exactly is that?
It is a letter from Bell South. It is addressed to Tara Baker at 160 Fawn Drive in Athens, Georgia. And in the letterhead, it indicates that it's from Bell South Telecommunications, and it is dated August 1st of 2000. And underneath that is a phone number of 706-316-9760. The letter then continues with, Dear Tara Baker, thank you for ordering Bell South Solutions and that they appreciate her business. And it continues from there about the account.
Agent Howell, those are all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
I don't have any questions for this witness.
You may step down, sir. You may call your next witness.
Call Agent Elizabeth Bigham. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat. Ma'am, if you could state your name and spell it for the record, please.
Elizabeth Bigham, Elizabeth Bigham.
And ma'am, how are you employed?
I'm employed as a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And is that the GBI?
Yes.
I asked that because that's what I want to say.
Okay.
And what is your role at the GBI?
I am assigned to our Office of Special Investigations Cold Case Unit.
And as part of those, as part of your responsibilities on the cold case unit, have you and Agent Howell been responsible for the reinvestigation of the Tara Baker case?
Yes, we have.
And as part of your reinvestigation, did that include kind of a comprehensive review of the investigation from its origin back on January the 19th of 2001?
Yes, it did.
Does that include a review of files contained in the Athens Clarke County Police Department's files?
Yes.
You may.
Agent Bigham, I'm going to show you what a marked States Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that document, ma'am?
I do.
And what is States Exhibit 4?
It is a letter from Bell South Subpoena Compliance Center. It's dated February 2nd of 2001, and it is addressed to Investigator John Newton of the Athens Clarke County Sheriff's Office.
Is that document part of the Athens Clarke County Police Department's file that I just kind of described?
Yes, it is.
I moved to tender States Exhibit 4, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objections for the purpose of this hearing, Your Honor.
All right, it is admitted.
Agent Bingham, I think that the thing that might make the most sense is just have you read that letter into the record.
Sure. I'll start with what it's in regard to. It says Tara Baker, telephone, or it actually says Tara Barker, telephone number 706-316-9760. Dear Investigator Newton, as we discussed telephonically, I ran 11 jobs today in an attempt to create call detail records for telephone number 706-316-9760 for January 16th, 2001 through January 19th, 2001. I have reviewed all 11 jobs and I did not find any incoming or outgoing calls for 706-316-9760. I have entered a request in our subcom system to search for call detail records for December 1st, 2000 through January 19th, 2000 for this, 2001 for this number. These records should be available on Monday morning. I found another number for Tara Barker, telephone number 706-559-9554. This number is found for Tara Barker, 2035 Timothy Road, Timothy Woods Apartments, Athens, Georgia. This number appears to be associated with the same Tara Barker that had telephone number 706-316-9760. Do you want to send a court order for call detail records on this number also? Please call me at 770-492-4561 to discuss further. Sincerely, Kathleen Mahoney.
And just, I think now's a good time to talk a little bit about Baker versus Barker. Can you
Yes.
that just very, very briefly?
Sure. Our understanding from the investigation and from her family was that her biological father's name was Barker, or last name was Barker. Her stepfather's last name was Baker, and she wanted to change her name to Baker and get rid of her biological father's last name. And I believe that was a year or so before her death, but I don't recall the exact date that she did that.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
May?
Agent Bingham, I'm going to hand you what I marked as State's Exhibit 5 and State's Exhibit 6.
Okay,
Do you recognize those, ma'am?
I do.
Let's start with State's Exhibit 5. What is that?
So it is phone records for the 706-316-9760 phone number, which was the landline for Tara Baker. And the records appear to start on December 6th of 2000 and end on January 19th of 2001. And there's also a Bell South letter attached to it, an affidavit, and a copy of what appears to be a court order or subpoena for those records.
Good defender, State's 5, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Not for the purposes of this hearing.
It is admitted.
Before we get into State's 5, let's talk about State 6.
Okay,
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 6?
These are phone records for phone number 706-559-9554. And they begin on December 6th of 2000 and end on January 19th of 2001.
Good defender, State's Exhibit 6.
Any objection?
No objections for the purposes of this hearing.
All right, it is admitted.
Agent Bigham, in preparation for the hearing this morning, did you have a chance to personally go and review all the calls associated with both State's Exhibit 5 and State's Exhibit 6?
I did.
Let's start again with State's Exhibit 5. And again, just to be clear, those are the phone records associated with the number ending in 9760. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In your preparation of your case, of this case, and in preparation in advance of particularly this hearing, have you been able to familiarize yourself with certain phone numbers that were, for lack of a better phrase, in Tara Baker's orbit?
Yes.
Would those phone numbers include the cell phone of Chris Melton?
I would object, Your Honor. I think we've had 4 leading questions in a row. I didn't want to interrupt them, but I'll just object on the grounds of leading.
All right, well, I mean, for the purpose of this hearing, there's no jury here, and I certainly know that both parties have the ability to ask questions a little bit differently than in front of a jury. But Mr. Bolden, if you would try to rephrase your questions appropriately with regard to direct examinations.
Certainly, Your Honor. Were you able, or did you familiarize yourself with certain phone numbers?
I did.
Whose phone numbers did you familiarize yourself with?
Primarily people that I believe she would have spoken to most often, to include her stepfather, Lindsay Baker. And he had 2 different cell phone numbers listed in the case file. Her mother, Virginia Baker, or their home line. Her boyfriend at the time, Chris Melton, and that would have included his cell phone, his parents' residence, and his apartment in Athens. Because my understanding was that he was between both his parents' residence and apartment in Athens around the time of her death.
And again, talking specifically about State's Exhibit 5, do the numbers that you just referred to appear in those records?
Yes, they do.
Can you talk about that in a little bit more detail?
Sure. So I went through the records and looked for each phone number and found the following information. So Lindsay Baker's cell phone ending in 8423 appeared twice over just over a month and a couple weeks of records. Chris Melton's apartment.
Yes.
Relevance. I understand the purpose of this hearing is just to determine whether or not the 9554 number is Ms. Baker's home phone number or not.
Mr. Bolden, any response to the objection?
I think that the calls that are coming to and from the 970 number are absolutely relevant to show that the 9554 number was not her actual phone.
I'm going to overrule the objection. May continue.
So Chris Melton's apartment phone number, which would have been his apartment landline in Athens, either received calls or called that number 37 times. Miss Baker's home phone, where her parents resided, was 1 time. Lindsay Baker's other cell phone, ending in 0598, was 2 times. Chris Melton's cell phone received calls or made calls 5 times to that number, and Chris Melton's parents' home phone number appeared 29 times in those records.
Let's shift to State's Exhibit 6. And again, just to be clear, what is State's Exhibit 6?
It is the phone records for phone number 706-559-9554 that was associated with 2035 Timothy Road in Athens, Georgia.
Did you have an opportunity to scan State's Exhibit 6 for the same phone numbers that you just referred to a moment ago?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you find in the records relating to State's Exhibit 6?
That none of those phone numbers appeared in those records from the same time period.
Agent Bigham, I believe that's all I have for now. Mr. Cruz may have some questions, ma'am.
Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am. Agent Bigham, as the lead investigator in this case, did you review Ms. Baker's entire case file?
I did.
Every document?
as much as humanly possible for the probably 25,000 pages that it was.
Anything else, Mr. Bowden?
No, Your Honor, I asked that she be excused.
You may step down. You don't want her excused. You want her to step down.
Step down. Right. Excuse this here. Yes.
You may step down. You may call your next witness.
That's all the evidence.
All right. Mr. Cruz, any evidence you want to present?
No, ma'am, but I would like to emphasize for the record, Ms. Bingham's testimony that she's reviewed every single page of the discovery. And I just want to emphasize that for the record, but otherwise, no.
Any concluding remarks, Mr. Bowden?
I'd waive opening.
All right.
Last word.
Mr. Cruz, any response to the state's motion?
So based on the evidence that the state presented, Your Honor, I don't believe I am in a position to dispute the evidence that came before the honorable court. So no concluding argument.
Well, that makes it a lot shorter, Your Honor. I'd ask that the court grant the state's motion and exclude any evidence related to phone records associated with the number ending in 9554.
I'm going to grant your motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's talk very briefly then about a few other matters before we handle the email that I sent both counsel, all three counsel, over the weekend. Have the parties been able to confer about the motion that Mr. Cruz filed with regard to the statement?
We have not, Judge.
Well, let me ask this question. Are you familiar with what Mr. Cruz has filed a motion to keep out of that particular statement?
I am, Judge. At the initial portion of the interview, Agent Bigham and Agent Howell talked with Mr. Faust about previous criminal contact that he's had and things along those lines. I think I can state for the court, Mr. Bolden will be giving the state's opening statement. Mr. Bolden, I believe, would refer to portions of the statement, but just portions that have to do with Mr. Faust's denial of ever. I just want to make sure I want no perspective here. Mr. Faust's denial of ever having had any type of contact with Ms. Baker or gone over into any residences in the Deer Park neighborhood or things along those lines. We would not be attempting to introduce any evidence related or make reference to any portion of the statement that would touch on Mr. Faust's previous criminal history or conduct.
All right, Mr. Cruz, any response to what Mr. Young said about that particular issue?
Sure. So for those particular facts, I believe they would be admissible in regards to Mr. Faust's statements in response to Ms. Bigham's question about Ms. Baker and himself. But I would ask the Honorable Court to rule. I provide the Honorable Court with a copy of the transcript as well, the timestamps as well. But we would ask that those particular timestamps are excluded.
Okay, so let's talk about your motion. So the reason I wanted counsel to get together, and I know you all have been busy, so I'm assuming you may have a conversation in the near future, was because your motion, even though it had the timestamps, was not terribly specific. And so it isn't appropriate to make the court go look in the transcript for the moment that you wanted excluded. You needed to have provided that for the court. And so that was the first reason why it's not just the transcript. It is not appropriate for the court to have to read through the transcript and do that.
So you don't have an entire transcript. You only have the time site. So if it says minute mark, hypothetically 00 through 005, the transcript would say what that language is in 00 through 005. It isn't anything extra that the court would have to read. You just go to the timestamp, say, okay, this is the statement, and vice versa.
Okay, well, I disagree with your assessment of your motion. Your motion was a series of timestamps, and it may have had a transcript attached to it, but it is not appropriate for the court to have to go look at the transcript and your timestamp and make a decision about what one looks like with regard to the other. That's for you to do. And so that was the first reason that I wanted counsel to get together and talk about the timestamps that you felt needed to be excluded. I figured the state was aware of some of those moments. certainly I imagined them to be the occasions that Mr. Faust may have talked about his criminal history in response to questions. I assumed that was part of what your motion was. But the court's not going to go through the timestamps. You need to provide that to the court unless you all can agree otherwise. So in the meantime, I'm going to certainly take you at your word, Mr. Yalamanchili, that you are not going to refer to any of those moments in your opening statement. And I will grant Mr. Faust's motion with regard to that. Hang on one second. Keep dropping my pen. I will grant Mr. Cruz's motion with regard to any mention of Mr. Cruz's criminal history with regard to opening statements, okay? But I want you all to at least talk about what Mr. Cruz's motion was so you can at least be on the same page. If I need to make a ruling, we'll have a motion, right? A motion hearing outside the presence of the jury. So at the moment, you are forbidden, even though you've already stated this, from mentioning anything about Mr. Cruz's criminal history, even though it may have been in the statement. So that's the first thing. All right.
Your Honor, before we move to the next item.
Yes.
In regards to and I know the state has been extremely busy. We've been extremely busy as well. Based on our filing of the motion, I understand that we need time for hearing on those timestamps if same becomes necessary.
That's right.
There are a couple of things that the state and I need to discuss that we just haven't had opportunity to discuss just based on the workload that we both have. So I would ask this, can we put a date or time certain for a motions hearing, which would at least give us a deadline to have that discussion? And if not, we could just present the evidence to the honorable court.
I don't know that we can do that. We've got a jury waiting outside. We're ready to start opening statements. I don't know how fast the evidence is going to proceed. So you're just going to have to use your lunch break and get together and talk about it.
No, Your Honor, I'm asking for a date certain.
I mean, we'll have a motion whenever I can fit it in. I'd like for y'all to confer first if you can. If you can't, and you can't come to an agreement, certainly I'll have a hearing. But I mean, be prepared at every moment to have a hearing in this case.
Yes,
I'm not going to sort of schedule things ahead of time and things of that nature. We're going to take up things as they come. So y'all need to be prepared for everything. All right.
Last housekeeping
Yes.
matter, if I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
We talked about WebEx. I've had several law enforcement officers reach out to me. I think even this morning I spoke to a law enforcement officer that inquired about appearing virtually. I told her I would bring it up with honorable court today. Is there a way that we could get a WebEx link to send out to those officers that are far away? I believe we have a Mr. Michael Moon whose father just passed away. And instead of him traveling back here once it's our case in chief, I would just like to provide him a link so he could take it.
Yes. That is actually fairly easy to do. It needs to be done more in concert with when you're going to present that evidence so we can send out the link, but we'll work with you on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right. So I'm looking through the list of things that we have gone through for the past week and a half. With regard to motions in limine, I've just granted the state's motion this morning with regard to the telephone numbers that the state asked the court to exclude, which I have granted. I have granted the state's motion in limine for no mention of consent by the defense, no mention of anyone else committing the crime other than what has been previously ruled admissible, no mention of the legal punishment or sentencing or what the statute requires during opening or closing with regard to any of the charges. I am going to invoke the rule of sequestration. We're going to have to handle the Daubert motions and maybe a Jackson-Deno issue. Let me ask the state first. Anything else we need to bring up before we get started?
Briefly, Your Honor, we're filing in court this morning a motion to prevent publication of crime scene or autopsy images of the victim. Providing a copy to Mr. Cruz. It is not a terribly long motion. I mean, the title contains everything that the state is asking the court to do. We would ask the court, understandably, that there's media present, but as part of the Rule 22 order to include a portion that would prevent any outlet or any individual who's in the courtroom from publishing any crime scene images or autopsy images that contain this terrible
All right, thank you. Mr. Cruz, any comment on the motion?
No, ma'am, no comments on the motion. The only thing I would ask, I've been receiving a lot of day before, same day motions. I would just ask the honorable court to advise the state to provide motions within a statutorily required timeline so we could address those motions. But for this one, no, ma'am.
Thank you. The media is actually here, and I know that the media is pooled because that was what the order required. I know that's what the media typically does. Does anyone who is here from any media source want to comment on the motion? You have the right to do that. Anybody want to have a say in what they're asking? Does anybody who is here from the media have any problem with that particular motion? I see all heads saying no. All right, thank you very much. I'm going to grant your motion, Mr. Yamamoto.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's talk about the email that I sent you all. Let's talk about the email that I sent you all. And it was the email that I received on Saturday evening directly from one of our jurors. And let me just find it. Expressing her desire to be relieved from her jury duty service. Does the state want to be heard with regard to that motion? And I have her outside. I asked her to report at 9:30. We're running a little bit behind, but.
Your Honor, I think all the issues raised by the juror are issues that came up with many jurors during the course of the voir dire process. I think counsel for the state, counsel for the defense had an opportunity to question the juror about those things, establish that it would not affect her impartiality, and then either side struck her either for cause or using a peremptory strike. So at this point, I don't know that anything raised in the email that was sent to the court would rise to the level of excusing this juror for service. The state doesn't believe any further inquiry is necessarily needed, but certainly if the court wanted inquiry to be made, our request would be that the court handles the inquiry, not counsel for the state or counsel for the defense, since the voir dire portion has been completed.
Thank you. Mr. Cruz.
In regards to the email that she sent in the language, Your Honor, of course, it is not a lawful reason to excuse the juror, but I do believe that the juror is expressing that sitting on the jury panel for the time that she is, that this case may last would cause her a hardship financially. My concern, and of course it's the honorable court's, it's up to the honorable court's discretion. My concern is that we're in the middle of the trial, we get going, and what I've seen from multiple trials is, the jurors all of a sudden sick, we can't move forward with the case. If this is causing a hardship for her, I would ask the honorable court to consider that. I am unopposed to her request, just considering how long this trial may last and to prevent disruptions of the proceedings.
Thank you. All right, let's talk about how long this trial will last. Let's talk about that for a minute. So we have been discussing the case for a long time, and both parties have known that the court set aside 2 weeks for this trial. And it really hasn't been until very recently that there has been discussion about the case lasting 4 to 6 weeks. I do not believe, based on the motions that I've heard and the evidence that both sides have presented, that this is a case that's going to last that long. I do not believe it. And I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that we move as efficiently as possible. I'm going to tell the jury that we are not going to waste their time. If we need to get here at 7 and do motions or stay till 10 o'clock at night to finish, we're going to have to do that. But I do not believe this case is going to last as long as has been described for the jury. I think it's pretty clear that the potential jurors were quite scared about the length of time that they may have to sit. It could last as long as 6 weeks, but based on my assessment of what I know of the case, I do not believe we're going to get anywhere close to that. I'm prepared to tell the jury that. Again, I'm prepared to tell them that we are going to move as efficiently as possible. I'm not wasting any time. And I will try to explain that to Miss, I think her name is Cameron. All right, I will bring her in here, and I'm going to ask the media not to film this particular juror. Thank you very much. And I'm going to have her come up to the bench. I'll have counsel.
Okay, so I think they're about to go into questioning the juror and handling that portion of it. Even though she said her last name, but I'm not sure why they didn't get that out. Okay, and so the next part will be the opening statements, which we have covered. So I am going to go ahead and take us live into the courtroom today for today's testimony. So let me get that up here. It looked like they came in and they back at it. Just so y'all aware, taking care of some legal issues. So I am going to get this up for us. But, you know, I put that question in the chat just for everybody to kind of like see, because just honestly speaking, like if I was a juror and it was like I got some financial stuff and I'm telling y'all like, like this ain't gonna work for me. I got a family at home that I got to feed and y'all talking about 6-7 weeks plus for jury duty. I can see my situation on the jury thing, no matter how honest y'all want to be or not be. I'll be worried about my financial situation. I can care less about what's going on here, and I'm probably gonna be mad at the state. So I'm probably gonna be mad at the state. Like, I don't know if I could even keep her. Like, I'll probably have to get up there. Like when she questioning the juror, I probably have to be like, you know, honestly speaking, like if you keep me, I cannot remain neutral on this. Like, I'm over this. Like, you tell me 8 weeks, I'm telling you, I got bills to pay. This ain't gonna work. Yeah, and I understand that, jury, but you, even if the jury duty is the law, if your money in your pockets don't follow it, I don't know how you remain there and be seated and be okay. It's just I have never been on a jury, probably rightfully so. But I can imagine that if I was a juror and I got kids at home, like who feeding her kids? Like I remember in the YSL case, and when we talking about Fulton County, there were people that was on a jury so long that they had no disregard for that these people, it was people getting evicted. If you guys remember, like, how are you going to turn up a whole innocent person's livelihood just because you need them to make a decision on a case? So, yeah, I'm like, I don't know. Just me personally, you know, thank goodness they don't have me coming in because I'd be like, I can't do it. Won't work. No, thank you. Like I'd be like, I'm biased now. I'm real biased. When she come up there, Miss Cameron, she should have been like, when the jury lady got up there, she should have been like, I am biased. I cannot, you know, I'm mad at everybody right now. I cannot listen to the evidence because I'm too busy trying to figure out how to pay my car note. I'm just saying, everybody don't have a perfect financial situation. And even though jury duty may be a requirement, don't mean that you're ready for it. But here we go, guys.
This morning.
All right.
A couple of things. Our first witness this morning is going to be the medical examiner. And so part of his presentation, I intend to elicit testimony about his opinion as to how some of the injuries to Ms. Baker may have been inflicted. And in so doing, I have what is very clearly not a real knife. So I just didn't want the court to freak out that I was, so just putting that out there. Second of all, we also would tend to introduce the autopsy report. I have 2 copies of it. The reason I bring this up is that it does list 2 names as suspects on that report, neither of which are either Mr. Melton or Mr. Faust. since this trial has very clearly zeroed in on those two individuals, I've prepared a redacted version because I think otherwise we get into issues that might confuse or mislead the jury. And so it would be the state's preference to tender the redacted version. But I would.
All right. Mr. Cruz, any comment on the state's proposal?
In regards to the fake knife, no. I think the most appropriate thing is wait till they attempt to introduce. If I have any objections, I'll make the objection at that time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll allow you to introduce the redacted portion since there's been no objection. All right, anything else from the state before we bring the jury in?
No, I reserved my objection. I didn't say I didn't have any objection. Once they attempt to introduce, if I have an objection, I'll make the objection at that time.
You're certainly entitled to do that, but for now, in terms of allowing the redacted version in, you haven't made an objection, so I'm going to allow it in. If you want to object when it comes in, you certainly have the right to do that. All right, thank you. Anything from the defense before we bring the jury in?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You may bring the jury in.
I guess he must have paid that $1,000 for him being held in contempt yesterday. She said he better have that money before the court start in her hand.
All right, thank you, everyone. You may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for being here on time. As instructed, we're ready to begin again with regard to the state of Georgia versus Edrick Faust, SU 24 CR 0547. Is the state ready to proceed?
Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bolden, you may call your next witness.
Dr. Andrew Falzon.
Could you get Andrew Falzon, please?
Sir, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You can have a seat. Sir, if you could state and spell your name for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Andrew. Last name is Falzon. Falzon.
And sir, where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed as a consultant pathologist with Mater Dei Hospital in Malta, Europe.
And what are your role, or what do you do as a consultant forensic pathologist there?
I oversee a pathology lab, one of the satellite labs on a separate island, and I also provide forensic services to the hospital.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your prior employment before working at the hospital in Malta?
So I started as a associate medical examiner with the state of Georgia, with the GBI in Decatur, Georgia. That was from 1999 to 2001. After that, I was the assistant medical examiner for Middlesex County, New Jersey. And then when my chief retired, I became the chief medical examiner for the county. And I then took over the chief state medical examiner position for the state of New Jersey.
Throughout your career, has it been part of your job to conduct autopsies
Sure.
when requested by law enforcement or otherwise?
Yes.
Approximately, if you know, over the course of your career, how many autopsies have you performed?
Over 3,500 postmortem examinations.
Can you speak a little bit to your professional experience?
I graduated as a doctor of medicine and surgery from the University of Malta. I did a rotating internship there. I then started a master's degree program at the University of Mississippi Medical Center, and I graduated with a master's degree in anatomy in '92. I then enrolled in a pathology, anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at the University of Mississippi. And following that, I did a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the University of Alabama, Birmingham.
Have you also had an occasion to teach in the area of pathology and forensic pathology?
Yes, it did.
Can you speak just briefly to that, sir?
I usually, whichever locality I'm working at, I teach forensic pathology to various classes, usually undergrad classes.
Do you serve on any boards, sir?
As the chief state med examiner, I served on the domestic violence fatality near fatality review board, and also the child fatality review board, both the state board and the suicide subcommittee. I still serve on the suicide subcommittee of the child fatality review board.
Again, briefly, do you have trainings and certifications in the area of forensic pathology?
Once I completed my training in pathology, I took the American Board of Pathology certifying exams. I am board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Have you spoken at conferences related to the area of forensic pathology?
I've presented at mainly at the National Association of Medical Examiners meeting, you know, on any research that myself or the office was conducting.
And have you previously testified in court before as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
Do you know how many times?
Over 100 times, mainly in the state of New Jersey, but also in the state of Georgia.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Dr. Falzon as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
All right, any objection by the defense, or would you like to voir dire the witness?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This witness is declared an expert in the area of forensic pathology. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Falzon, I'd like to turn your attention back to January the 20th of 2001. Just to be clear, where were you working at that time, sir?
At that time, I was working with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in Decatur, Georgia.
And on that date, did you have the occasion to perform an autopsy on the body of Tara Baker?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe briefly the condition in which the body was received?
The body was received enclosed in a black body bag, and the body, to my recollection, was that she was unclad. She didn't have any clothes on her, and it was extremely charred.
You take steps to ensure that the person you are performing the autopsy on matches the, I guess, submission from law enforcement, I guess?
Yes, I do.
Okay. At the time, do you recall, or would you have noted receiving any historical or case information related to the request for the autopsy?
Typically we would receive that. I haven't seen any copies of those recently, so I don't recall exactly.
Can you tell us briefly what an autopsy consists of?
An autopsy is a post-mortem examination, typically performed to establish the cause and manner of death. We would start by reviewing the history surrounding the case. Then we'd move on to the examination of the body. Certain cases, we would do x-rays prior to actually starting the examination. Then you describe the clothing, remove the clothing, collect any trace evidence if indicated, and then you start the external examination, the examination of the body from head to toe, front and back. Once that is documented and you look for any injuries, document those, take the necessary photographs. Then you move on to an internal examination whereby we do an incision across the chest and abdomen, remove the organs of the chest and the abdomen. We'll make an incision across the top of the scalp, remove the skull cap, examine the brain, and then finally we'd examine the neck organs. During the course of the autopsy, we'll also collect specimens for toxicology and DNA as indicated.
You also take photographs while the autopsy is being conducted?
Correct.
And is it common practice to reduce the findings of your autopsy in the form of a written report?
Yes.
You may.
Dr. Falzon, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, you do.
What is State's Exhibit 1?
It is a copy of the autopsy report drafted and signed by myself.
Is that the autopsy related to the case involving Tara Baker?
Correct.
I move to tender States 1 at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Dr. Falzon, I'm going to go through your report kind of sequentially as it's outlined in State's Exhibit 1. Let's talk a little bit about the receipt of the body. I think I kind of just touched on this earlier, but if you could speak to what your report reflects as to how the body was received.
Correct. The body bag was, there were tags affixed to the body bag zipper that had the case information relevant to this case.
Can you speak generally to, you mentioned an external examination. We're going to try and take it in order. What was the first thing that you did with Ms. Baker as it relates to that external examination?
Photographs would have been taken, and then overall assessment of the body, the charring, the degree of rigor mortis, and the stiffening of the muscles that happened post-mortem, any lividity, the settling of blood in the dependent areas, general observations.
Let's talk a little bit about the injuries that you noted to Ms. Baker's body, starting with those on the head and neck, sir. Can you describe those in general?
The injuries on the head and neck were mainly in the form of blunt force injuries. When we describe injuries, there's three main categories: blunt force injuries that are caused by a blunt instrument, whether that be a fist, a piece of wood, a hammer. Those are all blunt force injuries. There's sharp force injuries that are caused by objects with a cutting edge, could be a knife, could be a shard of glass. And then there's gunshot wounds. In the case of Ms. Baker, she had multiple blunt force injuries, mainly in the form of bruises around the eyes, the right and left sides of the head, and on the neck. She also had on the neck, she also had a stab wound on the right lower front of the neck, and she had a ligature mark that surrounded the neck.
Specifically as it relates to the stab wound, can you describe in a little bit more detail what you observed?
The stab wound, like I said, was on the right lower front. When I describe a stab wound, typically I will, imagine the face of a clock overlying the wound. And in this case, the wound was oriented between the 10 o'clock and the 4 o'clock on the lower front of the neck.
You also mentioned a ligature mark encircling Ms. Baker's neck. Can you speak a little bit more to that, please?
Yes. The ligature mark completely encircled the neck. It had one mark on the back of the neck and two marks on the front, which indicated that the ligature had been wrapped around the neck, crossed over in the front, and the ligature held on the sides.
Did you note any other injuries to Ms. Baker's neck?
She had some blunt force injuries to the neck. Not sure if there was something specific here, if I may look at the report. She had contusions, bruises below on the left ear, below the left ear, and behind the left ear.
Moving, and we'll come back to that momentarily, Dr. Falzon. Did your external examination of Ms. Baker also include injuries to her torso?
It did, yes.
And again, I'm going to ask you to briefly summarize the extent of those injuries that you observed.
The injuries to the torso were mainly in the genital and anal area.
Can you go into a little bit more detail about those injuries, sir?
Again, they were in the form of blunt force injuries, bruising on the right side of her vulva down to the posterior aspect of the vulva, and she also had a bruise that completely encircled the anal region.
And lastly, Dr. Falzon, did you note any injuries to Ms. Baker's extremities?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
Those were mainly in the form of sharp force injuries, injuries caused by a cutting instrument, and they were limited to the back of her hand, which could be classified as defensive type injuries, the injuries that a person would sustain trying to ward off an attack.
Did part of your internal examination of Ms. Baker include examination of the organs of the neck?
Yes, I did.
And particularly, what, if anything, did you observe in that part of the internal examination of Ms. Baker?
As part of the examination of the neck structures, we look at the bones and the cartilages that make up the neck. One of the bones that we have in the neck is called the hyoid bone. It's a C-shaped bone that sits above the larynx. With cases of strangulation, we often see fractures in the hyoid bone. In the case of Ms. Baker, there were fractures on both the right and left sides of the hyoid bone.
And based on your training and experience, sir, what, if any, significance did you attribute to your observation as it related to Miss Baker's broken hyoid bone?
That was part of the strangulation process.
Dr. Falzon, you mentioned that as part of the autopsy, you do take photographs.
Correct.
A moment of silence as he looks through the photos to see if they can come into evidence. It looked like the prosecutor is very impatient with him looking at these photos. I'm assuming he probably gonna object and say that too many photos, too graphic. You know, they never want these photos to come in.
May?
Dr. Falzon, I'm going to show you what's been labeled it's 2 through 7. We're going to finish labeling them. The rest of the photos here in just a moment. But if you could take a look at, again, states 2 through 7. Do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
Are those states exhibits 2 through 7 fair and accurate representations of the autopsy that you described with Ms. Baker back on January 20th, 2001?
Yes, they are.
States 2 through 7.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted.
And again, I realize this is a little cumbersome.
You may.
This, Dr. Falzon, is states 8 through 14. Same question. Take your time. Take your time. See if you recognize those. And then one last group.
You may.
This is states 15 through 22. last time. States, I believe 8 through 22, are those also all true and accurate depictions of your observations of Miss Baker's body as you observed her at the autopsy on January 20th, 2001?
They are.
Move to tender states 8 through, let me just start back, 22 through 22.
All right. Well, 2 through 7 have been admitted, so we're now on 8 through 22.
8 through 22.
All right. Mr. Cruz, any objection?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted. And how are you planning on doing that? Just handing them to them? Okay, so that's what I'm asking. So we've had a prior ruling, thank you. So just for any red and black persons who may be here under Rule 22 with a photo opportunity that the court granted, the Rule 22 has been amended to prohibit the media from taking any photographs or videos, of course, of these particular photos that the state is going to introduce to the jury. So if you can turn, thank you for doing that. I saw you turn your camera off. If anyone is here from the red and black pursuant to Rule 22, if you would please not photograph. Go ahead, Mr. Bolden.
Your Honor, and I think the court may have to
right.
switch. So Dr. Falzon, you should have a monitor down there to your right. Okay. Dr. Falzon, we're going to start with State's Exhibit 2. What is State's Exhibit 2, sir?
It's a photograph of the body of Miss Baker as received, and it depicts the face, the torso from the chest down to the hip area, and the upper extremities.
State's Exhibit 3, same question.
This would depict the lower aspect of Ms. Baker from the upper chest, including the lower extremities, and you can see the charring of the body in this photograph.
State's Exhibit 4. What do we see here, sir?
This is a photograph of the face of Ms. Baker, showing a degree of charring and also the blunt force injuries that I alluded to prior, notably the bruising around the eyes.
State's Exhibit 5. Is that just a slightly different angle of her face?
Correct. It's a slightly closer up view of the face.
Same question as it relates to State's Exhibit 6.
Again, closer up view, focusing mainly on the right eye.
State's Exhibit 7.
This depicts the left side of the face, and there's again charring, and you can see there's a braided laceration, kind of like a U-shaped, inverted U-shaped lesion on the left side of the chin.
State's Exhibit 8.
Okay. This is a photograph depicting the left side of the face, neck, and the left shoulder, and you can see the ligature mark on the posterior aspect of the neck.
State's Exhibit 9. Is that just kind of a closer up photograph of what you just described?
Correct. And you can see the single linear mark that extends over the posterior neck. And you can also see the bruising behind the left ear.
This is State's Exhibit 10. What do we see here, Dr. Falzon?
It's a photograph of the neck aspect. You could see the ligature mark on the top, which is an electric cord, and you can see the plug aspect, the prongs on the left-hand side of the photograph.
And Dr. Falzon, I think you can actually, if it would be helpful, the screen in front of you, you can touch and circle things. Just to clarify what you just described as it relates to the ligature. And I think Your Honor might have to, Mr. Dickey explained that there's a within, yes. All right. So you've made some drawings on.
The U-shaped, I need to erase that. Okay. But so I'm marking here the cord, and that's the prong aspect and the plug attached to the cord there.
In this photograph, is the stab wound that you previously described also identifiable in this photograph?
That would be...
Right. Thank you, sir. State's Exhibit 11. What do we see here, sir?
Again, you see the cord here. Difficult to see because it's.
And the circle at the end, is that the
That's the end of the
plug to the
plug, yeah.
It's Exhibit 12. What are we seeing here, Dr. Falzon?
It's the front of the neck. Again, there was extensive charring, and there was a lot of smeared, dried blood on the skin. But you could see the stab wound, and the stab wound had what we refer to as the blunt edge and the sharp edge. When you have a knife, obviously you have a cutting edge of the knife, and the back, the non-cutting part of the blade, and they both leave kind of distinct characteristics. But this would be the blunt end there at the back. So you see the blunt end on the, I guess, on the right-hand side of the body, with the sharp edge more directed towards the middle of the body.
We'll come back to that later, Dr. Falzon, but I'm going to move on for now. This is State's Exhibit 13. Is that just a slightly different angle of the stab wound that you just described?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 14, particularly on Ms. Baker's left shoulder. Did you reach any conclusions about that area where there's no charring, sir? If that question makes sense.
Right. It looks like an area of what we'd call sparing. There's no soot and charring on that area, and most likely that was where the plug was resting, kind of like protecting the skin from the soot deposition.
State's Exhibit 15. That just a slightly different picture of different angle of
Correct. Closer up view.
what we just described. Okay. Okay. These are where it gets even tougher. State's Exhibit 16, Dr. Falzon. What is this photograph?
That's a photograph depicting Miss Baker's genital area. You can see the bruising. The above, this would be kind of like an area of charring, heat damage. So this is not part of the injury she sustained while she was alive, but you can also see the bruising around the introitus, the entryway to the vagina.
And we're going to follow up on that with State's Exhibit 17. Again, I apologize. State's Exhibit 17, what is this a photograph of, Dr. Falzon?
This is a slightly different angle of the vaginal area. You could see a bruising that completely surrounds the anus, which would be this area here. And then you see the bruising on the right-hand side and the posterior aspect of the introitus, the entrance into the vagina.
State's Exhibit 18, is that just a slightly different angle of the last photograph, sir?
Correct.
We're almost done. State's Exhibit 19, shifting gears. What are we looking at here, sir?
This is a photograph of the back of Miss Baker's left hand.
State's Exhibit 20, is that just a slightly different viewpoint of that left hand?
Correct, and it's showing what we refer to as an incised wound. With sharp force injuries, you can have stab wounds where the knife is actually penetrates, the blade penetrates into the body, or you can have an incised wound where the cutting edge is dragged along the surface of the skin. This here is an incised wound that we see, that area there.
State's Exhibit 21. Again, are we just kind of looking at that same left hand, sir?
Correct, and you can also see there's another incised wound, another cut in the web space between the fourth and fifth finger. So that would be that area there.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 22, is that just a picture of the ligature that you previously described after it had been removed from Ms. Baker's body?
Correct.
Dr. Falzon, I want to first talk about the injuries that you've described and the photos that we've seen in Ms. Baker's genital area. And you've described those and we've seen the photographs. Based on your training and experience coupled with your observations of that area of Ms. Baker's body, what, if any, significance can you attribute to the causation of those injuries?
Those would be caused by sexual intercourse with force used.
As it relates, and then I realize I'm jumping around a little bit, as it relates to your observations with regards to the ligature and Miss Baker's, the fact that her hyoid bone had been broken. And again, based on your training and experience, what, if any, significance do you attribute to the causation of those injuries?
So the injuries on the neck that we saw from the cord and the fractures of the hyoid bone would be the result of strangulation, ligature strangulation.
And then Dr. Falzon, as it relates to your observations of the stab wound that you've previously described on Miss Baker's neck and the wounds, which I believe you previously referred to as defensive type wounds to her left hand, do you have, and again, based on your training and experience, do you have an opinion as to the mechanism by which those injuries may have occurred?
Those would be sharp force injuries inflicted by a knife. Just to expand on the stab wound, because we described the injury on the skin, but once the internal examination is performed, there was actually injury to the internal jugular vein on the right side, which is the main vein that drains blood from the right side of the brain, which would explain the amount of hemorrhage, the blood on Miss Baker's skin. And that would have been caused by a knife.
Okay. And did you, were you able to form an opinion as to how that stab wound may have been inflicted?
Given the orientation, the location, and the orientation of the wound, as part of the assessment of the stab wound, I also try to ascertain the direction in which the stab wound was penetrated into the body. So in case of the stab wound that we saw on Miss Baker's right neck, the knife entered through the skin and it went from front to back, downwards and to the left. In my experience, that has often been due to somebody being stabbed with the perpetrator standing behind the victim and forcing the knife into the body cavity like that.
And again, referring to your observations as to the incised wounds on Ms. Baker's left hand, what, if anything, do those wounds tell you about what you just referenced?
Those would indicate that Ms. Baker would have been in the process of trying to protect herself from the stabbing while it was being performed.
Would it be helpful to the jury to kind of demonstrate what you've just described, sir?
Yes.
Well, Your Honor, is it okay if I ask Dr. Falzon to step down into the
It's fine.
Dr. Falzon, I'm going to hand you what is very clearly a rubber knife. And I'm going to be Ms. Baker. And so what you just described on the stand, sir, if you could kind of describe or show exactly what you described.
So the entry wound would have been somewhere here. So with holding the knife like this, the blunt end would be at the 10 o'clock position and the short end would be at the 4 o'clock position.
And again, as it relates to the injuries to the hand, how would that, in your estimation, have occurred?
So if she was trying to hold on, that would explain the cut on the space between the fourth and the fifth finger. Again, the direction would be front to back, downwards, and to the left.
Thank you, sir. You have a seat. Back in. Dr. Falzon, based on everything that we've talked about, well, actually, I want to back up just a little bit. Did your autopsy of Ms. Baker reveal anything as it related to her larynx?
She did, yes, I did examine the larynx, the voice box, where the vocal cords sit, and she did have a slight amount of soot present below the vocal cords.
Did you also, as part of this autopsy, request or refer Ms. Baker's blood be tested for the presence of carboxyhemoglobin?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with the results of that report?
Yes, I am.
And what was that?
I believe it was between 6 and 14%. I may have to jog my memory. I gave you back the report, but
now let's talk a little bit about carboxyhemoglobin.
okay.
What is that, sir?
Hemoglobin is a molecule that transports oxygen. It picks up oxygen in the lungs, takes it and deposits it in the periphery of the body, and it picks up carbon dioxide and releases that back in the lungs during respiration. Now, when as part of the fire, carbon monoxide is formed. So carbon dioxide is carbon with 2 oxygens. Carbon monoxide is carbon with 1 oxygen. Carbon monoxide tends to attach somewhat more strongly to the hemoglobin molecule, and it actually prevents hemoglobin from transporting oxygen. So when somebody is exposed to a fire, we test the blood for carboxyhemoglobin, which is essentially hemoglobin attached to a carbon monoxide molecule.
And so based on your observations of soot being deposited below Ms. Baker's voice box and the results of the carboxyhemoglobin test that you just described and testified to, is that significant in any way to you, in your opinion, doctor?
The level of carboxyhemoglobin was not high enough to be considered a cause of death. Typically, we expect carboxyhemoglobin to be more than 50%. People who smoke tend to have, elevated carboxyhemoglobin levels. But in the case of Ms. Baker, the presence of the soot below the vocal cords and the slightly elevated carboxyhemoglobin level would indicate that she was still alive when the fire was set.
Thank you, Dr. Falzon. So again, just to summarize everything that you've testified to thus far, were you able to form an opinion as to the cause of death of Ms. Baker?
Yes, I did.
What was that opinion?
So she died of a ligature strangulation and a stab wound of the neck. I also described the bruising on the head, the blunt force trauma of the head. As part of the internal examination, I did examine the brain, and there was some subarachnoid hemorrhage on the surface of the brain. So the other contributory factor would be blunt force trauma of the head.
Did you rule the manner of death, Ms. Baker's death, a homicide?
Yes, I did.
Overruled.
Dr. Falzon, you mentioned that part of a autopsy may include taking an X-ray or radiograph if there is evidence of a stab wound. Did I understand that correctly?
Correct.
Why do you do that?
When somebody is stabbed, the
Yes, sir.
Relevance. It's undisputed that Ms. Baker was stabbed.
All right, Mr. Bolden, do you care to respond to the objection?
Trying to allow Dr. Falzon to testify to everything that was done as part of Ms. Baker's autopsy.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
That's for the same courtesy during our examination.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz. What do you mean by that?
We just asked for the same courtesy that the honorable state has received.
When there's an objection made, I will rule on it. Mr. Bolden, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you also obtain a sample of Ms. Baker's blood?
Yes, I do.
What is the purpose of that?
That would be performed to collect the specimens to submit for testing for toxicology.
And is a blood spot filter card also submitted?
Yes.
And
All right. I'm going to sustain that objection, Mr. Bolden, if you'll rephrase.
okay, I will rephrase it, Your Honor. What other physical evidence is, I guess, obtained or submitted as part of an autopsy?
To establish a reference point for DNA testing, a blood spot filter card is prepared whereby we take a filter paper card and we put drops of the victim's blood that is air dried and then submitted for analysis.
Was a sexual assault kit obtained in this case?
Yes, it was.
Can you explain briefly what we mean by a sexual assault kit?
A sexual assault kit has various components to it which help in collecting evidence in cases where sexual assault is suspected. It would have swabs to collect DNA. It would have slides whereby we smear the swabs and prepare smears to look at under a microscope. It would have nail clippers to clip nails and envelopes, put those nail clippings in. And it would also have envelopes for head samples of head hair, pubic hair, and pubic hair combings.
And I apologize if you mentioned this already, but when you're talking about swabs, from where on Miss Baker's body were those swabs obtained?
Swabs are taken from the mouth, oral swabs, from the vagina, and from the anus.
And again, I apologize if I just misheard. You mentioned smears as well. How are those smears created?
The smears are created from the swabs. So we put a Q-tip with a cotton tipped end, and that would be inserted in the cavity, the oral cavity, the vagina, the anus. Once fluid is absorbed onto the cotton tip, while it is still wet, we would take the glass slide and smear the tip of the Q-tip on that slide to prepare the smear.
Your Honor, we have a motion.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you go into the jury room. Don't discuss the case. This is a good time for a bathroom break. We will be with you shortly.
Oh my, we about to have another motion for mistrial. We ain't gonna get through none of this stuff. I don't know what they did, but something went wrong, and now we gonna have another motion for a mistrial. She sound like she worked. I know her outfit do too. I can't even take her serious without having a robe on.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. Mr. Cruz, your motion, sir?
Well, I want to do the simple thing first. We have an objection to the known pubic hair of a victim. Exhibit 31 is empty. So that's empty.
Your objection is to Exhibit 31.
Right, but I do have a motion.
Did he just say the pubic hair, the public hair?
No, but I want to hear your objection, and then you can make your other motion. Go ahead.
I believe the purpose of showing this is Dr.
Get to the mic. I want to hear what you got to say. It's so important. Damn it.
Okay.
There is no CC, y'all.
They had items. They had items. No objection to those. But we do have a motion.
All right, well, let Mr. Bolden respond to your objection.
We want to get this motion in.
Your Honor, I mean, I can show Dr. Falzon, we can open it. I mean, I guess the objection is the fact that it's empty and somehow that makes it inadmissible. I don't know that that's the case. I don't know that I know how to respond to that particular objection.
I can make it clear. It's confusing. The pubic hair is relevant for his testimony. An empty bag that just says pubic hair is irrelevant in this case. That's what we're objecting to, the ground that we are objecting on.
All right, Mr. Bolden, do you care to respond to the objection about relevancy?
Again, I think the fact that Dr. Falzon has testified that pubic hair is taken, why don't we let him look at it? Because Mr. Cruz's assertion that it's empty, I honestly had not opened the bag, so let's allow him to do it. We can do that momentarily. I'd like to hear the motion. Sure.
All right, that's fine. We'll hold off on Exhibit 31's objection. Go ahead, sir.
We're moving to suppress the oral swabs due to chain of custody. In this case, it has been stated that oral swabs, vaginal swabs, and anal swabs were taken. We have the chain of custody report. The chain of custody report says that only 2 oral swabs were taken. I assumed that was pretty much an error on the chain of on the custodian, because Ms. Bigham, 2024, conducted a test on these swabs, and it was determined. They went to a company in California to do this test. That's something we'll address on cross-examination instead of using a company here in Georgia. But that company came back and said, you know what? We did this presumptive test. These are actually vaginal swabs. However, now that I'm seeing the original packaging that Dr. Falzon put these items in, and please correct me if I'm mistaken, a vaginal swab wasn't taken. Ma'am? I'd like to show the report, State's Exhibit 28. State's Exhibit 29.
I don't know that I need to see the exhibits at this moment. I want to hear your objection about, you're asking the court to suppress certain
I would
things.
ask
Tell me that.
to suppress the, I'm asking 2 things.
Okay.
Either I'm asking the court to suppress, I believe it's oral swab B. Let me confirm which swab it is, Your Honor. Court's indulgence.
Oh, I wish I could read your lips, because I want to know what he telling his other friend, not his friend, but his coworker. I think this is going to be very important, because remember, They supposedly found his DNA on her 25, 23 years later on a grape kit. Well, if we get all this DNA suppressed and all these swabs, we don't know where y'all swabbed it from. Get this evidence found out. He like, I got an objection and I got a motion, but I want to get to this motion first. Y'all submitted evidence with a public hearing and it don't have a public hearing in it. Where's the public hearing? Ain't no public hearing. Remember, we heard about that yesterday that they kept talking about the public hearing that was on her behind.
All right, so one of these are labeled as item 2I. Or give me a second to identify item 2I.
Come on, who is that guy sitting next to him, the paralegal? What is this other guy doing? You not helping my man's out? Or is he the comfort person like Donna Adelson had?
So for purposes of the record, oral swabbing B is labeled as item 2I, as an igloo. Oral swabbing A is labeled as item 2J, as in joy. So, Your Honor, on November 4th, 2024, and mind you, this wasn't a discovery, by the way. November 4th, 2024, Pure Gold Forensics.
Okay, hang on just a minute, Mr. Cruz. Let me ask you this question. Are you making a motion to suppress?
I am. But this is based on knowledge I just learned just now going over these exhibits. So this isn't a motion that was untimely because I knew about it 10 days from when I just learned this here today.
All right, let me stop you right there just for a moment. Is there any response to the motion to suppress as opposed to a motion in limine or an objection based on something else? Go ahead.
Yes, I would object to be characterized as a motion to suppress. Mr. Cruz, we've had hearings going back for months. We've discussed making any physical evidence available to him to inspect, and we would have done so at any time. He never asked. He asked in court, but never followed up with that. This evidence we would have gladly shared with Mr. Cruz at any point had he actually asked, but he did not. I don't think what he's asking for this morning, well, again, I don't know a motion to suppress at this point. I don't know what legal grounds he's asking that be suppressed. He mentioned chain of custody. I think that argument is more of a weight versus admissibility issue. It's very hard to respond when I don't understand exactly what is being asked.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cruz, let me ask you this question. With regard to this motion you're making now, is it, as you stated earlier, about the issue of the chain of custody?
Correct.
All right. I'm making a ruling right now that that is not a motion to suppress issue. You are entitled to cross-examine this witness or any witnesses with regard to the chain of custody, and I'm not going to allow it.
Judge,
If you have an objection to something else about the admission of this evidence, I will hear it.
Judge, motion to suppress, motion to limit, the phrasing is irrelevant.
No, it is not, Mr. Cruz.
Well, forgive me, Your Honor. The state, when the chain of custody issue is raised, the state has the burden to show that that this evidence is the same evidence that was collected and that it wasn't tampered with. The issue we have is that both of these items from Dr. Falzone, excuse me, I don't know Dr. Falzone, items were collected by him and labeled by him. There's going to be testimony in this trial 24 years later that, oh, actually, one of these is a vaginal swab. Dr. Fazone, as you've heard from his testimony, is very careful. He's very diligent. It sounds like he takes his time and does his work the right way. So we're moving for the state to even show a chain of custody for these items. I think their burden to show a chain of custody for these items and that they were not tampered with. Or we ask the honorable court to exclude any mention that oral swabbing B is a vaginal swab, because from what I'm seeing for the first time today in court, it is not.
All right, Mr. Cruz, I'm going to overrule your objection and I'm going to deny your motion. And I'm going to make the statement that the complaint that you're making in the form of an objection and the request to make a motion is certainly appropriately addressed by cross-examination. You have every right to cross-examine any witness with regard to chain of custody, with regard to the issues of tampering, anything that is relevant to the evidence that's being offered. You have every right to cross-examine with regard to those issues. And so that's the reason I'm denying your objection. And if there are any other objections to the admission of that evidence, I want to hear it now. I want to address one more thing before we bring the jury back. Any other objections to the admission of that? I mean, I haven't ruled that admissible yet. We haven't made an, there hasn't been a proffer, but if you have something that you'd like to object to now that you know about, so you can do that.
We will stand by our chain of custody.
All right.
Motion.
All right, thank you. I do want to make a comment, Mr. Cruz, and this is really for all parties, but it's related to the comment that you made a little bit earlier. You did not make an objection, but you stated something to the effect of, we're asking the court to extend us the same courtesy. My comment to all parties, but particularly to you with regard to that comment, is this. That comment about the court's behavior is not appropriate in the manner in which you said it. The court makes rulings of law, not courtesies. The court extended, Mr. Cruz, you a courtesy this morning when you were 20 minutes late. I knew why you were late and I extended you that courtesy. That's a courtesy. But in terms of this trial and in terms of making comments in front of the jury, the only appropriate comments to be made are not comments. They are objections. They are proper examination questions, cross-examination questions, things of that nature. And the court will respond to proper objections. Any comment on the courtesies of the court or fairness or things of that nature that are not in the form of objections need to be made outside the presence of the jury. And that's my statement.
Yes,
thank you. Anything else before we bring the jury back in?
Your Honor, if we could have just maybe a minute for us to take a restroom break.
All right, why don't we be off the record until 11:15? That's about 12 minutes. All right, we'll be in recess until then. Thank you.
Well, and it continues. I don't know what they're doing in Fulton County, but that's not a good look. I guess that's going to be something good that the defense can bring up on appeal, like if he is convicted of this, because, DNA swabs, things of that nature are a big deal when you talking about you found something 23 years later. Like, are y'all really, like, I don't know if I can really trust Fulton County or Georgia or any law enforcement for that matter to find DNA on something 23 years later. Just my personal thing. We definitely want, whoever is guilty of this crime, we want them punished, right? But not by any means necessary or just putting an innocent person behind bars. We got to do better with stuff like this. And this is what causes me problems. Like, I don't know how they reconcile all of this stuff. But we had TiVo time, so I took us past that portion. So past that part, and we will go back into the courtroom, guys.
Cruz? All right, thank you. You may bring the jury in. All right.
Judge, did you issue a ruling on our objection to the empty pubic hair package, or no?
Hang on one second. I thought that I had said it. I was overruling your objection. Maybe I didn't make that clear. I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz. I'm overruling the objection. All right. If you have any other objections to the introduction of evidence, you may make them. I haven't ruled them admissible at this point. The state hasn't proffered them in that way. So if you have any other objections, you certainly can offer them.
Yes, ma'am. But on that ground.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Thank you. You may bring the jury. Please be seated. Mr. Bolden?
Thank you, Your Honor. Excuse me, Dr. Falzon. I think we were talking about the collection of the sexual assault kit. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I am going to, if I may approach the witness, Your Honor. I think, Dr. Falzon, this is State's Exhibits 23 through 33. Dr. Falzon, let's start with State's Exhibit 23.
Yes.
What is that, sir?
It's a clear plastic box with a label marked with the case information, and it's marked fingernails left hand.
And would that be the fingernail clippings that you took from Ms. Baker's body on January the 20th, 2001?
Correct.
Moved to tender States 23, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
State's Exhibit 24, Doctor, what is that?
It's a clear plastic bag sealed with evidence tape. There's two clear plastic boxes, each one with a label with the case information. One is marked toenails right and the other one toenails left.
Again, same question as before. Are those related to the autopsy that you've been describing this morning?
Correct.
How do you know that, sir?
Each one has a label on them with the decedent's name, Clark County, the age, race, and sex, and the unique case identifying number assigned to this case.
Any objection?
No, ma'am. I won't have any objections to any of those outside of the objection I already put on the record.
All right, thank you. Number 24 is admitted, and you may proceed, Mr. Bolden.
States 25, Dr. Palazan. What is that?
25, it's a white paper envelope sealed with evidence tape, and the label with the case information. And this one is marked oral swabbings B.
And again, same question. Is that related to the autopsy that you performed on Ms. Baker on January 20th, 2001?
It is.
Move to tender states 25, Your Honor.
All right, and based on Mr. Cruz's assertion, is that right, sir, that there's no objection?
Outside of my prior objection.
All right, then it is admitted. Thank you. And that's number 26?
25.
25. All right, 25. Thank you. Go ahead.
States Exhibit 26. What is that, Doctor?
Same white envelope with evidence tape and the unique case identification information. And this one is marked oral swabbings A.
Move to tender states 20. Now I've forgotten. 26, Your Honor.
26. Mr. Cruz, any objection, sir? All right, it is admitted.
States Exhibit 27, Dr. Falzon. What is that?
White envelope, red evidence tape, label with the unique case information, and this one is marked rectal swabbings.
Tender states 27.
Mr. Cruz, any objection, sir?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States 28. What is that, Dr. Falzon?
State Exhibit 28 is a brown cardboard folder, has a label marked with the unique case identification information, and this one is labeled. Anorectal swab.
Move to tender state 28.
Any objection, sir?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States 29, Dr. Falzon. What is that?
29, again, is a cardboard folder with the unique identification label, and this is marked auto swab.
Move to tender states 29.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
That was 29, yes.
29, is that right, Dr.
Yeah,
Falzon?
yeah.
Okay, good. States 30, what is that?
30 is a white cardboard box, again, marked with the label with the unique case information. And this one is marked vaginal smear.
Move to tender states 30.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States 31. What is that, doctor?
A clear plastic envelope with the label with the case information, and this one is marked known pubic hair of victim.
Move to tender states 31.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am, the same objection I put on the record.
All right, and thank you. Any further comment by the state? All right, I'm going to overrule your objection. Your objection is noted. It is admitted over objection.
States 33. Dr. Falzon, what is that?
33 is a clear plastic envelope marked with the case information, and this is the combings, pubic combings of victim.
Move to tender states 33, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Is that everything that I handed you?
Did we do 32?
Oh, 32? Did I skip that? I apologize. States 32. I got ahead of myself. What is states 32?
Clear plastic bag marked with case information, and this is marked known head hair of victim.
Move to tender states 32, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
I'm going to not go through all of those pieces of evidence, Dr. Falzon, but I want to start. This is states 30. There's the sticker. I think I can zoom in. States 30. Again, what is that, sir?
This is a cardboard folder and marked with the case information, and this would contain the glass slides with the smears of the vaginal, taken by the vaginal swab.
How would or was States Exhibit 30 created?
The first we do the swab. So like I mentioned, you have the Q-tip swab, that we insert into the orifice, in this case the vagina, to collect the fluids on the swab. Once that is removed, we take the glass slide and we rub the cotton tip across the glass slide to transfer cells from the Q-tip onto the smear, onto the slide, and thus creating a smear.
Thank you, sir. Then this is state 28. Again, I'm just going to show you the back. That has the sticker, then I'm going to flip it over. What is states 28?
That again would be the anorectal swab. Actually, this would be a glass slide, so that would be the smear.
And would that have been created in the same manner that you just described for the vaginal swab, smears?
Correct. So the swab would be inserted into the anorectal orifice, collect the fluid from that area, and then transfer it onto the smear, onto the glass slides.
Same question for states 29. I'm just showing the sticker there. What is states 29, just to be clear?
That would be the oral swab. Again, this would be the smear made from the oral swab.
So let's talk a little bit about the swabs. I'm going to start with states 25, which has been admitted into evidence. States 25, what is that?
It's marked oral swabbings B.
And then just for clarification, states 26, what are we looking at there?
This is marked oral swabbings A.
Dr. Falzon, I realize it's been a long time since this. I guess let me ask the question this way. Would you have collected two different sets of oral swabs back in 2001?
No.
What, if anything, can you attribute to the fact that two of those are labeled oral swabs and there is not one labeled vaginal swabs?
The swabs are collected during the course of the autopsy. As indicated in the report, I collected oral, anal, and vaginal swabs. Once the swabs are collected, as soon as they are removed, we take the swab tip and create the smear. So the swab is prepared, the smear is prepared, the smear is packaged. Because the swab is moist, if it is packaged right away, because of the moisture, mold grows on the tips of the cotton tips of the swabs. So the swabs have to be air dried prior to packaging. Every autopsy, the doctor has an assistant to help with the case. So the swabs would be placed in a small cabinet marked with the name, and it would be marked oral, anal, and vaginal. And the technician would package those swabs once they have air dried and packaged and labeled those.
Was that common policy and procedure at the crime lab back in 2001?
It was.
Bear with me, Dr. Falzon. I did want to go back and ask a few more questions about the fact that Miss Baker had a broken hyoid bone, and you've described what that bone is. Can you talk just a little bit more about the hyoid bone in general in a young person like Ms. Baker?
The hyoid bone, like I said, is a C-shaped bone that sits just above the voice box. Initially, the bone is a little bit pliable. Young people have softer bones. As we grow older, that bone starts to get more calcified and become more brittle. So in younger people, you're less likely to see fractures of the hyoid bone as opposed to older people. But again, in this case, there were fractures both on the right and the left-hand side of the hyoid bone.
And based on that observation and your knowledge of that part of the human anatomy, do you have an opinion as to the amount of force that would have been necessary to break that bone?
It was a significant amount of force.
And to follow up on that a little bit more, Dr. Falzon, you've described the ligature previously and the ligature marks on Miss Baker. Now, with the hyoid bone as well, do you have an opinion as to, and again, taking into account all of your observations from Miss Baker's autopsy, do you have an opinion as to the manner in which that strangulation with the ligature occurred?
Like I said earlier, the ligature encircled the entire neck. So it passed from behind, looped in the front, and then the ends of the ligature held on each side.
And anything about the existence of those defensive wounds on Miss Baker's left hand that we previously described, is that significant in any way as to your findings related to the ligature?
I wouldn't say to the ligature. It's more in relationship to the
stabbing.
stab wound.
I understand. Dr. Falzon, those are all the questions I have for now. Mr. Cruz will have some questions, sir.
Mr. Cruz, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I move the podium, please?
You may, absolutely.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Falzon.
Morning.
My name is Attorney Ahmad Cruz. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Edrick Faust. Do you recall you and I speaking previously? Okay. Would you agree with the statement that Ms. Baker had a height of approximately 69 inches and weighed 113 pounds?
Correct.
Is it fair to state that Ms. Baker's earlobes were each pierced with a stud type earring with a clear stone in each earlobe?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that Ms. Baker had blunt force trauma to the head?
Correct.
And you previously admitted that you took photographs of Ms. Baker's condition. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to show you what would be marked as Defense Exhibit 5. May I approach?
Your Honor, I would ask that Mr. Cruz show me the exhibit before he.
That's correct.
May I approach him?
Okay.
Is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of Ms. Baker as you saw her?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Does that photograph, does that photograph appear to be altered in any way?
Not to my recollection. I can't say that I think it's an altered, no.
That's fair. Are those injuries consistent with the injuries that you witnessed on Ms. Baker?
They are.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 5 into evidence.
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted.
May I approach Dr. Falzon? Dr. Falzon, you stated in your autopsy report that contusions also surround the anal region. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you identified the contusion as a 4.5 by 7 centimeter contusion that surrounds the anus. Is that accurate?
Correct.
I'd like to show you what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 6. Let the record reflect that I am showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 6. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Let the record reflect that I've provided Dr. Falzon with Defense Exhibit 6. Dr. Falzon, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, you do.
Is it fair to describe that there are 2 photographs of Ms. Baker's anus and 1 photograph of Ms. Baker's upper body, chest to head?
Correct.
Would you agree that the contusions that surround the anus support that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted anally?
Yes.
May I approach? Okay. Oh, here. Your Honor, I move to admit Defense Exhibit 6 into evidence.
No, Your Honor. It is admitted.
And I would like to publish Exhibit 6. And just to make sure we're clear, these are photos of her anus and her upper body. Is that right?
Correct.
The state spoke with you about the packaging on state's exhibit. May I see those exhibits? Are those exhibits still? On state's exhibit 25 and state's exhibit 26. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Just to refresh you on what those are. And you recognize these from direct examination, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You stated that the way that these are packaged, and please stop me at any time if I say it wrong, I just want to confirm that I heard you correctly, that you get a vaginal swab, you then make a smear out of it, but because mold may get on the swab if you leave it out, mold may get on the swab because it's wet, you leave it out to air dry, and then a technician would package it up later. Is that correct? Did I understand it correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. The question I have for you, does no one check the technician when he labels or she labels the items to ensure accuracy?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. So, Dr. Falzone, is it possible I'll ask you this way. If no one checks, how do we ensure what's in either package?
It should have O, A, and V in front of each and every swab, the respective swab.
If it's checked.
Obviously, it wasn't done correctly in this case.
Correct. Are you aware that it is extremely important to collect and store swabs a certain way if DNA is involved?
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that if it's done incorrectly, it could affect the results of any subsequent DNA testing of those items?
Absolutely.
In regards to the way that the swabbing takes place, for oral swabs, if you remember, did you do swabbing of the lips, the cheeks together, or is that something you would do individually?
It would be done individually. So we would put the swabs in the space between the cheek and the teeth, and then insert it into the mouth, or into the oral cavity.
So one swab would start with teeth. Say that again one more time. I'm sorry.
In the space between the cheek and the teeth, and then insert it into the oral cavity itself.
Okay, but we don't do the area in front of the teeth and the lip.
No.
Okay. So teeth and cheek and oral cavity, I'm assuming, is just
inside the mouth.
Excellent. Thank you. In regards to the stabbing, I believe the state. Can I use your knife? I believe the state asked you to do a demonstration of your opinion of the way the stabbing took place.
Correct.
Is that the only way Ms. Baker's stabbing could have occurred?
Given the direction of the wound, that is the most plausible explanation for that. I don't know if you had any other, explanations that I could assess as to whether they're plausible or not.
Well, I may have one.
Okay.
But the question that I'm asking now is the demonstration that that was performed on direct. Is that the only way that the stabbing could have happened?
I mean, there could be other ways. I mean, if you had a left-handed individual,
So I'm left-handed, face to face, and if I was to do it this way, we would get the same result.
Essentially, yes.
Right. Court's indulgence, Your Honor. Just to confirm, the next exhibit, would that be Defense Exhibit 7? Okay, thank you. Dr. Falzone, I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit 7 and Defense Exhibit 8. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Let the record reflect that I'm showing Dr. Falzone what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 7 and Defense Exhibit 8. Dr. Falzone, do you recognize Defense Exhibit 7 and Defense Exhibit 8 as additional photographs of Ms. Baker's anus?
Yes.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of Ms. Baker's anus as you remember?
Yes, but it also has the vulva with the burn injuries that I mentioned earlier on the direct.
Can I approach?
Sure. The burn across the upper.
Where's the vulva?
That would be here.
What is this here?
That would be the anal region down there.
Well, you need to tender them. That's right. Any objection about exhibit 7 or 8? They are admitted and you may publish, Mr. Cruz.
Well, that would be the vulva again, different orientation. Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. If media would just turn their cameras off, we're going to post these pictures. Thank you. We're going to continue on as scheduled. So the document camera is on, Mr. Cruz. You may use it.
Okay. Exhibit 7. It's over there, Your Honor.
Is it already on the screen?
No, ma'am. I like to use my laptop.
I see. I'm sorry. I had the wrong one on. I thought you were going to use I thought you were using that machine. Hang on just a minute now.
Dr. Falzone, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen, okay? I believe when you were on direct examination with the state, and can you look over here, Doctor, just so I can point to it for you? Justin, bring the resolution down. Just make it just a tad bit smaller. A little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. A little bit more. All right, about right there. You mentioned that this area was her vagina. Is that right?
Correct. Her detritus, yeah, the vulva.
Okay. And you said this area here is her
Anus. And this would be above her pubic area where the purple area is. That's a post-mortem burn artifact.
Okay, so the question I have for you, and I may need to use another exhibit if you don't see it, is it possible that she would have pubic hair around her anus, but no hair around her vagina? Okay. I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Hi, any redirect, Mr. Bolden?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Dr. Falzon, I think in connection with Exhibit 6.
Thank you.
When you were asked questions about Exhibit 6, I believe you were asked a question as something to the effect of, with the injuries to Miss Baker's anus being consistent with sexual assault.
Correct.
You recall that question? And just to be clear, would that also apply to the injuries that you observed to her vagina?
Could you repeat the question?
Yes. Would the injuries that you observed to her vagina also be consistent with sexual assault?
Correct.
And as it relates to either of those, does a sexual assault necessarily indicate that there's going to be the presence of any physical evidence recovered on that sexual assault kit?
Not necessarily.
What could be some reasons why that might be, sir?
I mean, one would expect to find DNA related to semen, but there may not be semen present there. I mean, the individual may not have ejaculated. A condom may have been used. A foreign object may have been used. So there's multiple explanations as to why DNA may not be recovered.
And are you familiar with the idea of, or the, I guess the phenomenon of drainage, sir?
Fluids travel by gravity.
Okay.
So, yeah.
That's all I was asking. Thank you. And then also on cross-examination, you were asked if the labeling of the items, the question that I heard was that the labeling affects the results of the DNA testing. My question to you, sir, is could the fact, let me think of the best way to ask this. Is the the labeling itself, what is marked on a certain exhibit, have anything to do with the results of any testing of what is inside?
It would impact the interpretation of it.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Any requests, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am. Just
Go ahead.
one thing with Defense Exhibit 6. May I publish Defense Exhibit 6 to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes. How did you want to do that? On your computer?
No, I was just going to hand them.
That's fine.
May I approach you, Dr. Faust? Thank you. And for the record, Your Honor, Defense Exhibit 6 was identified as Ms. Baker's anus and the upper area of her body. But otherwise, Your Honor, I thank you. I have no other questions for Dr. Falzone. Thank you so much for your service, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Bolden, any other questions of this witness? May this witness be excused. Any objection from the defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
You are free to go, sir. You may call your next witness.
State calls Katie Lonstein.
Would you get Katie Longstein? Thank you.
So I'm gonna pause right there. And we don't have to go back. I mean, I'm gonna have to go back and at some point in time, maybe while we have some downtime in between anything. Hey, Katie, welcome in. We have to go back and listen to. I mean, I know it sounds gross. I guess gross. I don't know if gross is a word. I don't know the words of it, right? So I do think that only because I need to understand and make sure and see if the defense was able to combat this mislabeling. Was there anything that was left in the jurors' minds in regards to how this evidence was collected, how it was tested? Because if they have two labeled oral swabs, which is, your mouth area, and then they have one vajayjay swab, where is this other behind swab coming from? And if he's on the stand saying that he typically collects two oral swabs, one from this area and one from a different area, the lips or something. Well, if that's the case, then where is this last swab that we're talking about that they saying they collected? And what happened to the public hair that was supposed to be in the bag? Like the bag that he was presenting, and that's what he was saying his objection for, is like, how are y'all putting in a public hair bag of which has on the evidence label a public hair, but there's no public hair in it? Like, where is the hair at? So we definitely have to I know, me personally, I probably have to go back and listen to it and understand exactly, did the defense poke some holes in it? Only because I'm thinking as a juror, like when a medical examiner is up there, I am trusting every word that comes out of their mouth. That's just me. Now, I mean, only because I'm not in that field. So I trust this person. They have been deemed as an expert. So I'm trusting this person that's on the stand, that they're giving me truthful information that I should take for its truth, not with a grain of salt. Like, this is the truth. This is what it is. This is how it happened. And this is what I find. So I'm wondering, like, how that fits, and did the defense do enough? Because he didn't do a whole bunch of questioning. Not to me, but maybe he just did his point. So yeah, well, yeah. Okay. So let's go back in. But yeah, I have to re-listen to that. I have to figure that out because I think that's important.
Ma'am, if you would, please raise your right hand and take an oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. If you would, please speak towards the microphone, and if you would state and spell your name for the record.
Yes, my full name is Catherine Lahnstein, Katherin Lahnstein, but everybody calls me Katie.
All right. Ms. Lahnstein, what professional field are you involved in?
I'm an attorney
Okay. And where did you attend law school?
here at the University of Georgia.
And what years did you attend school at the University of Georgia?
2000 to 2003.
Before you got to UGA, where did you complete your undergraduate degree?
At the University of Virginia in Charlottesville.
All right. And in law school, can you describe the way during the first year of law school that the student body is divided?
Yes, so we're divided into 3 sections, X, Y, and Z. And you have all of your classes with the folks that are in your section for your entire first year.
And while you were in law school, did you ever meet an individual named Tara Louise Baker?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when did you meet Tara?
Very first day of law school, we were in orientation, and that was the moment.
And so when you say that was the moment, it seems like it was a quick friendship. Can you talk to us about that?
Yes. Literally from that moment, Tara and I and another woman named Jenya became very good friends. I don't remember many moments of law school after that we weren't together, studying, walking, anything.
All right. So can you explain to the jury kind of the academic rigor involved in that first year of law school?
Yes, exhausting. You are in class 5 to 8 hours a day, then you are studying another 5 to 6 hours a day. If you're lucky, you sleep some, eat some, but it is one of the hardest things I've ever done in my entire life.
That experience, and in particular, sharing it with the same people in every class, did you find that to increase or impact the way relationships were forged at all?
Yes, you form these bonds through the stress that you're going through. You're all learning the same thing, you're all studying the same things, and you're all exhausted in the same way. People would form friendships that would turn into marriages. People would form friendships that turned into lifelong friendships. It's just unlike anything I've been through before. It's like being in the trenches, I suppose, although, I don't know other way to describe it.
All right. And so would you say that would you characterize your relationship with Ms. Baker as falling into that category of relationships?
Yes, I would say from early on, I have called her one of my best friends. And I know it feels too short, but I don't know how to describe it other than if you don't go through that sort of very difficult thing with someone and it bonds you in this really particular way.
And as it relates, I think you've already testified to this, but there are 3 sections. You take all your classes with that section that you're in. Is that right?
Yes, first and second semester, your whole first year.
Okay. I'm going to show Your Honor, Mr. Cruz, what's marked as State's Exhibit 34. And Your Honor, I ask for permission to approach the witness and then continue to move freely through the well of the court as I question her. Ms. Lahnstein, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 34. I'm going to ask you to take a look at that. Once you've had a chance to review it, let me know.
Yes, I have seen it.
Okay.
I've looked at it.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, this is the schedule from our second semester, so in beginning of January 2001 here at law school. Mm-hmm.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of what your schedule was for that semester of law school beginning in January of 2001?
It does.
Judge, I move to tender states during the court.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? It is admitted.
And Your Honor, I'm not going to necessarily ask to publish this to the jury at this point, but I'm going to hand it back to Ms. Lonstein. As it relates to Fridays for y'all, did y'all have classes on Fridays?
Yes.
All right. And what classes did you have?
We had property property, tort, and civil procedure.
Okay. And property, was that the first class of the day?
Yes.
All right. And what time did that property class start?
9:30 in the morning.
And I don't think we covered this, but are you still practicing law?
Yes, I am.
All right. Where do you practice law?
I live in Washington, D.C., and I work for an agency called the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation.
And so backing up now, back to January of 2001, I want to ask you about a Thursday evening, which would have been January 18th of 2001. Would you and Miss Baker ever study together?
Frequently, if not every day.
Okay. And so where would y'all study when you studied?
So the law library always, but there are different parts of the law library. There's this sort of first room you come into that has these big windows and it's very sun filled but it's a more casual part where people sometimes have conversations. So sometimes you would study there if you were doing a study group or if you were just reading and it wasn't too intense. And then there's this walkway you can go through and you go into the quiet part of the library. And that's where you would go if you were studying for an exam, trying to write a paper, trying to focus.
Okay. And so that evening on that Thursday, were you and Miss Baker studying together?
Yes, we were in the quiet part of the library.
Okay. And as best you recall, I recognize as we sit here, it's been over 25 years since that night. Do you recall about when Miss Baker may have arrived at the law library to study with you?
Yes, I think she got there around 7:30.
Okay. And do you recall what y'all may have been working on?
I believe it was a paper. It was definitely more than just like marking our law books because we both had our computers. So I believe we were writing something. And I know it sounds early because it was early in the semester, but that's just law school for you.
And as it relates to kind of that semester and Miss Baker's plans, was she approaching that semester with any kind of renewed or I guess elevated level of commitment to her grades?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, we all were, but she was the most organized. So she had a definite plan, whereas people like me were like, I'll try harder. But the end of our first semester was probably a bit of a shock to all of us, or, grades are hard. So her plan was to be more rigorous about her time in the library and to sort of make it into a job, like ending time, definite stay for the whole period.
And is there any particular ending time that you recall that Miss Baker was committed to?
Yes, it was 10 p.m.
Okay. So that evening, did you stay till 10 p.m.?
I did not. I had been at the library before. She had joined me there. So at that point, I was ready earlier than she was to go home. So I probably left around, I want to say around 9. Could have been a little bit later, but probably around 9.
Okay. And so was Miss Baker the type of person who had a lot of concern for the people around her?
Yes. I had to walk to school from based on where I lived. I lived just over the railroad tracks above where the Blind Pig Tavern used to be. And so not the safest of routes. So anytime I had left the library or school or anywhere before her, she would insist that I call her when I got home.
And so the area that you're describing, please correct me if I'm incorrect, but if you come down East Campus Road, going from North Campus to South Campus, and you turn left onto Research Drive, I believe it is, it goes by that area that you're talking about.
I think that's right.
Yeah, sorry.
No, sorry.
Go ahead, but I think I misnamed that street, but if you turn left underneath where the railroad tracks go over. Is that what you're talking about?
It's in that direction, yes. It's actually been torn down and is a parking lot now, but
Sure.
that's the right direction, yes.
Okay. And so did she had that concern. Did she ask you to do anything? Well, and that's going to call for hearsay. So I'm going to withdraw that question, Your Honor. Were you supposed to do anything when you got home?
Yes, I was supposed to call her when I got home, and I did not.
All right. And so did you receive a phone call that evening?
Yes, she called me about 9:30, maybe 9:45, and then she admonished me, scolded me because I had failed to call her, but I just didn't mean anything bad. I just forgot.
Okay. Do you need a cup of water or a moment?
Have some, thank you so
There's
much.
some tissues over there beside you if you see them and need them. Is that the last time you ever talked to Tara?
Yeah. I think the last thing she ever said to me was I said, hello. And she said, you did not call me. And I said, I know, I'm so sorry. And she said, but you're okay? I said, I am. And she said, all right, I'll talk to you tomorrow. And that was kind of it.
So when you say I'll talk to you tomorrow, this was Thursday night.
Yes.
So tomorrow would be Friday, January 19th, 2001. Is that right?
Yes.
I would just object to repeating questions. I've given counsel leeway. I didn't want to just make.
All right.
I would ask the court to instruct them to ask appropriate questions.
All right, I'm going to sustain that objection. If you will rephrase your questions to be non-leading.
Yes, Your Honor. What day would the next day have been?
January 19th, 2001.
And what day of the week would that have been?
Friday.
Okay. And so on Friday, what would y'all's first class of the day have been?
I believe it was property
All right. And I think we already talked about this, but about what time did that start?
at 9:30 in the morning.
Was Tara in class?
No, she was not.
Was that something that was unusual for Tara?
It was. And we did, I recall my friends and I discussing it, but we thought, well, it's her birthday weekend. Maybe she slept in,
Okay. Did she show up for any of her classes after that?
No.
Same objection. We've had 3 leading questions. That the state asks questions appropriate.
All right, so the prior 2 questions were leading. I'm going to sustain your objection with regard to that and ask the state to make sure that you rephrase and you don't lead your witness. The last question was actually not a leading question, so I'll overrule your objection with regard to the last question. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I think the last question I ask you is, did Tara show up for any of your classes that day?
She did not show up for any of our classes. No.
Okay. Were there any plans that y'all had for that evening?
Yes. As I said, it was her birthday weekend. So we had all planned to meet at a bar called The Winery just after class. And we did go. Her friends and I went, and she was not there.
Okay. When did you find out what had happened to Tara?
The next morning on January 20th.
Okay. How is it that you learned about Tara's murder?
A friend of mine from law school named Jim Davis called me, and he said, Katie, I'm so sorry, but Tara's died. And I yelled at him, and I was very mean. And I told him he was not funny. And then I hung up on him. And then I called our friends. We called them the Ericks because they lived in the same house. So I called the Ericks, and one of them answered. And I said, Eric, Jim has said the most insane thing to me. And he said that Tara died. So I need you to go get your paper and tell me he's wrong. And he did. He went out, and when he came back onto the line, he was just very shaken. And he said, Katie, I'm sorry. She died. I don't remember her.
Any response, Mr. Yellowman-Shilley, with regard to the hearsay objection?
Ms. Lonstein, I think the court's instruction to you would be, and my instruction is that please don't talk about in your answer anything anyone else said to you.
Fair enough.
Any objection?
I apologize. After that, I asked the friend that I was with to get me a newspaper. So that person did purchase me a newspaper. And then I saw the headline, student slain. And then the next thing I remember is I fell down and then I started crying, and I don't know when I stopped, but that's how I found out.
I want to ask you a little more about your relationship with Tara. And I think, Jenya also seems to have been part of this group. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Would Tara share things with y'all that she didn't share with kind of the rest of the law school section and class?
That is my perception, yes.
Okay. Was there anything related to her last name that she shared with you that she didn't share with the rest of the law school section and class, to your knowledge?
Yes. To my knowledge, this was something she kept a little more private. Her name had been Barker. It was the name of the man who was her biological father, and she had changed it pretty close to law school, from my understanding, to Baker, which is the man she calls her daddy, his last name.
Okay. Were you aware of whether or not Tara was dating anyone?
Yes.
Okay. And who is that person, if you know?
His name was Chris. I'm sorry, I don't remember his last name, but yes, she was dating Chris, and she'd been dating him for a while, as far as I knew.
Did Tara, and I'm not asking you to get into anything Tara said to you, okay, but did she ever talk to you about Chris?
Yes, in a very normal way. We talked about our friends, we talked about our families, we talked about our relationships. I myself was in a relationship with at a time, so we shared stories like that.
What was, based on those conversations with Tara, what was your impression of their relationship?
That it was good. She was positive. She would smile when she talked about him. No, nothing except for happy.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Lonstein.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
Sorry for your loss, Ms. Lonstein. Your Honor, I do not have any questions, but I would ask if we could approach.
All right, may approach.
since they won't allow me to listen in on a sidebar. You know, I'm wondering because either the defense, I believe the defense brought this in saying that her relationship with her boyfriend was on the rocks, like she was going to be leaving him. So it's interesting to see that this last witness, her friend, got up on the stand and she's saying like they had this perfect relationship. And because apparently there's going to be some testimony that their relationship wasn't perfect, and and that they were on the midst of a breakup. Also, what I find funny is that this was her birthday weekend, and if she doesn't come to school on Friday, because you like, okay, cool, that's her birthday weekend, that's why but y'all had plans to meet up to go to a bar later. I'm assuming in celebration of her birthday. Nobody's calling, nobody's texting, nobody's going to see where she's at, nobody's, it's to my understanding she had roommates. Where are the other roommates? What is going on here? I am totally lost in the sauce. Like, what? So I guess we'll find out as we go along more with the evidence, but I wish he would object.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you for right now. If you'll go into the jury room, don't talk about the case. We'll be with you shortly. There are some things I need to take up outside your presence. Thank you.
Here we go with this stuff. See, this is what I'm saying. Wasting the jury's time. We're going to take 5 years here trying to do this case. They don't have nothing together. Now the jury got to be sent out. Now we got another argument.
All right, Mr. Cruz, do you want to clarify your question and see if I understand what you're asking?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Before our trial, I filed residual hearsay motions. The Honorable Court entered an order stating that I could not ask any witness anything about what Ms. Baker told them until, I believe you prefaced it on, depending on what Chris Melton's testimony was. You said you would make a ruling after, I'm going to paraphrase, you would make a ruling once Chris Melton testified. You instructed me that in opening, I could not mention anything that Ms. Baker may have said to anyone. And as you know, in opening yesterday, I was held in contempt for making a statement that Chris Melton made that the Honorable Courts, that Mr. Yalamachili asked for, and the Honorable Court granted, saying that I violated Rule 412 based on me stating that Mr. Melton stated she must have been with someone else when he was told that somebody else's DNA was found after he knew for 25 years somebody else's DNA was, or at least he was told DNA was present. Based on yesterday, I said, well, look, I need to be conservative. I don't want to offend the court in any way. I don't want the court to think I'm doing anything intentional when I'm not. So I assumed that Ahmad don't speak on anything regarding Tara Baker's statements until the Honorable Court makes a ruling. However, Mr. Yalamachili just asked Ms. Lonstein, based on what Tara Baker told you, what is your impression of the relationship? And I looked at the Honorable Court to see if the Honorable Court is going to say anything. Nothing was said. So that's why I came to the bench to just get clarity. And the only thing I want to do, Your Honor, I just don't want to offend you. I don't want to offend you. Yesterday, I got held in contempt, and I didn't even realize that I was doing something that was improper. So I'm trying to make sure I'm walking on eggshells for Your Honor. I'm trying to make sure I do everything right for Your Honor. So I just want clarity that if that question is okay based on the court's order. That's the only thing I want clarity on. Can I ask witnesses based on what Ms. Baker told them, what is their impression of the relationship with Chris Melton and Ms. Baker?
All right, Mr. Cruz, you are mischaracterizing the court's order completely. Yesterday's moments were based on a ruling that the court made on January 21st with regard to the state's appropriate filing of a 412 motion. And we've said this, we've discussed this over and over again. And the court has noted over and over again that the defense did not file a 412 motion. The defense only acknowledged in open court to the state with regard to their motion that the only person that they would introduce or attempt to introduce evidence for with regard to any exception for 412 was Mr. Melton. And we've discussed over and over again the fact that should the defense wish to attempt to introduce evidence other than Mr. Melton, that a proper motion had to be filed. We've talked about that over and over again. Yesterday, I made a finding that you first attempted to circumnavigate that policy, that procedure, by insinuating certain things in your opening. The state made an objection. I sustained it. And I had a pretty lengthy discussion with counsel outside the presence of the jury, warning counsel not to do that. When you did it again, the state made an objection. I sent the jury out, and that's when I made a finding of contempt after allowing you certainly to explain yourself. And I found that that was a violation of the court's order with regard to 412. And so your characterization for the court about what you're allowed to say and what you're not allowed to say is not, does not comport with what happened yesterday. The motion that you filed, notice of intention to introduce residual hearsay testimony, is in relation to certain statements that you are asking the court to admit. They are pending. And they are pending because I made, and you appropriately said this, it will depend on how the evidence unfolds. And we will take up these motions again if necessary as the case proceeds. But there is nothing improper in the way that Mr. Yellowman-Chili asked that question. And it has nothing to do with 412. It doesn't have anything to do with my prohibition that I gave the defense. I think the insinuation that the court is being unfair and allowing one side to do something and the other side not to do something is absolutely mischaracterizing my order. And so I'm responding to your comments, Mr. Cruz. If you have an objection to the state's questions, you certainly may present it right now, and I will make a ruling.
This is the situation the defense is in. I am handcuffed. Being held in contempt is a very severe sanction against an attorney. It is very severe. So what I have to navigate is being respectful to the court, also following the law, but most importantly, following the court's orders. The state, they have no prohibitions on him. I can't argue consent. The court has said, well, you can't say anything about consent in regards to the DNA. Mr. Yellowman-Chili, who got up yesterday and said, oh, Mr. Cruz is so disingenuous. This prosecution is disingenuous. This guy is innocent. The evidence will show he's clearly innocent. So, but I won't go there. But we have restrictions. We have restrictions on us that the state does not have. So what I have to do, because I've been held in contempt, is I have to make sure I don't do anything that'll surprise me like it did yesterday.
Okay,
so
Mr. Cruz, I would like to respond this way. Your characterization of being handcuffed, so you speak, is very unfortunate. And I think that is an unfortunate way to address the fact that the only reason that we're having this discussion is because you have not filed the appropriate motions for the court to take up. And the ruling that the court made about whether the defense can introduce a defense of consent and other things that you mentioned are because, and we have talked about this many times, that you have failed to file the proper motions. Because when you file the proper motions, the court will hear argument as to whether your motions are appropriate, as to whether the evidence you are seeking to admit is admissible. And if that is not done, then what you're seeking to admit is not allowed. And that is just the law. And so to characterize the courts allowing one party to do things and the other side being, in your words, handcuffed is not accurate. It is misleading. That is not why the court made a finding of contempt yesterday. I'm not going to go back over my finding, but suffice it to say, I think I was pretty thorough on the record twice about whether the defense was allowed to say certain things. The rulings that I have made that supported the court's comments yesterday are in the record. They are on the record. And Mr. Cruz, you are very well aware of the reasons that the court made those rulings. And so unless and until the defense files the proper motion, which would then provide the atmosphere for both sides to argue as to whether the evidence you're asking to admit is admissible, it is prohibited. And that is the law. And so I'm not going to argue with you about that. I think your characterization of what is allowed and is not allowed is mischaracterized. I can't think of another way to say it.
Your Honor, we gave
Yes.
5 cases that 412 did not apply to a defendant saying that to a rape allegation, he's raising the defense.
I'm not going to revisit that moment, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Cruz. I've already made my ruling.
Yes, ma'am.
And so it is not appropriate to re-argue that you're right and the court is wrong. There is another venue for that.
Yes, ma'am.
I've made a ruling, and you certainly can take it up if necessary in another venue. But for now, I'm not going to revisit that ruling.
Yes, ma'am.
I've made that ruling. And unless until you are filing the appropriate motions to be heard, and I've told you yesterday that if you do file those motions, even though they are not timely, I will consider them. But until then, my ruling does stand. And so I just need to ask you your objection right now so that I know that I've finally finished making whatever ruling it is with regard to what Mr. Yalamanchili was talking about.
So I didn't have an objection. That's why I approached the
Okay.
bench. The question that I was asking, because
Yes.
maybe I'm misinterpreting what the Honorable Court instructed me to do and to stay away from. I just want to know, because what I'm scared of is I ask the question, Mr. Yalamanchili hops up, Judge, he's done this on purpose, hold him in contempt again. I'm just asking, Judge, is it okay? And we could have kept it at the bench. Is it okay? I just want to be clear. Is it okay if I ask witnesses the exact question? Based on what Ms. Baker told you and what she discussed in her relationship, what was your impression about Ms. Baker's and Chris Melton's relationship? Is that an okay question for me to ask?
Yes, it is, sir.
Yes,
That's what the state just asked.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that was one of the moments with regard to that particular witness, Mr. Melton, that was basically properly noticed by the defense to the state, because we had a hearing where we had that discussion. And so even though that notice was an oral notice as opposed to a written motion, we had that discussion in court. My ruling on the 21st was based on that acknowledgement by the defense to the state in proper form. So yes, sir. The answer to your question is yes. Mr. Yalamanchili, did you want to respond at all? I've been talking with Mr. Cruz. You're the other party. If you'd like to make a response, you may. And then Mr. Cruz, you'll have the last word. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the court said, the issue Mr. Cruz actually raised at the bench where the discussion started had nothing to do with 412. The court's already said we're not revisiting the long discussions. The court's reviewed all the cases, made its ruling in accordance with the laws of the state of Georgia. I just want to, I guess, establish for purposes of the record that Mr. Cruz filed a notice of intent to introduce residual hearsay statements. So asking to actually elicit hearsay from witnesses. The court withheld its ruling. I do want to say that at least, and I don't have a transcript in front of me, but I think Mr. Cruz has misconstrued the court's order as it related to that, which was we are going to hold rulings on this notice until such time as there has been testimony from the witness and some of the predicate requirements may be met about truthfulness. And then the court, obviously, it will be in your discretion even to admit or deny the introduction of those statements. But I just want to establish for the record, the state did not elicit any hearsay statement regarding Ms. Baker saying what it was about the relationship. We established foundation that this is a person who had discussions with Ms. Baker about her relationship, and we laid a foundation that they had a close and trusted friendship, and then just asked her about her impressions of their relationship. So I just want to make that clear for the record.
And I think that's an important distinction. So, Mr. Cruz, with regard to your question, let's go back to your question. Your question about eliciting information about the witness's impression of any status of relationship between Ms. Baker and Mr. Melton is certainly permissible. The state just asked it. The defense can ask the same thing. What neither party can do right now is elicit hearsay testimony. And let me just rephrase so we're on the same page. Because sometimes these things can get very technical, and I want to make sure that all parties are on the same page, and that is this. For example, asking a question of this witness or any witness, based on what Ms. Baker told you, do you have an opinion on X, Y, and Z? At the moment, that's not a permissible question, right? Because it is eliciting hearsay. The way that Mr. Yalamanchili has just phrased what he asked this witness is permissible based on your relation. I'm not going to tell you how to make your question, but something to the effect of how he just phrased it, based on your relationship with a certain person, the hours you spent together, the things that you discussed. Do you have an impression of the relationship? That kind of a question is permissible. The state just asked something like that. The defense has every right to respond and ask the same kind of a question. But eliciting actual hearsay testimony is not permissible at this point. Does that make sense?
I agree with the Honorable Court's ruling. I just wanted to make sure that I'm within the proper parameters, and just let the Honorable Court know, exactly where we're coming from as the defense. It's new ground when a prosecutor stands up and says, Judge, this attorney has said something and he should be held in contempt, and he's held in contempt. When the statement, again, that Chris Melton said she must have been with someone else when confronted with DNA has nothing to do with 412. I am very familiar with the 412 statute. That has nothing to do with 412.
We're not.
Go ahead, John.
I'm sorry, Judge. Just because Mr. Cruz has directly referenced statements that I've made, I would just like to say I've never in my career as a prosecutor or a defense attorney, thankfully, until this trial, been put in a situation where I had to make that request, but we were put in a situation where we had to make that request.
For both parties, I'm not going to relitigate the moment where I've held you in contempt, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am.
I am going to tell you that the comments that you have made, in my opinion, are mischaracterizing what happened yesterday. I'm not relitigating that moment. I'm going to ask that all parties move on. It is 5 after 12. I'm instructing both parties not to violate my ruling on 412. If there is a motion filed, even though it is untimely, I will consider it. But other than that, we need to move along. So is there anything else, Mr. Cruz, you would like to ask the court?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Just to let you know, I am walking on eggshells. So if I have concerns about something, I'll just ask to approach the bench. It doesn't even have to be on the record. I just want to make sure I don't violate anything that the Honorable Court puts in place.
Well, Mr. Cruz, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know that walking on eggshells is a fair representation of what happened yesterday. I think the appropriate response should be to review the court's rulings and just recognize what they are and not violate them.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. If you'll bring the jury up, please. Thank you.
Stand up for the jury.
Thank you. Everyone may be seated. Mr. Yalamichili, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Cruz indicated that he didn't have any cross-examination questions for Ms. Lunstein. I don't have any.
I'm not sure I heard that. Okay, so you were finished. Mr. Cruz, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Yalamichili, anything else from this witness?
No, Judge.
May she be excused?
We'd ask that she is.
Any objection from the defense?
No, ma'am.
All right, you may be excused. Thank you. May I see counsel at the bench know that we are excusing that witness? All right, Mr. Yalamichili, you may call your next witness.
They calls Ms. Athena Gray.
Could you get Miss Adina Gray, please? Thank you.
We're on 35. Is that okay?
So we're waiting on the next witness to come in. I wonder if the witness that it seemed like the last witness was on the stand the whole time while they were arguing. Judge said you don't get no refund on that contempt. You earned that, buddy. And you keep playing around, I will give you another one.
Ma'am, if you would, please raise your right hand and take an oath. Do you swear or affirm testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. If you would, please state and spell your name for the record.
Athena Gray, Athena, last name Gray, Gray.
And ma'am, where are you currently employed?
Athens Clarke County Police Department in the Communications Division.
And is that sometimes referred to as the 911 center?
It is.
Okay. And what does the 911 center do in Athens Clarke County?
We process incoming calls for service.
And how long have you been working there?
About 11 years.
What type of training have you received for your current position?
I am post-certified as a communications officer with the state of Georgia. I have received training for communications training officer, communications officer, senior communications officer, and several supervisory skills management courses.
And what is your current title?
I'm the 911 training coordinator.
Okay. And when someone calls 911, is there a document produced?
That's correct. When someone calls 911, we get anti-alley information. That means automated number information and automated location information. What that means is if someone calls in from a cell phone, then we get the latitude and longitude of the GPS coordinates that the cell phone tower is bouncing off of. We also get the phone number and we get the provider. So whether it's AT&T or Sprint, if it's calling from a landline, then we get the subscriber information, whether it's a business or a residence. We also get the phone number and the address that is registered to. Now, in order to create a call for service, we need to know two things. We need to know what the address is, and we need to know what the problem is. Once we get that information, then we can create a call for service in something called CAD. CAD is an acronym for Computer Aided Dispatch. It's a system that we use to create the calls for services. As the call taker is gathering the information, they can enter that into the CAD system. And another person in the room will dispatch it out for service.
You hit on the next couple of questions I was going to ask, so you gave me a chance to skip down a little bit. Is information entered by the call taker and logged into CAD?
Leading.
Sustained. If you'll rephrase, Mr. Yalamichili, don't leave you waiting.
Well, Judge, I was going to ask a question that was about the testimony that she just gave. She just testified that the call taker enters information into CAD. And so my question was about that
Objection.
answer.
All right.
Well, that wasn't a question at all.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to sustain the objection in the manner in which you asked it. I certainly will allow both parties to provide context to their direct examination questions or their cross if they choose to, but just make sure you don't lead your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Is the time that information is entered recorded in the CAD?
It is.
Okay. And is the CAD maintained,
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I'm going to overrule that objection.
is the CAD maintained in the normal course of regularly conducted activity by the 911 center?
It is.
Okay. And is that part of the regular practice of the center?
It is.
Are you familiar with the system that is used to record and maintain information for 911 calls?
I am.
And Judge, I'm going to show Mr. Cruz what's been marked in State's Exhibit 35.
Your Honor, I would object to the statements that are in this document on confrontation ground clause, on the grounds of the confrontation clause. And that's to State's Exhibit 35. As far as the computer-generated information, I have no objection.
Your Honor, and I think defense counsel has actually filed a motion to this effect, but if we could limit speaking objections, please.
All right. May I see counsel at the bench for a moment, please? Thank you.
SD, can you please ask the 8-ball or the petty, how petty is this attorney about to be now, Mr. Cruz? Mr. Cruz about to be very petty. Can you check his petty levels for us, please? Oh, he about to be petty. He about to object to everything. Lead objection. Everything objection. I object to the 911 call coming in. Please check his petty levels because he is off the. Oh yeah, he about to be petty. I ain't mad at him. He said he about to get this prosecutor back in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Now the prosecutor like, well, no, you're not about to speak these objections in front of the jury. Oh, this is about to be a battle because he already feel like he in handcuffs with the judge. The judge keep telling him, no, you are misinterpreting what was said. You ain't getting your money back. You keep playing, I'm gonna put you in contempt again. Keep playing this game. So now he like, okay, well, cool. I want to honor everything that you want to be. I don't know what kind of person that you call this. You know, that person that it's like an a-hole person. Like, okay, so I'm just gonna keep asking you, Judge, and I'll approach the bench because I want to keep asking you just to make sure. He knows. Like, okay, yeah. Here we go.
And had a chance to review it.
Okay.
And what is that document?
It's a CAD fire report.
Okay. And is there any address associated with that?
It is.
Okay. What's the address associated with it?
160 Fawn Drive and 175 Fawn Drive.
Okay. And is there any date as far as when the call was made?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what is that date?
January 19, 2001.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of that fire CAD?
That's correct.
Judge, I move to tender 35 at this
All
time.
right, Mr. Cruz, any objections, sir?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it is admitted.
And Your Honor, I'd move to publish the CAD at this time.
You may do so. You want to do it on the computer? I mean, on the screen?
Yes, Judge.
Give it a second.
I have the blue light on over here, which
That's one over here, too.
Well, and Your Honor, I think for purposes of the questions that I have for Ms. Gray, we could do it without publishing it at this time, Judge.
Right.
Sure, I'm going to hand this back to you. So there are multiple dates on that CAD. And we've already talked about the incident date from the call. Are there any other dates in the top left-hand corner of that document?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what is that date?
That's when it was printed out.
Okay, and so, but what specifically is the date?
March 24th, 2006.
All right, and so just to clarify, you just testified that that's the date it's actually printed, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, but what was the date of the actual call?
January 19th, 2001.
Okay, and is there a time associated with the call?
Yes.
What is that time?
11/22/23.
Okay, and as information is entered into the CAD, are there timestamps associated with that?
There is.
Okay. And I want to ask you about a timestamp from 11/22/41. What is the information entered by the call taker at that time?
11/22/01.
I had it in my notes as 11/22/41.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection. Counsel asks question, witness gives testimony.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. I think you're clarifying your question. Go ahead.
Says called in from 175, said he is across the street. Looks like 160 is on fire.
Okay. The entry at 11/32/50.
Per command, get investigator.
At 11/33/36.
Command advise victim in structure.
And then at 11/34/36.
Command advise need forensics.
Okay. And those times that are noted, is that AM or PM?
AM.
Judge, I don't have any other questions for Ms. Gray at this time.
All right, Mr. Cruz, cross-examination.
I have no questions for you, Ms. Gray. I just want to thank you for your service.
Mr. Yelman-Chili, can we excuse this witness?
I'd ask you to be excused, Judge.
Any objection from the defense? You are free to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch break right now. I'm going to give you the same instructions I've given you this entire time that we have met. Please don't discuss the case with anyone. Please don't do any independent research, of course. Don't go on the internet in any way and look up anything you may have heard today or before today. And other than that, enjoy your lunch. I'd like for you all to come back here by 1:30. We're going to start testimony again, so it's about an hour and 10 minutes. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you all at 1:30. Thank you.
Okay, so they got about 30 minutes we got 30 minutes, about 36 minutes left in their lunchtime because we did have some TiVo time. Wow, this is gonna be one of those cases that keep giving, in my opinion. I don't know. If they keep it up like this, I probably could watch them for a couple weeks. I don't want this trial to last a couple weeks, but if they keep acting like this, I can watch them for a couple weeks because I know it's going to be fireworks. And this man is going to fight tooth and nail for this. Like, the thing is, what I find very, 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 very interesting about this is when he was talking to the judge, when they was doing that argument, he was like, we talking about an innocent man here. Like, I felt that like from deep down in his core, like, he really I think some defense attorneys be like, here, look, I know dude guilty, but if we win on the technicality, everybody deserves a good defense. But I really think Mr. Cruz believes that his client is not guilty, and that's going to really, really, really make this case spicy because I think he fighting for himself too. Like he gonna be like the kind of attorney like with gosh, what is my attorney name that's in Atlanta? Brian Steele. Like he gonna be like, lock me up. You held me in contempt, lock me up. It is what it is. I'm doing this for my client. Nah, Brian Steele. This Brian Steele type attorney type stuff. Like contempt, put me in the jail cell. What? You ain't said nothing. I do 30 all day for my client. I wait for it to come. Y'all remember, if anybody watched the YSL trial, Brian Steele was like, he took off his jacket like, here, lock me up with him because we still need to work on this case and put his hands behind his back. That's what Mr. Cruz about to do. Mr. Cruz said, look, I mean, I'm going to walk on these eggshells and I'm going to tell you like I feel like I'm in handcuffs, like I can't say nothing. So now I want to run up there every 5 minutes and I want to make sure everything that I'm saying is cool before I say it, before I question them. Because I don't want you coming back talking about I'm in contempt again, because that was really a low blow to me. Like the prosecutor asked for contempt and then you came back and put me in contempt and then you fined me $1,000 and told me I had to pay you today. Yeah. Woo. Spicy. I think I got this little ice drink. I don't know if y'all, I'm pretty sure everybody didn't have one of these sparkling ice drinks. It tastes just like soda to me. Okay, so let's do this. I won't trouble you guys with, I don't know. I would like to listen to, I really do need to listen to the ME's testimony again, personally, but it was kind of like, gory, but I do need to hear it because I do need to understand, because it's a big thing, whether we believe it or not, like how this evidence is coming in here and how it was the chain of custody. It is not the defense fault. How they do their chain of custody down here in Georgia and why don't nobody have nothing together. And it can be very important. And I do mean very important evidence, right? But with that being said, that, you can't just stick it on somebody just because you're trying to find somebody to be at fault. So I'm going to put on, let me make sure it wasn't nothing yesterday that we missed. I know we did have the 2 firefighters that came on, the 2 first responders. I don't know, unless y'all want to, because I can listen to it on my own too. Let's listen to what the prosecutors brought in their opening statements, and we won't have to listen to it on. I like the defense opening statements better, but we'll listen to the prosecutor's opening statement. I'll listen to the ME stuff on my own so I can kind of figure that part out. And let's see what they promise us. We won't listen to it on regular speed. I'll put it on like 1.5. As soon as we are able to get back in the courtroom, we're going to jump back in the courtroom, but may do some pauses in between just to get some things. Now that we have both sides, I can kind of like analyze and kind of break down what things really stand out to me in regards to the prosecution's opening statement. Here we go, guys.
crimes in this indictment. So you've heard the indictment a few times by now. Judge Lott read it in its entirety at the beginning of jury selection. The judge also just went briefly over what the charges are again here this morning. I'm not going to spend too much time going through the indictment itself right now. There will be a time and a place for that at the end of the trial. But again, ladies and gentlemen, you know now that the defendant, Mr. Faust, is charged with 12 counts. Count 1, malice murder. Counts 2 through 5, felony murder. Count 6, burglary. Count 7, aggravated sodomy. Count 8, rape. Count 9, aggravated assault. Count 10, aggravated sodomy. Count 11, arson in the first degree. And count 12, possession of a knife during the commission of a felony. All those charges stem from the morning of January the 19th, 2001. And I expect that that's going to become clear over the course of this trial. Ladies and gentlemen, these are obviously heinous crimes. And in order to prove them, and to prove that the defendant is the person who committed them, the state is going to have to present some very grisly evidence. And that's going to come in the form of both testimony and photos. Ladies and gentlemen, some of this trial is going to be difficult. But it's unfortunate, but it's necessary. I just wanted to give you a heads up. On January the 19th of 2001 at 11:22 a.m., Athens 911 started receiving telephone calls in the area of Deer Park regarding a fire at 160 Fawn Drive. Now, if you're not familiar with Deer Park, just to give you a little bit of reference, if we head, make sure I've got my orientation right, down Lexington Road, away from downtown, heading out towards Oglethorpe County. When you get past, I guess, Gaines School, Tuxton United Methodist Church is there on the left, right off Lexington. And the road immediately past Tuxton United Methodist Church, before you get to the Walmart, is Cooper Road. So again, heading that direction from downtown, left on Cooper Road, past the church. And then actually Deer Park, which is where Fawn Drive is located, is just on the right. And so when they get this call at 11:22 in the morning, the fire department is immediately en route. The firefighters actually kick in the front door to Tara's house because it was locked. And when they did so, they encountered smoke in the main living room area of the house. And I'm going to, in just a few minutes, not yet, going to be able to show you what the inside of that house looked like. So these firefighters kick in the door, and the first thing that they notice, apart from the smoke, is back in the right corner, which is where the kitchen is located. Through the smoke, they can actually see the eyes of the stove. It's one of those old school stoves that has the circular heating element. They can see those glowing red. And so through the smoke, they go over there to the stove. They realize that the knobs that would turn on and off those eyes have actually been removed from the stove itself. And so the firefighters put those knobs back on and turn the stove off. They open the back door to the house to ventilate, to help start getting the smoke out of the room. To this point, I don't think they've completely ascertained exactly where the fire was coming from. The back left bedroom of the house, and there's actually a bathroom door right next to it, it'll make sense in a few minutes, are closed. And so they go over there and they kick those doors in as well. And when they kick open that bedroom door, they are immediately met with flames rushing out over their heads. Firefighters enter and extinguish that fire. And in that moment, ladies and gentlemen, they discover Tara. She's naked. She's in between the mattress and the footboard to her bed. The footboard had been ripped away from the bed frame itself. So she's in that little V-shaped space in between. They notice a computer cord, what appears to be a computer cord, is wrapped around her neck. And so realizing what they've seen, the firefighters back out and turn the scene over to the police. And law enforcement does arrive. And so what we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is a sketch made by Athens Clarke County Police. As to the interior of 160 Fawn Drive, I won't spend but a couple minutes going over it. The front door here is at the bottom with the arrow pointing up. Again, you see the kitchen in the back right with the stove, which is what the firefighters reported seeing glowing red when they came in the door. And what I want to focus on is what's in the top left of that diagram. It's referred to as bedroom 3. That was Tara's room. And you can see bedroom 3 has a bathroom connected to it, and then there's a door leading both from the bathroom, a door leading to the living room, and one leading into Tara's room. So that's the basic layout of 160 Fawn Drive. You can see there's a back door, which again has the arrow pointing down. And right next to that is a window that is situated right above their dining room table. You're gonna see photos that will also help kind of explain the layout of 160 Fawn Drive. So that's the house as a whole. And this is Tara's room as the police encounter it. And again, I've tried to explain, but I think this does a better job showing exactly the orientation of her body inside that bedroom in the back left of 160 Fawn Drive. So again, you can see the footboard having been ripped away from the frame and her body lying in between. So upon arrival, Athens Clarke County Police starts processing the scene. I expect you're going to hear from a number of witnesses that Tara's body, despite having obviously been in a room that was consumed by fire, her hair was actually still intact. I expect you're going to hear that several witnesses actually recall the smell of shampoo still coming from her hair. Again, there was a printer cord wrapped around her neck. I believe the printer itself was there in the room. And there's one thing that the police noticed that firefighters hadn't, was that Tara actually had a stab wound to the right side of her neck. And I think it was on the diagram. The knife was right underneath her body with blood on it. Officers also noticed a clock on the wall in Tara's room. That clock had stopped at 9:32. In processing the scene, officers noted that it appeared as if the doors and windows had been wiped clean. There's a screen to the back, that back window, the one that's right next to the back door, that showed signs of having been tampered with. And I expect there's probably going to be some confusion about exactly where that screen was when the firefighters arrived and when law enforcement arrived, but we'll get to that. Ladies and gentlemen, at 160 Fawn Drive, I submit that the evidence is going to show that any physical evidence that could have conceivably been helpful was collected. As an example, I think you're going to hear they even took the drain assembly out of her bathtub. A little bit more about the fire. I expect you're going to hear evidence that the bed, Tara's bed, was the source of that fire. And a little bit more, actually, I expect you're going to hear that there was a blanket that had been in the living room on the back of a recliner. That blanket had been removed from the recliner, taken over to the stove, set on fire, and then thrown on Tara's bed. I expect you're going to hear that there's actually still some remnants of that blanket on the stove itself. In learning about the processing of the scene, I expect you're also going to hear that there were no fingerprints of any evidentiary value that were taken in the house or off of Tara's body. I expect you're going to hear that hairs were collected from her body and from her room. And I also expect you're going to hear that her laptop was missing. The next thing I want to talk a little bit about, ladies and gentlemen, is the canvas of the neighborhood. By canvas, I mean police getting out and knocking on doors and seeing what, if anything, people had seen that morning. That was obviously done in this case to a significant degree. I expect you'll hear one witness recalled seeing a white male running in the area, open area behind Tara's house and near Tara's house around 7:45 that morning. I expect you're going to hear multiple witnesses talk about describing a black male with an orange shirt or sweatshirt at various places in Deer Park around 8 o'clock to 8:15 that morning. I expect you're going to hear one witness who described smelling a faint odor of smoke as he was leaving for work around 8:40, 8:45 that morning. At the time, ladies and gentlemen, there's just not much to go on as it related to that canvas. The next thing I'd like to talk about is the autopsy. Tara's body was taken over to Atlanta to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's Department of Forensic Sciences the next day, Saturday the 20th, her birthday. And an autopsy was conducted by a medical examiner named Dr. Edrick Faust. And here's where the evidence I submit may get kind of difficult. There were photos that were taken at that autopsy. And you're going to see some of those photos when Dr. Faust testifies. It's going to be hard. You're going to see and hear about contusions surrounding Tara's vagina and anus. You're going to hear that stab wound that the officers noted when they got in to her bedroom had actually severed her jugular vein. You're going to hear about the ligature mark that was encircling her neck, and that her hyoid bone, which is a bone in your neck, had been broken. You'll hear about a subarachnoid hemorrhage to her head, which is indicative of blunt force trauma. You're going to hear about defensive type wounds to her hands. Dr. Faust, after conducting the autopsy of Tara Baker, listed her cause of death as ligature strangulation and a stab wound, with another significant condition being blunt force trauma to the head. He ruled the manner of death, obviously, a homicide. As part of the autopsy, a sexual assault kit was taken, based on the way Tara's body was found, based on Dr. Faust's observations. So a sexual assault kit involved oral, vaginal, and rectal swabs of Tara, and smears that were created based on those swabs. And I expect over the course of this trial, there's going to be a great deal made about how one of those swabs was mislabeled. I expect the state's going to be able to clear that up as this trial unfolds. As part of the autopsy, head hair and pubic hair was retained, and fingernail and toenail clippings were taken. The next thing of significance that I'd like to talk about is some of the early forensics that were done in connection with this case. You're going to hear from Jennifer Corsi. At the time, back in 2001, Ms. Corsi was a forensic biologist at the GBI Crime Lab. She actually now works at the U.S. Army's Criminal Investigation Laboratory. She made a career out of this type of work. Ms. Corsi is the one who actually did chemical testing on that sexual assault kit, the one that we just talked about. You'll hear that her testing failed to reveal the presence of any seminal fluid, and that she took microscopic examinations of the vaginal smears and observed no spermatozoa or partially intact spermatozoa. And so, ladies and gentlemen, based on the existing technology and the existing protocols in existence back in 2001, there was nothing further that could be done with that sexual assault kit. I expect you'll hear that Ms. Corsi, then Fincher, so if I use both names, please forgive me, did confirm that the blood on Tara's fingernails, the only DNA in that on those fingernails belonged to Tara, that there was blood on the knife, and the DNA from that blood also only belonged to Tara. And there was no blood on the toenails that were taken. Not necessarily Ms. Corsi, but other forensics going on in the early days of the investigation. There were attempts to obtain fingerprints of any sort of evidentiary value, nothing to go on. I mentioned the hairs. Submit to you, there was nothing that would help in the investigation at that time. I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit more about Tara. In January of 2001, again, she's living at 160 Fawn Drive. She had two roommates, Ashley Peavy, now Ashley Hall, Valerie Lowe, now Valerie Lang. And I say that because, again, I might refer to them as both. Just wanted to get out in front and explain why that might be the case. So the three of them, Tara, Ashley, and Valerie, had moved into 160 Fawn Drive in August of 2000. All three of them were in grad school at UGA, but pursuing different programs. You know, Tara obviously was studying law. I expect you're going to hear evidence about Tara's morning routine. If she had a 9:30 class, which I expect you're going to hear she did that Friday, property law class on on the 19th. Then she was a pretty early riser, up around 6:30 in the morning. First thing she'd do is take a shower. Expect her here, she'd come out and eat her breakfast. Every morning, same thing, cheese grits. And she'd come out and eat those cheese grits, her hair's still wet. And then she'd go back into her room and sit on the floor in front of her bed to blow dry her hair. And that took a while, ladies and gentlemen, because I expect you're going to hear Tara had a lot of hair. I expect you're also going to hear about how Tara was trying to buckle down in January of 2001. As that new semester at the law school had gotten underway, she was spending less time at home and more time at the law library. But Saturday was her birthday. And on Friday night, she was going to go out and have some fun with some friends. They were going to go to the Winery, which is a bar downtown on Broad Street. I don't know if it's still there, but it was in 2001. But talk about Tara's last hours. Go through what we know about Tara on Thursday, January the 18th. We know that both Ashley and Valerie were leaving for the weekend. They were both leaving that Thursday. Ashley left late that afternoon. She and Tara had been at home together before Ashley left. We know that from approximately 7:30 to approximately 9:30, Tara was at the law library here on North Campus, not too far from the Arch. She's there with a friend named Katie Lonstein. Around 9:30 that night, Katie leaves, goes home. I think there was a discussion about, hey, call me when you get there, make sure you get home safe. And Katie indicated that she would do that, but she forgot. Why is that significant? Because Tara called her. Tara called her at 9:46 that night to make sure Katie had gotten home. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the last time that anyone is known to have spoken to Tara. Friday, again, January the 19th. I think it was kind of a cold, overcast, rainy day, kind of day that it seems like we've been having a lot of those lately. Again, expect you're going to hear evidence that the neighbor across the street smelled smoke, around 8:45 as he was going to work. Point out once again, Tara misses property class. It started at 9:30 that morning. The clock on the wall stopped at 9:32. And then again, ladies and gentlemen, 11:22 is when the fire is reported at 160 Fawn Drive. I'm going to talk a little bit now about Chris Melton. Some of you have heard his name already in jury selection. Chris Melton was Tara's boyfriend. You're going to hear a lot about the relationship between Tara and Chris leading up to January the 19th of 2001. What I expect that you're going to hear is this was a relatively typical relationship between two very busy people in their early 20s. Tara and Chris met when they both attended college at Georgia College in Milledgeville. It's now Georgia College and State University in the late 90s. Tara and Chris were introduced through mutual acquaintances and hit it off, and they began to date. When Tara graduated from Georgia College, she went back home to the Lovejoy area. And for those of you who don't know, Lovejoy is off I-75 south of Atlanta. And she got a job at a law firm there. Chris didn't finish school. He also moved back home in with his parents as well. That's in Covington. When Chris moved home, his mom told him he had to get a job. And so he got one. Chris became a plumber. And so at this time, Tara and Chris are in a long distance relationship because Covington, Lovejoy, about an hour and a half apart, maybe a little bit less. Tara moved to Athens, I believe in 1999, when she got a job at a law firm here in town. So at that time, Tara's in Athens, Chris is still in Covington, and so they're still kind of doing the long distance thing, right? Maybe not quite as long, but certainly not in the same town. And they found it hard to find time to get together. And so Chris moved to Athens. He got an apartment with a roommate at a place off Millage Avenue. And he was commuting back and forth to work. Most of his work was in the Loganville, Gwinnett County area. But I expect what you're going to hear is that Chris and Tara were trying to figure out how to have an adult relationship when they both had a work life and other things going on that they had to manage. As I mentioned before, Tara started law school in August of 2000. I expect you're going to hear that during that fall semester, that first semester, Ashley and Valerie are going to mention to you that Tara was spending a lot of time at Chris's apartment. Now, that doesn't mean Chris wouldn't come over to her house too. He did, maybe just not as often. But when they did, they'd spend the night at each other's house, both at Millage Avenue and at Fawn Drive. This is normal relationship stuff. Moving into the spring semester, January 2001. Now remember, Tara was trying to buckle down, more time in the library. Well, at that time, Chris also had good things going on. I mentioned that he had taken up plumbing. He was working for a company, but around this time, he started maybe thinking about going out and doing work on his own. You know, his business was mainly in the Loganville, Gwinnett area. And so at this time, you know, he's using his truck, not a company one. It's his gas, his time spent commuting. And if he's traveling back and forth from Athens to Loganville every day, he's not making money. And the reason why I point all that out, ladies and gentlemen, because I expect the evidence is going to show that at that time, Chris moved back in with his parents in Covington. So he could spend more time working and less time traveling to and from. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I expect that others might have thought that the relationship between Chris and Tara was starting to fizzle. Again, I think the evidence is going to show that this was just a relationship between two young people whose presence and whose futures were still being figured out, with some highs and some lows, but nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, I expect you're going to hear that Chris had gotten Tara a very sentimental Christmas present just a few weeks prior to her death, and it made her really happy. He was going to come to Athens Saturday to celebrate Tara's birthday with her. Chris saw the potential for a future between them. Others may have made assumptions otherwise. But the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is the evidence will show you that there is nothing to suggest their relationship was in a bad place. Let's talk about what Chris was doing on January the 19th of 2001. As I just got done explaining, he spent the night before, Thursday night into Friday, at his parents' house in Covington. And from 7:15 that morning until long after Tara's body is discovered, his whereabouts are accounted for. At 7:15 or thereabouts, a coworker named Josh McCurdy came over to Chris's house, Chris's parents' house, to be clear. And Josh was with Chris all day. There's a brief period of time around lunch, 1:30 to 2:30-ish, where they were not together. 1:30, obviously, after the fire on Drive. But other than that, they were together all day. Made numerous stops throughout the day. You're going to hear a little bit about some of those stops. What I expect the evidence is going to show is that at 9:08 that morning, Chris went into a Wachovia in Loganville. Wachovia, for those of you who don't know, now Wells Fargo. And at 9:12 that morning, he withdrew $480 from the teller. I expect you're going to hear about some visits that he made to a place called Truck Customs. Remember, Chris is starting to do his own thing. He's got a truck. He's in the plumbing business. He needs a pipe rack. He needs a ladder rack. So he'd gone to this place called Truck Customs. First time, I think maybe around 10 o'clock. Second time later in the afternoon. And it's at that second trip to Truck Customs, ladies and gentlemen, where Chris gets a call from Tara's mother. Something's happened in Athens. You need to come over. Ladies and gentlemen, all those facts were established fairly early in the investigation. Now, you're going to hear about Chris's reaction when he got the call from Tara's mom about something happening in Athens, how Josh actually had to drive him in his own truck to Athens. And even with all of this, ladies and gentlemen, with those facts being established early in the investigation, Chris was always under the microscope as it related to Tara's murder. He was asked to give blood. He was asked to give a sample of his head hair. He was asked to give a sample of his pubic hair. Chris was subjected to repeated interviews by law enforcement. Every time anything's ever been asked of him, his answer's always been the same: whatever you need. The evidence will show that Chris has been fully cooperative for over 25 years. I'm going to try and move a little bit quicker now because I think I'm taking longer than I intended. But there is a lot of other investigation going on in this case, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 20-plus-year-old case. The state is not going to present to you everything that was done over the course of this 23-year investigation. From a period of time, several months after Tara's death in 2001 until 2024, we're going to talk more about that soon, there was a lot of work being done on this case. But there was nothing that would point the police in the direction of Tara's killer. There are tens of thousands of pages of police reports, records. There are hundreds of hours of interviews. It would take months to present all that in court, and we're not going to do it. And in so doing, we're not trying to hide anything. We're being mindful that it is an absolute impossibility to show you every lead that was chased down and every lead that became a dead end. About the dozens of persons of interest who are identified but ultimately ruled out. Hard work, frankly, just didn't result in any relevant evidence. One example, in 2010, the ligature, the printer cord, and the knife were retested for DNA, not just the blood, to see if there was any touch DNA on those items. And once again, only Tara's DNA was found. I expect over the course of this trial, you're going to hear about some missteps and some unanswered questions. Remember that window frame I talked about earlier? Well, the window frame was obviously taken into evidence back in 2001, but now, 25 years later, it's missing. And that's unfortunate. But what is fortunate is that you're still going to hear about the processing of that window frame that was done back in 2001 and how, again, there were no prints recovered. You'll hear that Tara's laptop, the one that I mentioned had been taken from her room, has never been found. And lastly, as far as unanswered questions go, I'd submit to you the evidence can show that no one investigating this case has been able to quite figure out exactly how the defendant got in and out of 160 Fawn Drive. Was it the kitchen window with the frame that showed signs of tampering? Was it the back door? To this day, ladies and gentlemen, there's no definitive answer. And the state's not going to be able to show you the answer to that in this trial either. That fact is not necessary to prove the defendant's guilt. And so again, with all this investigation going on and no leads being developed, the case goes cold. Something happened that changed all of that in 2023. Something called the Coleman-Baker Act was signed into law by Governor Brian Kemp. In case you hadn't figured out, the Baker part of that act is named after Tara. This is a law designed to address cases exactly like this one, where all leads have been exhausted and no likely perpetrator has been identified. What the law does is it directs new eyes to be placed on the file. See if all appropriate forensic testing and analysis was done in the first instance, or if additional testing might produce evidence or information relevant to the investigation. And so at this point, enter into our story Agents Liz Bigham and Jeremy Howell with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Agent Bigham, Agent Howell are longtime agents with the GBI, and they joined that cold case unit after the law was enacted. In December of 23, they started looking at this case. And one of the first things they did was a dogged re-examination of all the physical evidence in Tara's case, including the sexual assault kit that had been taken at her autopsy. That kit was resubmitted for testing in February of 2024. And so, ladies and gentlemen, a lot's changed about DNA and the way DNA is tested from back in 2001. I expect you're going to hear that the sensitivity of that testing has improved greatly. And so, in February of 24, the crime lab was able to find first male DNA and then obtain a DNA profile from item 2I. It's going to get confusing. We can clear all this up later about the names of those items. 2I is labeled oral swab B. It's pretty confusing. And so upon further testing of 2I, what they do is they separate the DNA into what's called fractions. I'm not going to get too much into the details of it now, but the idea is you're trying to separate the female DNA from the male DNA. 2I, the oral swab B, the first fraction is a match to Tara Baker. In the second fraction, there's a partial major profile of male DNA. And that DNA is not Tara Baker and is not Chris Melton. In case I haven't been clear, when I refer to a profile, what I'm, for lack of a better term, talking about is a DNA fingerprint. So when I talk about profiles, that's what I mean. But that profile, that partial major profile from item 2I, was eligible to be submitted into something called CODIS, C-O-D-I-S. That stands for the Combined DNA Index System. CODIS is a national database of known DNA profiles. I think that as of November last year, there are about 26 million known profiles in CODIS. And once that profile from item 2I was uploaded into CODIS, the way it works is it is routinely compared against the 26 million known profiles to see if any leads could be developed. On April 30th, 2024, there was a hit. And it was that DNA, again, matched from item 2I, and that hit was to the defendant, Edrick Faust. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the first time in 23 years and tens of thousands of pages of this law enforcement file that Mr. Faust's name shows up. So what do we know about Mr. Faust? He lived at 350 Cooper Road, and we talked about Cooper Road earlier. You can see it there. It's actually at the top of this picture. The star represents 160 Fawn Drive. I'll get more into that in just a minute. Cooper Road, again, at the very top, going horizontally in the picture. If you were to go left on Cooper Road, that's where you're going to run into Lexington Road, just to give you some orientation. Mr. Faust is living at 350 Cooper Road. 350 Cooper Road, ladies and gentlemen, is literally 585 feet from 160 Fawn Drive. So, next, what happens? Agents Bigham and Howell obtain a warrant to get Mr. Faust's buccal swabs, cheek swabs. And the purpose of that is to get a known sample of his DNA. CODIS, only a lead, you got to confirm it. And again, the first fraction from oral swab B, Tara's profile, it's always Tara's profile, vaginal, oral A, oral B, we'll clear that up later. Always Tara's DNA in that first fraction. And in that second fraction, you're going to hear about there being two profiles, but the major profile, the partial major profile from item 2I was a match to Edrick Faust. And that match, I might mess up the wording of it, was 1 in 800 quadrillion.
I have objection, Your Honor. And I have a motion. How's that for it?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go back into the jury room. Don't discuss the case. Thank you.
By 17 zeros. That's not all that you're going to hear about as it relates to DNA testing that was conducted in 2024. You're going to hear a great deal about something called true allele. I am not going to go into it too in depth this afternoon, but basically, true allele is this high-tech software that uses something called probabilistic genotyping to decode very small or mixed samples of DNA from a piece of evidence. And again, I'm not going to go into all the nuts and bolts of true allele here because frankly, I just don't think I'd do a very good job. But you are going to hear from Ashley Hinkle. Ms. Hinkle is a forensic biologist at the GBI Crime Lab who is an expert in true allele. She'll give you a good explanation of what it is and how it works. And ultimately, you're going to hear that all 3 swabs from the sexual assault examination of Ms. Baker were analyzed using true allele. Again, that same swab 2I, this is oral swab B. Again, the second fraction, separating male from female DNA, at least 2 individuals, we'll explain more later. Again, the major contributor based on the true allele results was Edrick Faust. The way true allele reports, ladies and gentlemen, is that the wording is significant. It's called a likelihood ratio. What Ms. Hinkle, I expect, is going to tell you that the likelihood of a match between Mr. Faust and the partial major profile in 2I is 30 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. 30 octillion. Again, if I counted right, that is a 3 followed by 28 zeros. So 2J is another swab that was collected at the sexual assault kit from Dr. Falzon way back in 2001. We're going to explain more about what 2J is throughout the trial. First fraction, again, Tara, always Tara. The second fraction of 2J had the profile of at least 3 individuals. There's a match to Chris Melton. Make sure I get it right. 30 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match. And there's also a match to Edrick Faust. Likelihood ratio there.
Your Honor, I would renew my request, my objection.
Your motion is denied.
Yes, ma'am.
You may continue.
The match to Mr. Faust here is 70 billion times more probable than a coincidental match. Then also, ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear about true alleles analysis of the rectal swabs. Here, the second fraction had at least 3 individuals. There's a match to Chris Melton, a much lower number, 60,000 times more probable than a coincidental match. Going back, ladies and gentlemen, to 2J, the last one that I mentioned, it's a very important fact that I almost overlooked. Why would Chris's DNA be present in 2J? Well, I expect the evidence is going to show you that he and Tara had been intimate the weekend prior to her death. I expect that you'll hear that it's not uncommon for DNA to be found that far in the past, or when sex was known to have happened that far in the past. I expect you're going to hear that current guidelines for collection of evidence in cases like this is 120 hours. So that's 5 days. And again, Chris and Tara had been intimate the weekend before her death. So the rectal swabs, I don't want to spend too much time on it. Obviously, only Chris's DNA is found there. It's a very small amount. That's significant. You'll hear more about that later. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to be very clear that Chris and Tara were not engaging in anal sex. You're going to hear about a phenomenon known in the forensic community known as drainage. I guess an easier way to think about that is gravity. This is a known fact. Semen, just like any other physical object, is subject to gravity. And the vagina and the anus are in pretty close proximity. And remember how Tara's found in the floor of her bedroom. All right, so I'm nearing the end of our story. Armed with their investigation to this point, Agents Bigham and Howell interviewed the defendant. That took place on May the 9th of 2024, and it happened at the Athens-Clarke County Police Department. Mr. Faust had been placed under arrest for the murder of Tara. He was read his rights, and he agreed to talk with him. Now, I'm not going to go into everything that was said over the course of that interview. You're going to see and hear the relevant portions of that interview. But just a note, Mr. Faust said that he'd been living at 350 Cooper Road, off and on, for 40 years. To include the time frame back in 2001, 350 Cooper Road was actually his stepmother's house. During the interview, Mr. Faust denies ever dating anyone in Deer Park, ever knowing anyone in Deer Park, or that anyone from Deer Park ever came over to his house. And all that was said in this interview before he was actually told what the charges were for. And you're going to see, frankly, during this interview, the evidence is going to show that this is pretty conversational nature between the defendant and Agents Bigham and Howell. And then at the end, they tell him what the charges were for. Agent Howell actually says, and he's referring to Tara here, "Don't you remember?" And it's kind of a big deal. Agent Howell offers, "If you can help us understand why your DNA is in that house, help us. I'm here to exonerate just as much as I am to Hunt. And you'll hear the defendant's reaction. Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of my opening remarks, I talked about how this trial represents the final chapter in a long, sad saga for both the Baker family and for the Athens community. For decades, everyone who loved Tara wanted to know who killed Tara Baker. Ladies and gentlemen, Edrick Faust killed Tara Baker. Edrick Faust sexually assaulted Tara Baker. Edrick Faust set her house on fire. And now, the final chapter begins today. But the last few pages of this story haven't been written. At the end of the trial, we're going to hand you the pen, and you, the jury, will write those last few pages. And when you do, you'll have the evidence to write the correct ending to this horrible saga. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't say the happy ending. That's not possible. The correct one. You'll have everything you need to know to write the ending that the facts support and that justice demands. An ending that finds, beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant, Edrick Faust, is guilty as charged. Thank you.
Counsel for the defense, opening statement.
Can we use the monitors, please, Your Honor? Yeah, My name is Attorney Ahmad Cruz, and I have the privilege and the honor of standing beside Mr. Edrick Faust during this case. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for your sacrifice and taking time away from your families, your jobs, and your very important matters to sit and listen to the evidence the state presents in this case. We intend to get you all home as quickly as possible. Once you have all the evidence that you need to make a decision and not a moment before. First off, you can see on your screens, I'd like to tell you what happened. You all sat through 5 days of jury service and no one ever explained to you what happened. Then we're going to talk about how this is a crime of opportunity, the evidence that you were here supporting that this is not, let me put it this way. You'll hear evidence supporting that this is a crime of opportunity. Then we'll get into Chris Melton's and Tara Baker's relationship and what the evidence will show there. That is going to be very important in this case to understand what was going on with Miss Baker and Mr. Melton before she passed. Then we're going to talk about then I'd like to talk about with you the initial investigation in this case. This investigation, when it came to Mr. Faust, that isn't the initial investigation, but this investigation, when it came to Mr. Faust, you may decide that this is one of the most thorough investigations in Georgia history. In fact, you will learn that this investigation reached a level of desperation. And at the end of this trial, you are going to have questions that the state is not going to be able to answer. And I believe during the state's opening, they admitted one, which is they cannot present evidence to you, or they cannot answer the question of how Mr. Faust would have gotten into Miss Baker's home. They also can't answer the question of when did Mr. Faust's DNA get in Miss Baker's body? They don't know. They won't be able to answer the question, how would Mr. Faust get away from Miss Baker's home unseen at the time of the morning that they said he committed this crime? The evidence will show that in Deer Park, Black people simply walking were reported. In fact, on January 19th, 2001, the day Miss Baker passed away, there were 3 individuals reported, two, but one person was reported twice. It was a Black male. He had a afro, and he was wearing a bright orange shirt. And the witnesses say, hey, he's just walking normally through the neighborhood. Is he looking around suspicious? No. Is there anything unique about him? No. Actually, when I pulled out my car to get out the driveway, he stopped for me. So the state won't be able to answer if they're reporting individuals walking through the neighborhood. How did Mr. Faust get away unseen in the middle of the morning? And the last question that the state won't be able to answer for you. If Mr. Faust killed Miss Baker, why was the hair that was found on her body, around her body, in her hand, and on the murder weapon of Caucasian origin? You will hear evidence in this case that there is not a shred of evidence that puts Mr. Faust, let alone a Black person, in Miss Baker's home. All of the evidence, including the gift Miss Baker left in her hand, for police, it's Caucasian hair. Now, the state, these questions have to be answered with evidence, not speculation, not with sensationalized media coverage, and not with unsupported conclusions. These are questions the state must answer for you with evidence and proof. The state may spend a lot of time talking about Mr. Faust's DNA. That is
Okay, so they have returned from lunch. I am going to take us live into the courtroom, you know, just as quick as I said that they're still on lunch. They came back from lunch. They had their swabble, right? They had in the outside the courtroom after and during lunch. And now that they're finished, they came back a little tardy, but they back. Needless to say. So it looks like I don't know. I guess the jury must already be in there because it looked like they started the live feed with the witness on the stand. So I am going to take us back live into court and let's see what this afternoon has to bring for us.
Fawn Drive.
Yes, sir, I did. I was contacted by the division secretary that my services were requested at 160 Fawn Drive,
And when you say your services, what particular services would those have been at the time?
to process the crime scene for the collection and preservation of evidence.
And so what did you do when you received that information?
I went to the scene and made contact with the officers and detectives that were already on scene, as well as a few of the firefighters, and discussed the situation that we had and began the process after the arrival of a GBI agent to assist, began the process of processing the crime scene for evidence.
And I want to pause for just a second and talk about something kind of separate from the crime scene itself. Do you recall what the weather was like on that day?
It was kind of cool and rainy. We'd have sections of heavy rain to mostly light rain, but I believe it's in the 50s, mid to low 50s, up to as much as 60 degrees.
Okay. And so when you arrived on scene, well, let me ask you this question first. Is there a typical process that you go through when you're about to prepare to process a crime scene?
Usually the first thing I'll do, I'll take video if it's necessary. We didn't do it on all crime scenes, but on the major ones we did. And then I would do photographing of the scene before anything was moved or disturbed. We would try to document the scene through photographs and video.
And so I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36 after I show it to defense counsel. Your Honor, may I have permission to approach the witness and move freely through the well of the court?
Granted.
Thank you. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36. Would you take a moment to take a look at that and tell me if you recognize what it is?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It was presented to me by your office as a copy of the crime scene video downloaded to a flash drive.
Have you had a chance to review it?
Yes, sir, I have.
And does it, after having reviewed it, does it fairly and accurately depict the video that you created on January 19th of 2001 of the scene at 160 Fawn Drive?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right. Judge, I'd move to tender your State's 36 and publish it to the jury.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Mr. Leadall, while I'm getting this set up, 160 Fawn Drive, what county is that located in?
It's in Athens, Clark County. Is that better? Just
Your Honor, I'm ready to publish State's 36 at this time.
Lawyer left on, I'm assuming that that's what needs to happen. There we go. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, are you not getting it on your screens in front of you? Okay. There are some people that are, can you raise your hand who's getting it on their screen? Just a few people. Okay, front row it looks like, not the back row? Okay, hang on just a moment. Mr. Dickey, do you think you could help us? Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me know. See if we can get that working. Everybody has it on their monitor now? Excellent. Very good. Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
And Your Honor, just for the record, I've started the video back over at the beginning. And so I'm publishing State's 36 from the beginning. Thanks.
Wow. So they definitely gonna have us like just sitting here in silence, right? We need some Jeopardy music or something. Like they're not gonna let us look at nothing or anything. Is my music putting y'all to sleep? It might be. Make sure y'all get up. Get up. Mike, I don't know what we doing here. Like, really? I mean, he not even moving. Like, I got to check and make sure we okay here because he not even moving. But I see him blinking, so we are live, and I guess he looking at something. I don't know how long this video is. Oh, there is his chair kind of turning around. Okay. I could have kept going with the defense stuff for that. Hmm. Wow. I see they did have a hearing already for our guy, Mr. Adelson. I don't know what it was about, but what happened, and I have to listen to it later. And, interesting. Well, I think I'll do this. I'll put back on the opening statements since I was trying to listen to those. Versus just staring at him for the next 30 minutes. I don't have no clue how long we're gonna be like, they're not even talking about the video. Like, they need to be pausing and talking to the jury, because I'm assuming that the jury probably looking at this stuff like, you're not gonna talk to us about it.
About Mr. Faust's DNA being present among, as they presented to you, the multiple DNA profiles that were found and identified. But you may find yourself asking this question at the end of the state's presentation of evidence. How does Mr. Faust's DNA simply being in Ms. Baker's body, along with someone else's DNA profile, establish that
Yeah, I would have hoped they would have walked us through the video, even if we couldn't see the video. And we walking the jury through there, because it doesn't sound like the video had any sound.
I'll have a look, because I was about to mislabel it as 36 number 2. So I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 37. Please review it and let me know when you have an opportunity to do so.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize State's 37?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's an aerial photograph of the development at Fawn Drive and adjacent streets, including all the residences there.
All right. And are you familiar with that area of Athens during that time period?
A little bit, yes.
Yes, sir. Do you believe that is a fair and accurate depiction of that area during the relevant time period?
Yes, sir, I do.
Judge, I move to tender State's 37 at this time and publish it to the jury.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Your Honor, for the record, I hand Mr. Cruz State's 38, 39. May I publish this using the Elmo, Judge?
You may. All right, thank you. All right, counsel, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. And so, jury, please go into the jury room. Don't discuss the case. We'll be with you shortly. Thank you. Y'all may be seated. Counsel, just a jury member needed to take a break.
Yeah, they need to take a break because they bored after listening to that video, or I guess not listening, but watching that video with no sound, with nobody talking over it. So of course, and it's after lunch. I mean, like y'all are asking for too much. My main man. Let's listen to him. Listen to him.
He is the person that killed Miss Baker. And this is why you all are here today. This is why we are here today. We're not here to talk about, and the state is going to present this type of evidence. We are not here to talk about how bad of a person Mr. Faust may have been, how horrible of a boyfriend he may have been. That's not evidence in regards to what they must present to you to prove that Mr. Faust is the individual that committed these acts that they've chosen to charge him with in the indictment. We're here to talk about and find out whether the state's evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust committed the crimes that he's charged with. That's it. That is why we are here. And in this trial, the question is not who killed Miss Baker. That is not the question that anyone is asking you to determine. But again, the question is simply, does the state's evidence that they present to you prove that Mr. Faust, proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust is the person responsible for burglarizing Miss Baker's home? He's charged with burglary in the indictment, sexually assaulting Miss Baker, and killing Miss Baker. That's the sole question you have to answer. Not who did it, just does the state's evidence support beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust is the person that committed this crime? And that's the key issue in this entire case. And you may get distracted by emotion in this case. You may get distracted by your dislike of Mr. Faust's life choices. But you cannot lose focus, and you cannot forget why we are here today. You are here on a murder, a rape, an aggravated sodomy, and a burglary case. You're going to learn that this is not a case of stranger-on-stranger violence, but rather a case of interpersonal violence. Interpersonal relationship violence. But you cannot be distracted. You can't be distracted. The reason we all chose you is because we thought you were the best jurors to sit on this case. You would not be distracted by emotion, and you would let the law guide you and come to a just decision. The death of a person is a horrible, horrible tragedy, and no one in this courtroom would tell you otherwise. We are not the media. We don't have the opportunity to speculate and draw in viewers. We don't have the opportunity to sensationalize this case or Miss Baker's life. And that's what we're going to talk about during this trial, is Miss Baker's life. We're going to show you what Mr. Faust looked like in the year 2000. This is Mr. Faust in the year 2000. He looks completely different than he looks now. What we put an emphasis on, and what you'll hear in evidence, is this is how Mr. Faust carried himself. He was a very well-dressed, clean-cut individual. He wore jewelry. He drove nice cars. We expect the evidence to show that. We're also going to show you a picture of Mr. Faust on February 8th, 2001, which is about 2 or 3 weeks after Ms. Baker's death. This is Mr. Faust about 3 weeks after Ms. Baker's death. Without a haircut, obviously, without his jewelry in, but this is a picture of Mr. Faust. And the evidence will show this is how Mr. Faust looked after Ms. Baker's death. In 2001, the evidence will show that Mr. Faust was a 25-year-old bar-hopping playboy. You will hear for some of Mr. Faust's ex-girlfriends, particularly the state will call Miss Brenda Sweeney. And you will learn in this case that the state, Miss Elizabeth Bigham, she will testify that she's reviewed every single document in this case file. And based on her review of that information, what you will learn is that Mr. Faust did not stay at 350 Cooper Road. Mr. Faust actually stayed in Knollwood Apartments with his girlfriend, Miss Brenda Sweeney at the time. And this is information that the state has had before today and during the entire pendency of this case. So what happened? That's the question that we're here to figure out. What happened with Ms. Baker? This is Ms. Baker shortly before she passed. This is her law school photo that she took while she was a student at the University of Georgia. And these are Chris Melton's hands after Ms. Baker's death. So Ms. Baker was killed on January 19th, 2001.
See, I'm gonna stop right here. So, guys, if you can see this, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm gonna make sure I'm hearing this. This is the boyfriend's hands. This is the boyfriend's hands. Like, how are they going to explain this away? Why is the boyfriend's hands looking like this? Right, SD? Like, why is the boyfriend's hands looking like this? This is concerning to me. I don't know how we get past reasonable doubt. It reminds me of the Christopher Waffenberger case. Waffenberger, you know, the Waffle House case, right? You know, they put in so many, like, the manager could have did it, the daddy could have did it, all these people could have did it. And remember, he is the same person that they showed the video that when the police came and got him, he was hiding in the dryer. And everybody thought he was guilty because he was hiding in the dryer. But in Georgia, we saw Miss Hilton. They couldn't get this case beyond a reasonable doubt, and he was acquitted. I just think that this case is going to end up this way. How do you get past these photos? How do we explain this stuff on this man's hands? They not back in from court, but yeah, I don't know how you explain this.
These photos were taken on January 21st, 2001. This is Mr. Melton's left hand. This photo, these are Mr. Melton's right hand. During this trial, you will learn the nature of Ms. Baker's death. It was an overkill. And what we mean by that, it was terrible. That's the best word I could use. It was terrible. It was a horrible death. Ms. Baker was not only unalived, but the person who did this is Ms. Baker. They beat her. They punched her over and over and over again. And you will hear from the medical examiner the injury she had to her face. Her eyes were swollen and blackened. And then this individual, we don't know the order, but this individual, this sick individual, then took Ms. Baker's printer cord and wrapped it around Ms. Baker's neck. And he laid on top of Ms. Baker as he pulled the opposite ends of that printer cord, strangling her. That individual, at some point, again, we don't know the order that this took place, but these are the things that took place. This individual at some point walked to Ms. Baker's kitchen, pulled out a knife out of her knife block, and then stabbed Ms. Baker in her neck. And you'll hear that Ms. Baker was stabbed on the right side of her neck. This wasn't enough for this individual. This individual then went into the living room of the home, took Ms. Ashley Hall's chenille blanket off of the couch, went and turned on the eye of the stove. They put the blanket on the stove. And when this blanket caught a blaze, what occurred was this person walked back into Ms. Baker's room while Ms. Baker laid on the floor, still grasping for air. You will hear that there was a shoot in her lungs. He places this blanket on the bed. And then this person takes your laptop. You will hear back in 2001, laptops, cell phones now are like laptops. Back in 2001, laptops were like cell phones. They would have all your personal information. But this person takes her laptop, he then closes her door, locks it, goes to her bathroom door. You saw a picture of it in the States opening. Closes the bathroom door, locks it, and takes his time to clean up Miss Baker's house. As the state mentioned in their opening, this person wiped down the door. This person wiped down the stove handles. This person wiped down the back door. This person wiped down the window sill. And when firefighters, obviously fire a couple hours later, the fire burst through the roof, you will hear from firefighters that in order to get in this home, they had to kick in the door. And it was deadbolt locked. And the type of doors you'll learn that Ms. Baker had, the top lock has a key that you can put in. You have to unlock it to unlock the deadbolt. The bottom lock from the inside, you can just twist it. They have to kick in the front door. It's deadbolt locked. And the back door. There's so much smoke, and the state said this in their opening. There's so much smoke in the house. The firefighter goes to the back door to unlock the door, and the deadbolt is locked on the back door. But what you will hear is that when firefighters found Miss Baker, the individual that did this to her, this was somebody she was comfortable being naked with. The state is not going to present any evidence that clothes were ripped off her. The state is not going to present any evidence that clothes were found near her. The state's not going to present any evidence that a towel was around her. She was completely nude, no clothing around her body at all. Now,
Okay, so they are back in court. I am going to put us back live since he took that pause there. But guys, when you listening to that, what he's bringing in his opening statements, as we're really listening to this, like, how does the jury reconcile this stuff? Like, because they gonna harp on these pictures of this guy's hands. I would drive that so far in the ground, I wouldn't know what to do. And just this whole situation on, I just don't get this. I don't get it at all. Don't get it at all. I don't even know why we're here. So it says, basically what the state has is some DNA from the defendant somewhere near Mrs. Baker. And the evidence was in the wrong bag with the wrong label or something missing. Dr. Rager, from what I can gather from everything that we have heard so far, yeah, this DNA that came up 23 years later that matches something in this grape kit from this new law that they put in place in the Baker law or something they now got in place in Georgia is what they used to get this DNA. And I do know when we heard from the ME, the different swabs that they had, 2 of them were labeled oral, and then they had one labeled vajayjay or whatever. But I don't know who mislabeled them. I don't even know if the defense really harped on that point as well as I would have wanted them to harp on it. I don't know. It just looked like they got a mess of a case, and don't none of this stuff make sense. And I don't know why we here. Honestly, I think more of the boyfriend than him. I'm sorry. Yeah, so I guess I put your question up there to say I don't know. Hey, at least I tried. Who knows? I don't know. I got to listen to the ME's testimony again in regards to this, the way they were labeled and the way they were wrong. And yeah, we do have, I forgot we got the public here that's missing. So the public here is gone. Then we got where they labeled, the state did say that they mislabeled some swabs. And I don't know where they made up and planted this. I think they planted allegedly, in my opinion, Sweet Pea's opinion. I think the state did planted some evidence, or quiet as kept. I don't trust anything that Fulton County has any involvement with. So they could have just mixed up the DNA from another person's kid. I don't know. But let's go live back into court and see where we're at.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to start calling you Lieutenant Leadall. Every time I say Mr. Leadall, it just feels weird to me. So I'm just going to refer to you as Lieutenant Leadall from now on. Sir, you have State's Exhibit 37, which has been admitted into evidence up on the screen there. Your Honor, would you enable the ability for Lieutenant Leadall to draw on the screen? Thank you. And Lieutenant Leadall, looking at that image, can you draw a circle around where 160 Fawn Drive is located?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so looking at that image, it seems to me at least, well, let me just ask you a question. Is there anything different about the roof at 160 Fawn Drive from the other roofs in the area?
Yes, sir. It's covered with a tarp.
Okay. And could you point out where Cooper Road is in relation to 160 Fawn Drive if you just draw a line across the roadway?
Yes, sir. This would be Cooper Road here.
Okay. I'm going to hand you now State's Exhibits 38, 39, and 40. Same thing as before. Take a moment to look at those and let me know if you recognize what they are.
Yes, sir. I do recognize them.
And starting with State's Exhibit 38, what do you recognize that to be?
That is a diagram of the floor plan of the residence at 160 Fawn Drive.
Who created that diagram?
I did.
All right. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the diagram that you created?
Yes, sir, it is.
I move to tender State's 38 at this time.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Hearsay to the last two exhibits.
Any response to the objection? Oh, wait, you mean of 39 and 40?
Correct.
Okay,
Those are the
let's-
ones with the titles on them.
So we'll get to those in a second. How about 38? What is your opinion on that?
I don't recall 38 had. May I ask you 38, Your Honor, just to ensure I don't.
All right, of course.
No objection to 38.
Right, it is admitted.
State's Exhibit 39, what is that?
That is a diagram of the bedroom.
Hang on a second, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
39 and 40 were the two that I had the objection.
Okay, so we'll get to that in a minute. I'll let Mr. Yellowman-Chili lay a foundation if he can, and then if he tenders it, you can object and we'll hear it.
Yes,
Go ahead, sir.
State's Exhibit 39, what is that?
It's a diagram of the bedroom where Miss Baker was located.
And who created that diagram?
I did.
And does it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the diagram that you created?
Yes, sir, it does.
And Judge, I move to tender 39 at this time.
Okay, Mr. Cruz.
I would object to the hearsay in the document.
Okay, and tell me what you mean by that objection, and then Mr. Yellowman-Chili, you can refer to it.
Sure, just the descriptions.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, may I see it? Yeah, just the descriptions, that's all.
Mr. Yellowman-Chili, any response?
Judge, I think that the description suggests that this is a demonstrative aid and it was created by Lieutenant Leadall to depict the bedroom that he was in. It's not hearsay, it's his statements as testified witness about what each of these things in this document are.
I'm going to overrule the objection and admit it over objection.
39 and 40, Your Honor.
We haven't gotten to 40 yet.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 40, Lieutenant Leadall, what is that?
That is also a diagram of the bedroom where Miss Baker was found, and it includes measurements to the location from reference points to certain areas on the body, as well as other pieces of evidence in the room.
And when you say measurements, who is making those measurements?
I did.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the diagram with measurements that you created?
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, I move to tender 40.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am, just hearsay to the descriptions.
All right, anything further, Mr. Yellowman-Chili?
Same response as 39, Judge.
I'm going to overrule the objection and admit it over objection.
And may I publish 38, 39, and 40 to the jury?
You may.
Thank you, Judge. So Lieutenant Leadall, starting with froze up on me. Okay, there we go. Starting with States Exhibit 38. I would like you to start at the bottom of that diagram, and would you please just describe for the jury the layout of the residence at 160 Fawn Drive.
The layout, starting at the bottom, is the entrance into the front of the residence. And as you enter into the living room area, you'll locate two bedrooms to your left as you walk in, and one bedroom to your right, as well as the living room area. It also depicts the restrooms and the closets related to each bedroom. And then as you go farther into the diagram, you'll enter the dining area, and it's a floor plan of the kitchen area, the laundry room, and also shows a third bedroom and a rear entrance or exit, however you look at it, to the residence. Also located when you walk in the front door to the right is a bedroom, just off the living room, the bedroom, and it has its own bathroom.
As it relates to the video that we just saw, obviously depicted in that video was Miss Baker's body. Which bedroom is it that was located in?
She was located in bedroom number 3 in the upper left-hand corner of that diagram.
Thank you. Now going forward to States Exhibit 39. I'm going to point down, obviously there is a human-shaped drawing here. What is that?
That depicts the location of Miss Baker.
All right. And then there is an item that appears to be to the left as I look down of her head. What is that?
That would be a knife that was found on the floor beside the body.
All right. And then moving up towards the top of the document, what is the next arrow pointing towards and identifying?
That is the printer cable and power transformer that went from the printer to the body of Miss Baker, and the cord itself was wrapped around her neck.
And then as we move up, directly up from there, what is that arrow and what is it depicting?
That's showing the footboard of the bed, that it was broken away from the frame of the bed. And then if you continue a little bit farther up there, you'll see the printer where that cable was run to.
And then I'm going to go to States Exhibit 40. What are we seeing here?
That's the same diagram. The only difference is I've added measurements from various reference points to certain items on the diagram, such as to the location of the body and then the bed, so I can put it back, the scene back together if needed on the measurements.
You mentioned taking a video, and you mentioned also taking still photos. I'm going to hand you. After I show them to Mr. Cruz, what I'm going to label as States 41, 42, 43, and 44. just let me know when you've had a chance to review them. And then we'll start talking.
I viewed them, yes.
Starting with States 41, do you recognize that image?
I do.
What is it?
It's a photograph taken of the entrance to 160 Fawn Drive.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the entrance?
Yes, sir, it does.
And I tender States 41, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States 42, do you mind telling me what that is?
That is also a photograph of the front entrance to 160 Fawn Drive, just taken from a different angle.
Does it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction?
It does.
Move to tender 42, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? It is admitted.
And then as to States Exhibit 43, what is that?
That's a photograph of the damage to the front door that was made upon entry.
Does this appear to be a fair and accurate depiction?
It does.
Move to tender 43, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? It is admitted.
And 44, what is that?
44 is a photograph of the interior towards the right as you walk in to the 160 Fawn Drive. It shows the living room area.
Thank you. Does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction?
It does.
Move to tender 44, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? It is admitted.
And Your Honor, I've handed Mr. Cruz a number of other exhibits from the state for him to review. And I would just ask court to be allowed to publish States 41 through 44 for the jury at this time using the element.
Granted.
So States Exhibit 41 being published now. Those hoses or tubes down at the bottom of the doorway there, Lieutenant Leadall, what are those?
Those are the hoses that the fire department used to extinguish the fire.
Now going to States Exhibit 42. I think you already stated that this is the entryway from a different angle.
Yes, sir.
States Exhibit 43, do you mind restating what that is?
That's a photograph of the lock and the handle on the front door showing the damage from the exterior side of the door.
And States Exhibit 44, what is this again?
That's as you enter in the front door, it's a view of the living room to the right all the way to the rear exit of the residence.
Let me see if a little more light might be helpful. Lieutenant Leadall, there on the coffee table, what are we seeing?
You see some books, and you also have some appears to be dust and soot, and possibly some fiberglass insulation on the table.
Okay. And so when you made entry into the residence and you were walking through, can you describe for the jury the condition of the residence outside of Miss Baker's room, but the remainder of the residence as you walk through it?
It was kept very well. However, it did have a lot of sooting and dusty damage as a result of the fire and the debris from the fire, as well as some water damage, and also showing in this case insulation and some drywall from where the fire department had the open holes into the ceiling and pull some of the sheetrock down to vent up into the roof.
And so I'm going to skip around a little bit as Mr. Cruz reviews the other photographs that we're going to be admitting. What is trace evidence?
Trace evidence is small pieces of evidence or minute pieces of evidence such as hair, fingerprints, fibers, any very small pieces of evidence, even parts of bullet fragments, anything that's minute.
Can environmental factors at a crime scene impact the ability to collect trace evidence?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And how so?
Well, like for example, when you're dealing with fingerprints and you introduce water to an area, that can help wash down fingerprints, or it affects the ability to recover fingerprints, because we typically use a powder to try to recover prints, and the water itself could cause damage to it and prevent you from recovering it. Also, you've got issues where you have, like in this case, the fiberglass insulation, blown insulation falling down. It would make it extremely difficult to recover hairs and fibers and things on the underneath that insulation. Um, and it'd be almost virtually impossible to go through every little piece of fiber insulation to try to determine if there was any trace evidence attached to that. And also you've got temperature can affect, heat and humidity can affect the ability to recover fingerprints, and it also does damage to other items and makes it extremely difficult to recover trace evidence.
Did you end up processing this scene for trace evidence?
Yes, sir, we did.
Were environmental factors, I'm going to use the word factor twice, but was the environment a factor in trace evidence processing in this case?
Very much so, yes.
What is a known sample?
A known sample is a sample that you get from a known source, such as an individual, or, for example, if you were comparing paints, getting a known reference sample of the paint that you're to compare with the paint that you're finding, or something to compare with the item that you're collecting at the scene.
Is it important to collect known samples from people who have been at a scene as part of their normal life?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that important?
You can use it for process of elimination, where you can, if you've got known samples of the people that live there, for example, you can use that to compare to the items that you collected at that scene to determine if it belongs to them or if it belongs to an outsider who may not typically have access to that residence or that location. So you would want the known samples to do those comparisons to eliminate some of the evidence that you or trace evidence that you've recovered, to see what you're left with and to compare it as a possible unknown.
Would it be expected or normal to find trace evidence from people who had been at a scene as part of their normal life?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to hand you now state's exhibits 45 through 62. And instead of asking you one at a time, I'm just going to let you go through all of them. Just let me know when you've had a chance to do so. Judge, while Lieutenant Leal is doing that, I'm going to hand Mr. Cruz state's exhibits 63 through 69.
Okay.
Kind of collectively, what are these exhibits?
They're photographs of the interior of the residence at 160 Fawn Drive, of the various rooms, as well as the bedroom area where Miss Baker was found.
And did they all appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the various parts of that residence on January 19th of 2001?
They do.
Judge, I move that tender 45 at this time and publish them to the jury.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? They are admitted. And your permission is granted.
Thank you, Judge. All right, I'm going to start with State's Exhibit 45. I've just put it up on the Elmo. Can you describe for the jury what's depicted in 45?
Yes, sir. That's as you enter the front door of the residence, that is to your right, and it shows the doorway leading to what I've labeled as bedroom number 1 on the diagram.
Thank you. And just for orientation purposes, I'll briefly put back up on the Elmo State's Exhibit 38. You said bedroom 1, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
All right. And State's Exhibit 46, what are we looking at there?
That's a photograph showing taken from the front door area going directly back to the rear of the residence. To your left would be the entrances to bedroom number 2 and bedroom number 3, where Miss Baker was located.
And I am going to show you 47 now. Is that just a slightly different angle of what's depicted in 46?
Yes, sir, it is.
And 48, can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, sir, that's a photograph from the doorway entrance to bedroom number 2, which would, as you walk in the front door, that would be immediately to your left.
Okay. And I think the jury has seen the diagram. I won't do the reorientation again. Can we go to States 49? What is that?
That is also a photograph of bedroom number 2, showing as you walk in the door of the bedroom, it'd be immediately to your right, and it goes back to the bathroom for that bedroom.
State's Exhibit 50, what are we looking at here?
That's a photograph showing the kitchen area and the rear exit or entrance to 160 Fawn Drive.
Okay. And in particular, I'm pointing down at the picture to the bottom here. What is that at the bottom of the picture?
That is soot and water on the floor of the residence from the fire, as well as the firefighters and other personnel walking on the floor, disturbing that soot pattern. So it just kind of mixed everything up.
But would that be something you would consider an environmental factor?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 51, what are we looking at here?
That is a photograph of the entrance to bedroom number 3, which is Miss Baker's bedroom. And immediately to your left is a shot of the doorway going into the bathroom there that enters into that living room that is also shared through Miss Baker's room.
Sir. State's Exhibit 52 here, what are we looking at?
That's a photograph from the doorway as you enter into bedroom number 3, or Miss Baker's room, showing the wall immediately to your right as you enter.
And I'm going to point down here. What is my finger pointing at there?
That is the computer printer.
There are going to be some difficult pictures. Obviously, we've all seen the video. I'm putting up State's Exhibit 53 at this point. What are we looking at in 53?
That's a photograph showing the position of Miss Baker as she laid on the floor of the bedroom.
Okay. Right here is, what is that?
That is a strap that belongs to either a purse or an overnight bag or something that's immediately below the left hand of Miss Baker.
And it's difficult to see, but I'm going to point here. And then, Judge, if I could circulate this picture to the jury, what is that around her neck?
That is the printer cable, the power cable that leads from the transformer of the printer and is wrapped around the neck of Miss Baker.
Judge, if I could, just because it is difficult. State's Exhibit 54, what are we looking at there?
That is also a photograph of the printer that's on the floor, and also you'll see the edge of the footboard of the bed on the left side of that photograph.
And so for orientation purposes, I'm putting State's Exhibit 39 back up. So as you come in the doorway to the bedroom from the hallway, which way would you turn to see the printer that was just depicted in State's Exhibit 54?
You would turn to your right.
All right. State's Exhibit 55, what are we seeing here?
That's a photograph taken from the doorway going straight back to the rear of the room. The door that you see there is the door to the closet. And to your right would be the headboard of the bed, as well as I believe a picture frame that's hanging there.
And here, right here at the front of the picture, what would that be?
That's part of the sheetrock ceiling that was pulled down.
State's Exhibit 56, what are we seeing there?
That is also taken from the doorway as you enter the bedroom, and it goes like to a 45-degree angle to the back corner of the room, showing the area where the fire burned through the ceiling into the roof.
And State's Exhibit 57, is that just panning up a little higher?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And so here is that, what are we seeing there?
That's the trees out from the distance. It's a shot. It burned through the ceiling, and it's a shot showing the sky.
State's 58, I'm going to point to the middle of the image there. What is that?
That's a wall clock.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to observe that wall clock yourself outside of having taken a picture of it?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Was it functioning when you observed it?
No, it was not.
All right. And were the hour hand and the minute hand stopped in any particular location?
They were stopped at 9:32.
State's Exhibit 59, here in the middle here, what is this?
That is the bed spring of the bed that belongs to Miss Baker, and the yellow item that goes across the bed is a fire hose.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 60, which bedroom is that in?
That is also bedroom number 3, which is Miss Baker's bed.
And then 61, what is that depicting?
Again, that's also a photograph of the entire bed in bedroom number 3, and a little bit of the portion of the bottom shows a portion of Miss Baker's arm.
And which arm, right or left, would that be of Miss Baker's?
It would be her right arm.
Okay. State's Exhibit 62, what are we looking at here?
That's a photograph showing the public, and I'm going to use the word public entrance to the restroom or the bathroom that conjoins with Miss Baker's room.
Sir, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 63 through 69. If you would, please take a look at those. And let me know when you've had a chance to review them. And Your Honor, I'm handing Mr. Cruz States 70 through 76 in this.
I'm done.
What are those?
Those are photographs of various locations inside the residence as you walk into the front door, showing bedroom number 1, which would be immediately to your right as you walk in the front door. In the interior of the room, also a photograph of the kitchen and the stove area and cabinet area to the right and rear door. And another photograph showing the laundry entrance to the laundry room and the kitchen table. Another photograph of showing the stove, actually 2 of them showing the stove in the kitchen area. And the last one is a photograph showing the kitchen window taken from the exterior of the residence.
Judge, I would, are these fair and accurate depictions?
Yes, sir, they are.
Judge, I move to tender States 63 through 69.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted.
Publish them to the jury.
Granted.
All right, State 63, which bedroom would this have been?
That's bedroom, what I've labeled as bedroom number 1 on the diagram.
Okay.
That's immediately to your right as you walk in the front door of the residence.
And then States Exhibit 64, what are we looking at there?
That is a photograph also of bedroom number 1 showing the entrance to the bathroom that's attached to that room.
States Exhibit 55, we've moved to a different part of the house. Where are we?
That I'm standing kind of at the edge of the living room, dining room, showing a photograph of the kitchen area and the rear exit of the residence.
And States Exhibit 66, what is that depicting?
That's a photograph of the kitchen table area and the entrance to the laundry area of the residence.
And then States Exhibit 67, what are we looking at here?
That is a photograph of the stove in the kitchen.
Can you see anything around the eyes of the stove?
Yes, sir. It's on the front left corner, you can see some charred remains of something on around the eye and along the edge of the eye. It would be the eye on the, I'm sorry, it'd be the eye on the front left corner.
So as you face the stove, the front left corner.
Yes, sir.
Okay. State 68, what are we seeing here?
That is a closer shot of the eyes of the stove and also including that front left eye, showing the items that were there.
All right. And then States Exhibit 69, what is this item?
That's a photograph of the rear, taken from the exterior of the building of the window leading to the kitchen of the residence.
Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film free therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down.
Okay, I'm not sure exactly what happened. Can y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me? Well, I don't know what happened. It came up some kind of alert talk about scammer alert, scammer, you being scammed, hold the press, shut it down. We don't know who. And then I shut everything. I thought I was just forcing quit on that one Google, but it closed down all the Googles for me. Now I don't know why, but it did. But so then I opened up all my stuff back again, and of course now it don't know me nowhere. So now I gotta like re-verify myself or whatever the F that is, but whatever. Okay, we back in here. I got our stream back up, so let me go ahead and put this back in the courtroom. Just wanted to make sure you guys can hear me and that you can actually see it. Thanks for everybody letting me know. Yeah, I had no way to like communicate it through the chat. Courtroom coffer, that's me. All right, here we go.
Drive is located.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so looking at that image, it seems to me at least, well, let me just ask you a question. Is there anything different about the roof at 160 Fawn Drive from the other roofs in the area?
Yes, sir. It's covered with the tarp.
Okay. And could you point out where Cooper Road is in relation to 160 Fawn Drive if you just draw a line across the roadway?
Yes, sir. This would be Cooper Road here.
Okay. I'm going to hand you now State's Exhibits 38, 39.
I think we've seen all of that, right? Can we agree upon that? We weren't gone that long, were we? Wait a minute.
That's showing the.
Oh, we seen that part. We seen this. I don't want to go back too far. We seen this part. Let's start here.
That's immediately to your right as you walk in the front door of the residence.
And then State's Exhibit 64, what are we looking at there?
That is a photograph also of bedroom number 1 showing the entrance to the bathroom that's attached to that room.
State's Exhibit 55, we've moved to a different part of the house. Where are we?
That I'm standing kind of at the edge of the living room, dining room, showing a photograph of the kitchen area and the rear exit of the residence.
And State's Exhibit 66, what is that depicting?
That's a photograph of the kitchen table area and the entrance to the laundry area of the residence.
And then State's Exhibit 67, What are we looking at here?
That is a photograph of the stove in the kitchen.
Can you see anything around the eyes of the stove?
Yes, sir. It's on the front left corner, you can see some charred remains of something on around the eye and along the edge of the eye. It would be the eye on the, I'm sorry, it'd be the eye on the front left corner.
So as you face the stove, the front left corner.
Yes, sir.
Okay. State 68, what are we seeing here?
That is a closer shot of the eyes of the stove and also including that front left eye, showing the items that were there.
And then State's Exhibit 69, what is this item?
That's a photograph of the rear, taken from the exterior of the building of the window leading to the kitchen of the residence.
In particular, at the top and on the left side, is there anything about that screen that stuck out to you?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
The screen appeared to be bent downward along the top and then inward on the side as if someone was put in there to pull it down and away out of the frame.
As you began to process and investigate the scene, or I guess it didn't begin, but as you are processing and investigating the scene on January 19th of 2001, was that something that piqued y'all's interest?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so what, if anything, did you do to investigate that further?
Well, that item was collected. It was taken out of the frame and it was collected to be fingerprinted or processed later because it was wet. It also, we used it to kind of look at how that frame itself was bent and broken.
Okay. Was there any testing done on other, well, that's the wrong question. The testing on this particular screen that was taken, did that yield anything of evidentiary significance?
No, it did not.
As it relates to other screens.
You have an objection, Mr. Cruz?
I would just object to leading. I tried to make that objection too many times, but I just asked them.
All right. I'm going to sustain that objection. Don't lead your witness.
Yes, Judge. Would you like me to re-ask the questions?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Lieutenant Leadall, was the screen collected?
Yes, sir, it was.
Was it processed?
Yes, sir, it was.
What, if any, results were yielded?
There was no identifiable prints or anything found on the screen.
As it relates to the other screens at the home, was anything done to test those screens?
Yes, sir. I myself and another investigator attempted to remove the screen from the exterior side to see how it would pull out. And during that testing, we could not remove the screen without fracturing the frame of the screen somewhere because we had to bend it so far to remove it from that window from the exterior side of the building.
And so how did the screens that y'all tested out removing them compare to the screen that we just depicted in State's Exhibit 69?
They were identical screens made of the same type of material, which I believe was aluminum, and they were approximately the same size from each one of them.
And so after you tested prying them out, did that do anything to those screens?
Yes, it broke them and bent them.
Okay. And how did those breaks and bends compare with the screen that's that we depicted in State's Exhibit 69?
Very similar.
Okay. And I'm going to hand you State's Exhibits 70 through 76, which have already been shown to Mr. Cruz. Once you get done reviewing them, let me know.
Sir, I'm done.
And just kind of collectively, not individually, what are these?
Those are photographs of various items. The screen itself is, or the rear window, and all photographs of Miss Baker and the area around her body, as well as the entrance to the bathroom, I believe.
Are they fair and accurate depictions from January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir, they are.
Judge, I moved to tender states 70 through 76 and ask to publish those to the jury.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted, and yes, you may publish.
State 70, what is that?
That's a photograph of the upper torso of Miss Baker as she was found. It also includes photograph of the straps that was found on the bag that matched the bag to the left, her left, as she's laying there. And you see portion of the transformer that belonged to the printer there.
States Exhibit 71.
That's a closer photograph of the cord that went from the transformer to around the neck of Miss Baker.
State 72.
That is a closer shot or another angle of the cord as it's around the neck of Miss Baker.
And States Exhibit 73, what are we seeing here?
That's a photograph of the broken screen from the window as it enters into the kitchen of the rear of the residence.
States Exhibit 74.
That's another photograph of that same screen, but that's showing as you're facing the screen, showing the left-hand edge of that frame of that screen.
And States Exhibit 75.
That's a photograph of the window leading into the kitchen, showing the entire screen as it was found.
And this is jumping around a little bit, I'm sorry, but State 76, what are we looking at here?
That's a photograph of the entrance to the bathroom. I call it the public bathroom from the main room, and also the one that's shared by Miss Baker's bedroom.
And when you say public bathroom, I'm just going to put the diagram of the floor plan layout up again. You've testified that bedroom 3 is Miss Baker's bedroom. Is that right?
That's correct.
The bathroom in bedroom 3, how many doors does it have?
That has 2 doors. Okay. One that leads from the living room into the bathroom, and then the other one leads, the only way to enter through that one is through the bedroom.
Okay. And so the other 2 bathrooms in the home, how do they differ from the bathroom in bedroom 3?
The only way you can enter those bathrooms is by going inside their bedrooms.
And Your Honor, I'm going to hand Mr. Cruz State's Exhibits 77, 87.
Okay.
All right, so, I'm sorry. State's exhibits 77 through 87. I'm going to hand those to you now. Sir, have you had a chance to review these? Do you recognize them?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and I don't need to necessarily describe each of them right now, but kind of in general, where are they pictures from?
Those are photos that are taken inside the bedroom of Miss Baker, showing some of the items of evidence that we collected.
And did they appear to be fair and accurate depictions?
Yes, sir, they do.
Judge, I move to tender 77 through 87 and publish them to the jury.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted. And you may publish.
Thank you, Judge. State's Exhibit 77, what is that?
That's a photograph of the knife that was found near the head of Miss Baker.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 78, what is that?
That's also another photograph of the knife.
Okay. And let me ask you a question real quick. Was the blade on this knife longer than 3 inches?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 79, what are we looking at here?
That's the photograph of the knife as it was found on the floor adjacent to Miss Baker.
Okay. And so immediately to the left of the knife handle, we see something. What is this here?
That is the right arm of Miss Baker.
Okay. I just want to ask you a question real quick. We see in 79 the knife handle right there. And then we see in 78 knife handle right here. Those appear in the photographs to be 2 different colors. Is there an explanation for that?
That's just the way the light reflected off of it as I was taking the photograph. When I got the photograph, I was holding the knife. It was closer to the camera in the flash, and I was getting actual true color. When it was down onto the ground, it was getting lesser light, and it was just showing a different shade of it.
Okay. When you're taking pictures in an environment, can some of the surrounding colors or the colors in the environment affect the flash?
Yes, sir.
Yes. All right, I'm going to sustain that objection. You may rephrase, Mr. Almachilli.
Are there differences in how does a flash affect photographs?
It can affect photographs in different ways, but the amount of reflection onto the item that you're taking a photograph of, and then you have items, for example, this where it's a lot of dark backgrounds. It doesn't reflect the light like it should, or as well as if there wasn't anything dark there, and it will change the colors and the hues a little bit when you take the photograph and you print the photographs out, and you get a different color to it, different tints.
And I'm going to put up State's Exhibit 80 at this time. What are we seeing here?
That's a photograph of Miss Baker, and to the left of the photograph, you see the area of the printer cable that's run across and over towards her.
At any point while you were on scene processing the scene, was Miss Baker's body moved?
Yes.
Okay. Who moved it?
Myself and Agent Terry Cooper.
Why did y'all move it?
To take her out to a cleaner area and put her on some clean sheets that we had purchased to check for trace evidence, and to also try to recover fingerprints and have more room to work besides in the room where she was found.
What area did y'all move her
To the living room.
Okay. So I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 81.
Let me just see where the press release.
When y'all, what am I seeing in 81?
You're seeing the head area of Miss Baker and the power cord that's wrapped around the neck.
Had you done anything to the power cord prior to moving her?
Yes, sir. I cut the power cord from the transformer so we could leave the power cord around the neck of Miss Baker for the forensic pathologist to view.
Okay. State's Exhibit 82. What is that?
That is the right hand of Miss Baker.
State's Exhibit 83. What are we seeing here?
That's a photograph of the left hand of Miss Baker.
Was there anything of significance to you as a forensics detective about her left hand depicted in State's 83?
Yes, there was some wounds, defensive type wounds to the hand.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 84, what are we seeing here?
That is the leg of Miss Baker. I believe it was the right leg of Miss Baker.
Okay. And in particular, what are we seeing in this area here?
That appeared to be a blood transfer pattern that was on the leg, possibly kind of in the shape of a hand, made by someone touching that leg.
Did you make any effort to try and process that area of her body?
Yes, sir, we did.
What did you do?
We tried several methods of trying to recover that to see if there was any fingerprint ridge detail in it. We used a chemical called TMB, and I apologize, I don't know what that TMB stands for, but it's a reagent that reacts with blood, similar to like phenolphthalein or luminol that's used to detect blood. We also applied Polaroid film to that spot in hopes that the TMB and the blood would transfer the pattern to the Polaroid film and have a chemical reaction. And then we also dusted that film with magnetic fingerprint powder, as well as processed that straight on the skin with fingerprint powder to try to recover fingerprints.
Were you successful?
No, sir.
Okay. We talked about environmental factors earlier. How would the environmental factors at this scene affect, if at all, your ability to process for fingerprints?
Well, fingerprints on the body is very difficult to recover. I've only done it once or twice in my life, and that was doing it during testing on myself. It's never worked out on the scene, but it is possible. In this case, we did not have any luck because you also have environmental factors such as the water from the fire, the heat from the fire. The heat made the skin almost feel dry out to like it was leather. Fingerprints are usually left behind by oils and dirts and stuff from the fingers when you touch a surface. In this case, the heat dries that up, and also it absorbs those chemicals and that water and things into the skin because of the heat. The fire department putting the fire out, the fact that the water's there can wash off any of the oils or trace evidence or things on the skin. But it's extremely difficult to recover fingerprints from a body, but it's not impossible.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 85, ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
What do you recognize that as?
That is showing some of the heat damage to the side of Miss Baker.
And then State's 86, what are we seeing here?
That is the right knee and upper thigh of Miss Baker that was burned.
Did y'all process any other surfaces inside of the residence?
Yes, sir, we did. We processed the doors and the window areas looking for fingerprints.
Was there anything of significance that you noted in your processing of the doors and window areas?
We found what appeared to be white marks on the front door near the peephole, as if somebody had taken a cloth of some sort and wiped the area down. We found other areas where you had mostly water damage and things as far as fingerprinting, which fingerprint powder and water, the powder is consistent with baby powder. So when it gets wet, it clumps up and it's completely ineffective in trying to recover fingerprints. So it made it difficult. But we saw areas where it appeared to have been wiped down at some point in time before we added the powders.
Okay. Were you able to recover any prints in your processing of the scene?
We recovered one print that appeared to be a palm print on one of the doors, the interior doors, but it turned out it was unidentifiable.
And I'm putting up what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87. And can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That is a fingerprint that was found on the door. One of the, I'd have to look at my report to tell you exactly which door it was. But it was one of the doors inside the residence. I think one of the bedroom doors, if I recall correctly. Yeah, bedroom number 2, which would have been the first door on your left as you walk into the residence from the outside.
You made reference to a print being unidentifiable just a moment ago. Are you referring to this print or a different one?
To this print.
Okay. And I think, I'm sorry, earlier we talked about the APHIS system at the Athens-Clarke County Police Department. What involvement again did you have with that?
Well, I was the project manager that started the program when we first got it, but then I was the APHIS operator for 7 or 8 years before I was promoted and moved on up, and I had other people trained to do it, and I took more of a supervisory responsibility.
And could you remind the jury what APHIS stands for?
The Automated Fingerprint Identification System.
I want to back up now. We talked about the processing of surfaces for fingerprints. Let's back up to processing Ms. Baker's body in the living room on the white sheets for trace evidence.
Sure.
Were you able to find any trace evidence on Ms. Baker's person?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. When we're using the terminology trace evidence, does hair fall in that category?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. I'm going to show Mr. Cruz what's been marked as State's Exhibits 88, 89. if it's acceptable to the court, I was going to hand Lieutenant Leadall states 88, 89, and 90. And then I was going to ask him to open it. I have a pocket knife with me. Is it okay if I hand him that to do that?
It is fine.
All right, thank you.
It's all right.
First, I'll let you review 88, 89, and 90. And then I'm going to hand you this pocket knife. You mind opening those up? And then before I ask you any other questions about it, I'll take it back to defense counsel for his review. Thank you, sir. And Your Honor, Lieutenant Leadall has opened states 88, 89, and 90. I'm handing those to Mr. Cruz.
Any objection?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Object on the basis of authentication. I spoke to the state. He said that on cross-examination, I could go through the process of authenticating what's in the envelope. So I would ask at this time not to admit the items into evidence, but on cross, I will open it up and authenticate it with the witness. And if the other court finds it appropriate, I'll admit it at that time. That's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Yelmichilli, any response to the statement by defense counsel?
It's been appropriately authenticated to be admitted, Your Honor.
I'm going to admit it over objection, but certainly, Mr. Cruz, you can do any of those things that you'd like to on cross-examination.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may continue.
Six, Exhibit 89, same thing.
That is a envelope. Again, it has my initials over the seals that was sealed in my handwriting, depicting the hair that was recovered from the buttocks area of Miss Baker.
And does that appear to be the sample that you collected and sealed in your processing of the crime scene?
Yes, sir, it does.
And Judge, I move to tender 89 at this time.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Just the objection mentioned.
All right, thank you. I'm going to overrule the objection and admit it over objection.
And then States Exhibit 90, same thing.
That is also an envelope that has my initials over the evidence seal that contains the hair that was recovered from the left hand of Miss Baker.
And does that appear to be in substantially the same shape as when you collected it and sealed it inside that evidence?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I move to tender 90.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Only the prior objection.
All right, thank you. I'm going to admit it over objection, but you certainly can cross-examine when it is defense counsel's time.
Were those the three areas of Miss Baker from which you recovered some type of hair?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your forensic processing, do you test or identify hair?
No.
I'm sorry, Judge. If we could have just a moment. And I'm going to show Mr. Cruz what's been marked as state's exhibits 91 and 92. So first I'm going to hand you state's exhibit 91 and ask you to recognize that.
I do.
How are you able to recognize it?
From the markings on the bag, which depicts what's in it.
What is it?
It's the electrical cord of ligature that was taken from around the neck of Miss Baker.
And Judge, I moved to tender states 91 at this time.
Any objection, counsel? It is in minute.
Trade, I'll hand you states 92. What is that?
That is a sealed bag that's containing the residue that was recovered from around the eye of the stove in the kitchen.
And how do you recognize it?
It's marked on the bag as what it is, and the identification from the police department with our case number.
Your Honor, I've moved to tender states 92 at this time.
Any objection? It is in minute.
I'm going to hand Mr. Cruz states exhibit 93 at this time.
That's right. That's 94, 3, and you're on 94.
So I'm going to hand you states exhibit 93 at this time. Do you recognize what that is?
It's a box labeled containing the knobs from the kitchen stove from Miss Baker's residence.
Okay. And let me ask you a question about those knobs on the kitchen stove. Where were those knobs when you saw them?
They were attached to the stove in its proper positions, the post that they slide onto.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you to say anything that anybody said to you, but was it your understanding that they had been that way when firefighters entered the residence?
Yes.
Okay. As far as attached or not attached to the stove?
Both.
Okay. And I don't think we actually labeled this, Judge. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. And does this, well, you've already identified it, sorry. Judge, I moved to tender states 93 at this time.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? It's in minute.
Sir, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 94 at this time. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It's the box containing the knife that was recovered near Miss Baker.
And I'm going to move to tender 94 at this time, Judge.
Any objections?
No, ma'am.
It's admitted.
Sir, I'll hand you 95. Ask you if you recognize that item.
Yes, sir, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's got my name on the bag. Is entering it into the evidence room.
Okay. And what is it?
Sorry.
What is it?
It contains the butcher, wood butcher block holder for the knives that was found on the countertop next to the stove.
And Judge, I move to tender State's 95 at this time.
Any objection? It is admitted.
Sir, when you were processing the scene and collecting this evidence, do you recall the brand or manufacturer of the knife block?
If I recall correctly, I believe it was Farberware.
Okay. And do you recall the brand or manufacturer of the knife that was found in Miss Baker's bedroom?
I believe that was also Farberware.
Okay. Mr. Cruz, I think you said it's 96. I'm handing Mr. Cruz State's 96. Lieutenant Leadoff, I'm handing you now State's 96. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And what do you recognize it as?
It's a bag that's containing the power transformer to the printer, which I cut that portion off that was around the neck of Miss Baker, and this is the remaining portion of it.
Judge, I move to tender State's 96 at this point.
Any objection? It's admitted.
After you finished processing Miss Baker's body for trace evidence, are you aware of what was done with her body?
Yes, she was placed into a disaster bag and she was transported to the GBI crime lab for an autopsy.
Your Honor, if I could have just a moment to confer with Mr. Bolton.
All right, go ahead.
Lieutenant Leadall, as you were processing the crime scene and also Miss Baker's body, were there any odors of significance?
Yes.
And what was that?
I distinctly remember the smell of the shampoo that emitted from her hair. I don't know the brand name or anything like that, but I can smell it to this day.
Judge, I don't have any other questions for Lieutenant Leadall.
All right, thank you. I think before we, Mr. Cruz, we do cross-examination, we're going to take a break.
I agree.
All right, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break for a little less than 15 minutes. If you'll go into the jury room, there are, of course, snacks there. The restroom, please don't discuss the case. We will be with you at 3:45. Thank you.
Okay, so they are on break. Let me see if we have any TiVo time. I don't think we really do. I mean, we got a little bit, but We had just enough, right? From when I had a debacle with my computer. So it takes us right back in there, guys. Here we go.
Okay, y'all may be seated. That. All right, you may let them in. I think they want to come in.
So Haynes, in regards to the public here, it is related to the case, but I guess kind of irrelevant because when they tried to present the evidence for the public here, um, like the little bags that they put the evidence in, it didn't have a public hearing
Gentlemen, you
there.
may be seated. Mr. Cruz, cross-examination.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Lieutenant Lidow.
Good afternoon, sir.
I would like to follow up with you on some things that the state discussed with you. I'd like to show you State Exhibit 37. Your Honor, is it okay if I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And you have continuing freedom to walk around the courtroom. You don't have to ask.
Now, we've established that you recognize that photo as an aerial view of the Deer Park community. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And I would like to also show you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 12, 13, 14, and 15. And let the record reflect I may have skipped 9, 10, and 11. These are pre-marked. Let the record reflect that I'm showing the state said exhibits.
Mr. Cruz. Thank you.
Lieutenant Lidow, take your time, look at those photographs. Once you've had opportunity to look at those photographs, just please look up. You recognize Defense Exhibit 12 through 15, if I have my numbering correct, as aerial views of the Deer Park community. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, and they're aerial views from different angles. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are those photographs fan accurate depictions of Deer Park and the surrounding area as you know it?
Yes, sir, they are.
Thank you. Have those photographs been altered in any way to your knowledge?
They don't appear to be, no.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 12 through 15 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
They are admitted.
Do you want 37 back?
I'd also like to show you State's Exhibit 47. We've established that you recognize State's Exhibit 47. Is it okay if I approach you, sir?
Yes, sir.
We have established that you recognize that photograph. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to show you court's indulgence, Your Honor. I'd like to show you what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 9. Let the record reflect that I am showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 9.
No objection, Your Honor.
May I approach you?
Go ahead. It's fine.
Yeah, I won't be startled.
So I handed you the State's Exhibit and I handed you Defense Exhibit 9. Would you agree that Defense Exhibit 9 is a close-up of the window depicted in State's Exhibit, I believe 27, if I'm not mistaken? I may have that number wrong.
47.
47, please forgive me.
Yes, sir. You're correct.
And do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir. It's the photograph showing the window adjacent to the rear entrance or exit, however you want to look at, to the apartment.
Yes, sir. Has that, to your knowledge, or would you have any reason to disagree that that photo has not been altered in any way?
I would agree.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 9 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Admitted.
Yes, ma'am. And I would ask for permission to publish Defense Exhibit 9 and State's Exhibit 47 to the jury. Thank you. I'd like to show you what is being marked as Defense Exhibit 10. Let the record reflect that I am showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 10.
Absolutely.
Lieutenant Leadall, do you recognize Defense Exhibit 10?
I do.
Okay, and you recognize Defense Exhibit 10 as the back door that's depicted in State's Exhibit 47, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And it's just a closer up view of said door, is that right?
That's correct.
Would you have any reason to disagree that that photo has not been altered in any way?
Doesn't appear to be altered that I'm aware of.
Yes, sir. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the back door as you remember it to be?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 10 into evidence and publish same to the jury.
No objection, Judge.
Course indulgence, Your Honor. I'd like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 71. Now, in regards to State's Exhibit 71, I believe we saw a prior photo of material from the ceiling that was on top of Ms. Baker and on top of that item there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just to make the record clear, the item that I'm speaking of is the power transformer. Where the power transformer is located, once that debris was moved, is that the place that you found the power transformer located?
Yes.
Okay. And I would ask for permission to publish State's Exhibit 27 to members of the jury.
That was already admitted, correct?
It was.
Granted.
Thank you. And we've already established that on January 19th, 2001, you went to Ms. Baker's home and you had opportunity to view her body, correct? Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
In regards to the evidence located on and around Ms. Baker's body, there were hairs collected from Ms. Baker's left hand. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There were hairs collected from Ms. Baker's body. Is that right?
That's correct.
There was also a hair collected from Ms. Baker's buttocks. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I'm going to get you another pair of gloves.
No, I'm good.
Give me 1 second. Court's indulgence. All right, I'd like to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 89, which contains a envelope enclosed, documented as item number 8, hair from buttock. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you a pair of scissors. I would like you to open item number 8 that was within State's Exhibit 89. And I provided you a paper towel for the hair.
Okay. There is no hair in it.
Can you repeat that?
There is no hair inside it.
Thank you.
False evidence. Where is the hair? Y'all see that? Once again, this public hair.
I'd like to show you what's previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 88. Inside State's Exhibit 88, there's there's an envelope marked number 9, hair from torso area of victim. Are you okay with opening this for me, sir?
If there is no hair, you have to be fair. Get my rhyming on. If it does not fit, you must acquit. Here we go. He's gonna be like, there's no hair here. They got all this false evidence. You'll see nothing.
There's no hair inside here.
Oh, no hair again?
There's no hair inside here.
What? So they just label stuff with evidence on there, and we supposed to believe that this is evidence because it got red tape, blue tape, somebody's signature on it, and then we open it up, it ain't no hair.
Take a break for a second. Bathroom break if it's okay.
Yes, you can. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to go into the jury room for a couple of moments. Please don't discuss the case.
If there is no hair, it's not fair. What is going on here in Fulton County, and why is the judge? Somebody better say something. We asked for a motion to for mistrial and to dismiss this case with a direct verdict, considering there is no hair. I don't know. You better tell us why there's no hair, Dr. Rachel. That's 2 packages that we opened. It ain't no hair.
Go ahead, Ms. Cruz. Sure. Shirley, we have a box for you.
Oh, maybe he had to go to the restroom. Oh my goodness. They don't have no evidence. This is a setup. I'm telling you, I don't know where they got this. Like, I don't know. Going to the bathroom, pull one out. Here go the hair. Now it's there. Oh goodness. Terrible. horrible. But you know, the state has to know that it's no hair there because it's their evidence, right? Like, or did they not think that somebody was going to open this stuff up? That's why he had the napkin there and everything, because he wanted to make sure that the guy can open it up, put it on a napkin just in case it, you know. Where is the hair? How you gonna have evidence? Then you got evidence that's marked up swab saying they oral, and now you getting on here and you talk about, oh, that was a mistake. One of them was not supposed to be an oral, labeled oral. One is supposed to be labeled vajayjay. Like, what are we doing here? No, yeah, it should make you gag. Yeah, if there is no hair, it's not there. If it is no hair, it's not fair. Oh man, if it doesn't fit, you must have quit. What other rhyme can we come up with? They never had no hair. This case is about hair. Oh my goodness. So Hank came in here to say, why are we keep talking? Is this public hair actually relevant to the trial? Yes, it is. Because the hair is not there, Haynes. It is not there. It is not here. We have to find this hair. And they made it a point, and that's the problem for me, is because they made it a point to talk about this one hair that was on her bum bum. They brought that up. Right, on her bum bum. Okay, I took my phone off do not disturb. I'm about to put it back. I'm about to put it back on. I'm getting dings from people talk about, I got, the Ring camera. I don't know if y'all got the Ring camera, but okay, I like that. If there is no hair, the state case is bare, and it is. Oh, there we go. Get this case out of here. We ain't got this hair. I don't care what hair they find. They need to find it. Oh, just so y'all know, when we leave from over here, we gonna go over to Dr. Hines, ketchup man. Y'all know our ketchup man, our neighborhood ketchup man. We gonna go hang out with him for a little while. And we gonna talk Banfield. I didn't know if we were gonna do it today or if we were gonna do it tomorrow because we didn't know about the Verdi thing. But I just got confirmation. Well, I got confirmation earlier that we're gonna be going over there. So I'm gonna try to redirect us if I can over into his chat once we get done. Court here should be done, I would think, because it's almost 4:30 there. I don't know what they taking this bathroom break is about, but whatever. Unless we behind, but I don't think we behind. Let me make sure we not behind. No, we not behind. So we live in the court. I don't know, because she said she was gonna be letting them leave at 4:30. The stream that I got set up with the ketchup man, Dr. Hines, is gonna be at 5. So hopefully we have some time between. Yeah, if not, I do want to we can chat raid and go over there and hang out, and we're gonna talk about our guy, Mr. BB. Mr. BB. I don't know if any of you guys seen the prosecutors talk after his conviction. I didn't play it here. Maybe we can do it one. I was thinking maybe we just do like a night stream or something like that. But what I would like to say, okay, here we go. He should go back like, do you have hair now?
Please be seated. Mr. Chris, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Ledow, did you collect hairs and put them in those envelopes?
Yes,
Okay, so at one point in time, there would have been hair in those envelopes. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Thank you, sir. All right. I'd like to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 90, which is hair from left hand of victim. And inside State's Exhibit 90 is a white envelope marked number 10 with a description of hair from left hand of victim. May I approach? Can you open this for me? While Lieutenant Ledow is looking at that exhibit, I would like to mark empty envelope number 8, which is the envelope that was supposed to contain the hair from Ms. Baker's buttocks, as defense exhibit 11. Which I'll separate from State's, I think 27. Sorry, which I separated from State's 89.
Are you asking it to be readmitted, or are you just putting a defense number on the already admitted exhibit? You want it on the envelope?
Correct.
Okay, and it's number 11. All right. So, any objection, Mr. Yeoman-Chili?
I don't have an objection. I think the original larger envelope and its contents have already been admitted. However, I don't have any objection to
All right.
labeling the interior envelope.
I will admit it in that manner.
Yes, ma'am. Also, the envelope that was in State's Exhibit 88, which is the empty envelope containing, well, that would have contained hair from the torso of the victim. I am admitting this as defense exhibit 16, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Yeoman-Chili, any response?
Just the same response, Your Honor.
All right, I will admit it. Okay, it has been, the whole package has been admitted as State's exhibit, but I will admit it as defense 16 in this manner without objection.
Lieutenant Ledow, can you tell me the number of hairs that were in State's Exhibit 90?
From this, none. There was 0 in here.
There are no hairs in State's Exhibit 90?
That's correct.
Did you put hairs in the envelope when you sealed it up?
Yes.
Ain't no hair again. Holy moly. What? Oh
Your Honor,
my.
I would like to mark as defense exhibit 17, the empty envelope that would have contained the hair from the left hand of Miss Tara Baker.
This is
Any
important.
objection, Mr. Yeoman-Chili?
No objection, Judge.
All right, I will admit it in the same manner as before without objection.
In regards to your observation of Miss Baker's home, is it fair to say that you determined that Miss Baker's front door was deadbolt locked before it was opened by firefighters?
It appears that way, yes.
You would agree that there were multiple bedrooms in Miss Baker's home, correct?
That's correct.
And they belonged to Miss Baker's roommates, Miss Ashley at the time, Miss Ashley Peavy, now Mrs. Ashley Peavy Hall, and at the time, Miss Valerie Lowe, now Dr. Valerie, at the time, Miss Valerie Lang, now Dr. Valerie Lowe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Based on your observations, none of the drawers in Miss Lang's room appeared to be disturbed.
That's correct.
Based on your observations, none of the drawers in Miss Peavy's room appeared to be disturbed.
That's correct.
Would you agree that Miss Lang and Miss Peavy had jury boxes, computers, and other accessories in plain view within the home?
That's correct. There was.
And of course, I'm sure we agree on this, none of those items were taken from the home.
That's correct.
You also had the opportunity to walk through the living room and the common area of the homes. Is that correct?
I did, yes.
Would you agree with the statement that nothing was stolen, that nothing appeared to be stolen from the living room or common area of the home?
I can't say that with any certainty since I don't live there and don't know what is actually there, but there were items still present.
Do you recall writing a report dated January 21st, 2001?
I do.
You have a copy of that report up there with you?
I do, yes.
Can you turn to page 3 of 11?
Okay.
Can you read the 4th sentence? And the first sentence ends in burglaries. So the first sentence you'll see is commonly removed in burglaries. Can you read the 3rd sentence from that period?
Some items have been moved after the fire, indicated from markings on the floor.
Read the sentence before that one.
The living room and common area of the residence contain furniture and a television/VCR.
And can you read the next sentence?
Nothing appeared to be disturbed prior to the fire.
Thank you. So it's fair to say that nothing appeared to be disturbed in the living room and common area.
That's correct.
Now, you also then had opportunity, and I believe I provided you with an exhibit, the state provided you with an exhibit as well, but we can agree that you had an opportunity to examine the window in the kitchen area, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, you would agree that the blinds were down on both the window on the door as well as the window in the dining area?
Yes, sir, they were.
Thank you. I believe you discussed this with the state, but during your examination of the home, you learned that several items had white marks. Is that right?
The door area, the front door near the peephole, and other areas, white marks probably from just general cleaning throughout the course of that door being there. I can't say when the white marks occurred, but there were marks there that were picked up when I put fingerprint powder to those surfaces.
So is it fair to say that we don't know if the white marks happened after Ms. Baker's murder, nor do we know if the white marks happened before Ms. Baker's murder?
That would be correct, yes.
And those white marks were present on the stove. Would you agree with that?
I don't recall if there was any on the stove.
Sure. Can you turn to page 9 of 11 of your January 21st, 2001 report, please? And if you will go to the second paragraph, in the 4th sentence from the bottom, that starts with in processing the front door. Can you read that, please?
In processing the front door, stove, and window sill markings similar to one wipes the surface with a rag were found. The markings on the front of the door were consistent with a person looking out the peephole and placing left hand on the door. The white mark where the left hand would have been as well as along the door edge. White marks were also found on the window sill in the dining area.
Thank Thank you. Now, when Ms. Baker was found, you would agree that she was completely naked.
That's correct.
There were no clothes around her that were notated in your report. Is that right?
That's correct.
And a towel was not found near her body.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I don't have any more questions for Lieutenant Leadall. Thank you so much for your service. Those are my questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Yellowman-Chili?
Briefly, Judge, Lieutenant Leadall, as it relates to the hairs you collected, did you package those hairs?
I did.
Did you send them to the GBI?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And that would have been for some kind of analysis or testing possibilities. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you have any idea what the GBI did with them once they received them?
I do not.
Does y'all have any other questions for Lieutenant Leadall? Thank you.
Any recross, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am, but I do have a motion.
All right. Do you, all right.
Or we could approach, if you don't want to send the jury out, we could approach it.
All right. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I may do that anyway, but you come on up, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you into the jury room for just a few moments. Don't discuss the case. Be with you shortly. Thank you.
They need to look worried.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Ain't no here, nowhere.
All right, Mr. Cruz, your motion. Go ahead, sir.
I would just like to renew my motion in regards to, and I'll say motion to limine, to admission of testimony that the oral swab B is a vaginal swab. The additional information that I'm providing to the court is consistent with our prior argument that regarding the collection of that swabbing and the markings of that swabbing, and what Dr. Falzone testified to in regards to the procedure, as well as the supervision of making sure items are properly marked and properly identified. As the court saw, we just had, I believe it's 3 envelopes. One was supposed to contain, and was marked to contain, hair from Ms. Baker's hand. And we heard testimony from the Honorable Lieutenant Leadall that he collected it, he put it in the envelope. It is now missing. We also had a hair that was identified that was on Ms. Baker's butt that the Honorable Lieutenant Leadall stated that he put in the envelope. It is now missing. And we also heard about the hair, you also heard testimony about the hair that was on Ms. Baker's chest that the Honorable Lieutenant Leadall secured, packaged up. It is now missing. I would ask the Honorable Court to consider that in regards to our argument regarding the oral swabs. And 23 years later, the state is going to attempt to introduce testimony that these oral swabbings are now vaginal swabs. Thank you for hearing me out, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Golden, Mr. Yellowman-Chili, any response?
Yes, Your Honor. I think Mr. Cruz is confusing the admissibility of the evidence versus the, I guess, the significance of it. It's hard to really understand. I would point out that we had the motion, motion in limine, whatever he characterized it as, when Dr. Falzone was on the stand. But then when I actually moved to tender the exhibit, there was no objection. So there's no contemporaneous objection to the admission of the evidence. I think, again,
Hang on. Mr. Cruz, it's your motion. I'll let you respond when he's finished.
Yes, ma'am.
Respectfully to Mr. Cruz, I think he's misunderstanding the fact that there will be additional testimony about not only the items that Lieutenant Leadall just entered into evidence, but also those that Dr. Falzon entered. You can't have one witness testify about everything as it relates to the piece of evidence. That's why you tender it and then have them testify. So I don't know what the grounds are that he's asking to move to exclude the exhibit relative to oral swabs A, but they're admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And thank you.
If I may, Your Honor, as I mentioned when I learned about the swabbings today, this is a motion that I brought up as this issue came to my attention. If the Honorable Court is willing, if we come in tomorrow, provide the Honorable Court with cases, and just to clear up Mr. Bowden's, if I misstated anything. So when it comes to chain of custody, the state has to establish an appropriate chain of custody before evidence is admitted. If not, if there's an issue with the chain of custody, and I provide the Honorable Law with the Honorable Court with a case or cases regarding this issue, that evidence is to be excluded. We have a chain of custody log. And one of the biggest issues with the chain of custody log is the same way those items were packaged here today. They're the same way on the chain of custody log. And I said, well, maybe because it was improperly marked, they just put it in this way. But actually seeing the packages ourselves, and I should have opened it. I didn't even think about opening it to see if something's actually in the box. I would just ask the Honorable Court to allow us to have a hearing. I'll present the case law pursuant to chain of custody. I'll be able to present the chain of custody report to the Honorable Court. And the Honorable Court has already heard the testimony from Lieutenant Leadall about what he collected and what's missing. And I think it would be appropriate, if the Honorable Court finds that it is appropriate, to allow us to present that issue to you in regards to suppression of any future testimony that is now attempting to relabel swabs that have been documented as oral for 23 years to now say they are vaginal swabs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to deny your motions, Mr. Cruz, and this is the reason for them. You are asking the court to kind of venture into the purview of the jury. There has, first of all, I agree with the state that the evidence you are complaining about with the doctor expert we had this morning was admitted into evidence. The issues that you're referring to right now with regard to any evidence that has been admitted with this witness goes to the weight of that evidence. And the argument you're making about about chain of custody is an argument that you are entitled to make to the jury if you choose to do that. But what you're arguing is the weight of the evidence. And so I'm going to deny your motion, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
One question for you, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I follow up with a couple of questions for Lieutenant Leadall, separate from our motion, but once the jury comes back out?
So hang on just a second. I'm trying to remember where we were before I sent the jury out. Did you finish your redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I asked a single question,
Okay.
question, but 3 questions, I think.
Right. And I have not yet asked you if you had any recross. Is that correct?
He indicated he did not have recross and thanked Lieutenant Leadall for his service.
Okay, that's correct. All right, I'm going to deny your motion, Mr. Cruz. Can you bring the jury out, please? I do remember that now. Musical chairs. All right, you all may be seated. Thank you. All right, may Detective or Lieutenant Leadall be excused?
We'd ask that he is, Judge.
Any objection from the defense?
I have him under subpoena. I would just ask that he's subject to recall. I spoke to Lieutenant Leadall. He explained to me his schedule.
Okay.
The Honorable Court will allow, if we have an opportunity to call Lieutenant Leadall back, we would just ask if he would prefer that we allow him to do it via WebEx.
I can add to that, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have no objection to returning back. I would just need enough notice because I live 30 minutes away.
Sure.
And I'm also possibly testifying sometime next week in DeKalb County in a state court case, and I don't know the exact date. So other than that, I'm free and able to come at any time.
Thank you, sir. So the answer to your question, Mr. Cruz, is yes and yes. So Lieutenant Liddell, you are still on call. You're still under subpoena, and I'll let you work it out with your witness. If you need to ask the court for permission for a video testimony, I've already told you that you can do that. And so I'll leave that to you to just let the court know whether that's necessary. Other than that, you are free to go, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Your Honor, may I step out to obtain
Yes.
information?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, I guess why he's stepping out. Oh boy. I don't know. I think the problem is that he is trying to get the evidence out at the wrong time. It seemed like he needs to be objecting to the evidence ever coming in. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like he letting it come in. Then he wants the judge to kind of retract it. Like, I don't know. It's weird. So I'm thinking that they should be done pretty soon. As I stated, we are going over. I got a interview over at Hines Court. I am going to put.
All right, Mr. Yalman-Chile, Mr. Bolden, you may call your next witness.
Oh.
You may. All right.
Yeah. Can y'all approach it? So it's after 4:30. It's almost 5 o'clock. Calling no more witnesses. She says, I'm about trying to keep a promise that they're not keeping. It's all right. They can go home early today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to call a next witness, but I'm going to break today at 5 o'clock. So we're going to get through as much as we can with this next witness, and then I'm going to send you home. So I just wanted you to kind of know the plan. All right, Mr. Yalman-Chile, you may call your next witness.
State calls Brian Grove.
Could you get Brian Grove, please?
Oh, she said, oh, no. We're going to start with this witness. We're going to get this 22 minutes. This 22 minutes in.
Sir, if you would, please raise your right hand and take an oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could, please have a seat and state and spell your name for the record.
Brian Grove, Grove.
And Mr. Grove, where are you currently employed?
I'm a fire protection engineer with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF.
And how long have you been working for the ATF?
About 26 years.
All right. And if you give me just a moment, my computer's not exactly cooperating with me.
And I.
And if you could, please describe your work experience with the ATF.
I'm a fire protection engineer, so my job is to help ATF certified fire investigators with the science part of their investigations.
What's the, well, you already talked about the role of a fire protection engineer at ATF. what is the field of fire dynamics?
So fire dynamics is the science of fire, kind of the physics of fire, how fires start, how they spread, how buildings interact with fire, how people interact with fire, anything really dealing with the physics or the science of fire.
And how does your expertise assist fire investigators?
So fire investigators are asked to figure out where a fire started, and then if they can do that, how a fire started. So we get involved with those processes, as well as timeline and some other things.
And so if we could, starting with your undergraduate degree, do you mind going through your educational background?
Sure. I have an undergrad degree, Bachelor's of Science in Fire Protection Engineering from the University of Maryland, as well as a Master of Science, also in the same field from the University of Maryland.
And besides those degrees, do you have any licenses or certifications?
I do.
And what are those?
I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of California.
And what's required to obtain that designation as a registered professional engineer?
So typically you need a 4-year degree from an accredited university, as well as 2 years work experience under another registered professional engineer. And then you also have to sit for an 8-hour exam that all engineers would take, and then another 8-hour exam that's specific to your discipline.
Have you ever been a part of any kind of presentations or written any publications?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately how many presentations and publications have you been a part of?
Publications, probably about 10. Presentations, hundreds.
Have you done any teaching in the field?
Yes.
All right. And what topics have you taught on, and approximately how many times have you taught?
So we teach state and local fire investigators, as well as our fire investigators. Those are generally who we teach. Also attorneys sometimes, just on the sort of the science of fire.
And how many cases approximately have you worked involving fire dynamics?
I've been with ATF for about 26 years, say 20 cases a year, so over 500.
And have you previously testified as an expert witness?
I have.
And in what field have you been qualified as an expert previously?
As a fire protection engineer.
And approximately how many times have you testified as an expert as a fire protection engineer?
Over 20.
Okay. Judge, at this point, I don't know if Mr. Cruz would like to voir dire the witness at all.
All right, Mr. Cruz, if you'd like to, you may go ahead.
No questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Yelmicheli, go ahead.
Judge, I would move to admit Mr. Grove as an expert in fire protection engineering.
Mr. Cruz, any objection?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. This witness is an expert in the area of fire protection engineering.
And Your Honor, would you like me to continue or?
We have 15 minutes. I'm going to ask you to actually continue. I think it's, we talked about stopping now, but it's only 4:45, so we have 15 minutes.
Okay,
Thank you,
and
sir.
I have
Thank
some
you.
more questions before
All right.
we reach that point.
Yes, sir.
How did you get involved in this case?
Special Agent Will Perdue reached out to me and told me about the case.
All right. And what was requested of you when you were contacted about the case?
He gave me a brief overview of his knowledge of the case, sent me some photos of the scene, a couple of reports, a diagram, and then we talked about ways that maybe we could help with the timeline of the fire, as well as there was an issue of some burn material around the stove and whether or not it'd be possible to ignite textile materials on a stove.
Okay. What is the fire triangle?
So the fire triangle is a way for fire investigators or scientists to organize their thoughts in terms of what do you need to have a flame or fire. And there's three legs of the triangle. One would be fuel in its vapor or gas phase. So this would be solid, but we're talking about like a gas phase. Another would be an oxidizer, which is typically oxygen and air. So we need air to have fire. And then lastly would be heat. Initially that heat might come from a lighter, and then at some point a fire supplies its own heat and you have a self-sustaining reaction.
Okay. What is a fuel limited fire?
So a fuel limited fire would be a fire that's limited only by the amount of fuel that can be vaporized. So if you think of a campfire outside, that's a fuel limited fire.
Okay. And what is a ventilation limited fire?
So a ventilation limited fire, at some point, if you take that campfire, let's say a couch, maybe you burn the couch outside, it's a fuel limited fire. You bring that couch inside and it gets large enough and it's burned for long enough time that it consumes the oxygen in the room, and then ventilation becomes the dominant factor in the size of the fire.
Well, and that kind of dovetails perfectly with my next question. What is a ventilation limited fire?
So a ventilation limited fire, the size of the fire is dictated by how much fresh air you can get to the fire. All fires start out fuel limited in a room, and then at some point they typically transition, and they'll go out unless you open a door or a window fails or something like that to allow fresh air into the space.
Okay. And if you could, would you describe the term heat release rate?
So heat release rate is a term that we use.
Sorry, your objection is to foundation?
Yes.
And can you elaborate on that objection?
Prior to this question, making text.
All right, thank you. Any response, Mr. Yellowman-Chili?
I'm not sure exactly how to respond to that, Your Honor. I'm not sure that Mr. Grove could have just, without my having asked a question, started explaining these topics, but it's certainly a foundation based on his knowledge, training, and experience has been laid for him to describe these topics, since he's an expert that's taught extensively in the field of fire dynamics and engineering.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
Okay. Could you please describe the term heat release rate?
Heat release rate is the power of a fire, the intensity of a fire. Really, we're looking at its size. So if you think of like a 60-watt light bulb or a 100-watt light bulb, that's the power of that light bulb. We're interested in the same units for fire, but rather than dealing in watts, we're dealing in thousands of watts, kilowatts, or megawatts, millions of watts.
Okay. Is part of your preparation for testimony after your work on this case, did you create a PowerPoint in order to facilitate a discussion of the
Overruled. You may continue.
Did you create a PowerPoint in order to facilitate your testimony as a demonstrative aid?
I did.
Okay. All right.
Before admission of the PowerPoint, can I have opportunity to review same?
Yes.
Or publication, forgive me, before it's published to the church.
Well, can I see both counsel at the bench real quick? Thank you. Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have decided this is actually a good stopping point, even though I was trying to make use of every single minute before 5 o'clock. I'm going to release you all to go home and come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock as scheduled. I want to tell you a few things. Obviously, the same instructions apply. I'm going to continue repeating those. It's important. Please don't discuss the case, of course, with anyone. Please don't do any research or go to any of the locations that you may have heard about. Don't go on the internet, of course, and do any independent research or study about anything you may have heard in court. I do want to talk a little bit about comings and goings of the courthouse. We haven't really talked about that. I really appreciate everybody wearing your juror badge. So certainly it is very important that when you get out of your car to come into the courthouse, that you're wearing that. It's very important that everyone in the courthouse knows that you are a juror in a case and that no one can talk to you about the case. So it's very important to keep wearing those. Thank you very much. When you come in the morning for your 9 o'clock hour, please come directly to this courtroom and we're going to have you go into the jury room as there are snacks in there and drinks, and Mr. Terrell makes great coffee, and so there'll be coffee in there for you. But please come straight to the courtroom. Every day that you leave, you're going to be escorted on the elevator by a deputy. And so as soon as I release all of you, if you'll go out into the hallway, there will be a deputy there waiting to escort you to the elevator. Deputy will ride down with you, and then you can go to your cars. And that's kind of the process we're going to use. Does anybody have any questions or anything they need to tell the court before we go? Very good. Thank you for your service today. I'm going to release all of you. See you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like they are going to be heading now. I didn't think they was going to get through that testimony either, but the judge was trying to honor her agreement with the jurors, sucking, making sure she got, every minute. I ain't going to say sucking up every minute, but she wanted to make sure every minute was accounted for. Right on, Judge. So it looks like we'll be back in court tomorrow at 9 o'clock. For you guys that want to hear, we are going to be moving to catch up court. I'll be as a guest on Hines Court today. I am going to drop the link in the chat if any of you guys want to go over. It starts at 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, which is 3 o'clock Mountain Standard. Well, 3 o'clock Mountain Standard Time, and I guess 2 o'clock Cali time, and Central Time, I guess, is 4. I don't know. Y'all know what time it is. It starts in like 7 minutes, whatever that is. So this is going to be the link for the actual YouTube link to come over in 7 minutes. I'm dropping it in the chat. Let's see what the judge has to say.
Everyone may be seated. Thank you.
Oh, she don't look like she letting them go.
Just going to wait for that door to shut. Thank you very much. All right, counsel, we've discussed at the bench. You're sharing whatever demonstrative aid that you have. I appreciate your willingness to go ahead and do that with Mr. Cruz. So you all may take whatever time you need to do that. Is there anything else we need to take up before tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
We have a little bit of time after court. Since these exhibits are admitted into evidence, can me and Attorney Hill and the state, if they would like, open them to see if what they're labeled as is actually inside of those packages?
Tell me exactly what you're referring to, Mr. Cruz.
So may I, Your Honor?
Sure.
The items here, the state's exhibits, this is here, but small items.
Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt, but is it okay if Mr. Grove leaves?
Yes. Sorry. Sure. Yeah. We will see you tomorrow. You're still under subpoena. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Cruz. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. No, that's fine. I mean, that's absolutely.
So these items here, I'm just asking if we could just take time, since court is concluded today, just to open them up and see what's in them. Typically, we do it at closing. Typically, during closing, whatever exhibits are admitted, we'll open them. But in case I have any motions, Your Honor, is it okay if I spend time looking at these exhibits today, just opening them and making sure what they're labeled as and what they're identified as is actually in the package?
Mr. Allen, do you care to respond to that request?
Yes, I think it would be inappropriate to open anything that's been admitted into evidence without the jury present here as part of the proceedings or with the witness at the time that the evidence is tendered.
I mean, I think that's the law, Mr. Cruz. You can't do that outside the presence of the jury. I don't know. I guess one of the things I wanted to ask you, Mr. Yellow and Chili, these have been admitted into evidence, but are you, well, I'll just say it this way also. One of the reasons for the law to be the way it is the state is entitled, since they have the burden and they've admitted those items, to open, if they choose, those items with another witness. I have no idea whether the state is, planning on doing that or not, but that's one of the reasons for the rule. So I would say no to your question. All right. Anything else, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am. I
Okay.
just look at the
All right. Mr. Yamachili, Mr. Bolden, anything else we need to take up before I release everybody?
No, Your Honor.
All right, very good. I will see you all tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And Mr. Cruz, Ms. Welch is going to come on up and I'll have her speak with you about a place for you to store all your items.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Court is adjourned.
Okay, guys, that ends day 2. I will probably do some other stuff like a premiere or something later, maybe. As I explained, I am going to be going over to catch up court so we can talk some BB and some Juliana. So if you click on that link, it will take you over there. For you guys that are not going to be joining us, I appreciate you coming to hang out as we watch this, I don't know what you want to call it, a debacle, maybe, here in Georgia. I truly appreciate it. Shout out to the mods, the chat, all the new members that we have today, all the new subs. Oh, thank you, Marilda. I don't even know if I said thank you. Good grief. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I do recall that you were turning people green earlier. I don't know what I was doing. Yeah, Marilda decided she was going to turn some people green and I forgot. I don't know. I thought I was going to stop and I don't know why I didn't stop, but I apologize, Marilda. Of course. I appreciate you for turning some people green. And if you receive that gifted membership from Marilda, even if you wasn't in the live chat, you can always make a note in the up under the feed after we end. And for you guys that are coming over to catch up court, I will see you guys over there. I appreciate you all. Thanks and have a good one. I am going to play your outro song. Maybe I shouldn't play the outro song. It's probably going to be too long. Oh, we were busy with hair jokes. All right, guys. I'll see y'all over at Catch Up Court. If not, I will see you out here on these YouTube streets or in the morning.